Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651 Return Home. After knowing what Qin Wentian had done, Mr. Mo felt guilty, especially when he heard that Dangwon Palace had used Mo Qingcheng as a corpse for sacrifice. He blamed himself. Even though he was very powerful, Mo Qingcheng was still his granddaughter. Mr. Mo had never told anyone in the Mo mansion about these things. He himself didn't know whether Mo Qingcheng was dead or alive. Now that Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng had returned together, he was completely relieved. "Grandpa Mo, let's have a drink. Let the things of the past dissipate in this glass of wine. If Wentian is disrespectful, please don't mind it." Qin Wentian raised his glass and said to Grandpa Mo, which made Grandpa Mo laugh and said, "Okay, I feel relieved with your words. From now on, Qingcheng will be handed over to me, and I will have put my mind at ease. Come on, cheers." The two drank the wine in the glass. Grandpa Mo looked at the people in the Mo mansion and said, "From now on, Qin Wentian will be my son-in-law in the Mo mansion." Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, smiling in her eyes, and blinked at Qin Wentian, which was particularly playful. "Are you really Qin Wentian?" At this time, a young man walked to Qin Wentian's side and looked at Qin Wentian with curiosity. The young man was born with a handsome face and bright eyes. He did not have the dandy look of a big family. He looked at Qin Wentian with a look of hope. "Well, do you know me?" Qin Wentian said with a smile. The boy was about 18 years old. Looking at him, Qin Wentian remembered himself back then. "I know him." The boy's face flushed a little, and he seemed very nervous. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, "My name is Mo Feng, and I am Sister Qingcheng's cousin. I was there when you attended the Junlin banquet. I was 8 years old at that time." Mo Feng. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked at the handsome boy in surprise. The chubby little guy back then had grown up so big. "Oh." Qin Wentian looked at Mo Feng and nodded. Mo Feng hesitated and seemed a little anxious. "Brother-in-law, you are Mo Feng's idol. He has admired you for many years." A young girl's voice came, and a graceful woman walked out from the side. She was 3 points similar to Mo Qingcheng. Although she did not have Mo Qingcheng's peerless elegance, she was also a rare beauty, full of youthful vigor. "Isn't this Mo Yu girl?" Mo Qingcheng murmured, and the people next to her laughed and said, "Qingcheng, this is Mo Yu. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. When you left, she was still a little girl, but now all the people who want to propose marriage have stepped through the threshold of my Mo mansion. Sister Qingcheng." Mo Yu looked at Mo Qingcheng and called sweetly, "Wentian, it seems that we are all old." Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian smiled at each other. Mo Feng and Mo Yu were both children of her uncle. They were still children back then, but now they have grown up. "Silly girl, you are old. What is your mother?" Mo Qingcheng's mother rubbed her hair. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Mo Qingcheng was too beautiful, so beautiful that she would forget her youth. Time seemed to have left no trace on her. "Brother-in-law, this is the first time we meet. Should we give a gift?" Mo Yu showed a playful look and smiled sweetly at Qin Wentian. "Mo Yu, you are too shameless. You are so shameless." Mo Feng said contemptuously. "I'm not like you. My face turns red when I see my brother-in-law. I don't dare to express my feelings to girls I like. I just keep mumbling to myself every day." Mo Yu looked at Mo Feng with a smile and asked Mo Feng to point at her. You. Qin Wentian looked at the two sisters and smiled happily. He was moved and took out a dress from his body. It was crystal clear and sparkling with dazzling brilliance, just like a golden jade dress. "Do you like it?" Qin Wentian looked at Mo Yu and said. "Wentian, is this a magic weapon dress?" Old man Mo felt the fluctuation of star power. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. Mo Yu took the dress and said with a smile, "Thank you, brother-in-law." As she said that, Mo Yu put on the magic weapon dress. Star power flowed out of her body and penetrated into the dress. The more dazzling brilliance flowed, and there was a light that kept falling and flowing on the dress, just like a brilliant armor. Mo Yu jumped up happily and turned around in place. "What weapon do you use?" Qin Wentian looked at Mo Feng and asked. "Long spear," Mo Feng said. Qin Wentian nodded, and after a moment, a dazzling silver-white long spear appeared in his hand. He handed it to Mo Feng and said, "Don't rely too much on the magic weapon. You can only use it when you are in a life and death crisis. Yes. Mo Feng took it and nodded excitedly. In the Mo mansion, Mo Qingchang had many sisters from the clan, but because of their age and personality, they did not come forward to ask Qin Wentian for a gift. Mo Yu was more lively, and Mo Feng had admired Qin Wentian since he was a child. Wentian, if you have the chance, please teach these unpromising guys how to practice. Grandpa Mo smiled and said, your cultivation should have entered the Xiangang realm a long time ago, right? Grandpa Mo, he could not see through Qin Wentian's cultivation. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded lightly, which made everyone in the Mo mansion tremble in their hearts. It was too scary to reach the Xiangang realm at such a young age. King Chang has entered the Xiangang realm for many years, and King Chang's alchemy skills are higher than her realm, and she is also admired by thousands of people outside. Qin Wentian said with a smile, not to show off, but at least to let them understand Mo Qingchang's current status and weight, so that they can weigh their actions and not make anything unhappy. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Wentian's words, the eyes of the people in the Mo mansion changed. Entering the Xiangang realm for many years? Alchemy skills are higher than realm? They couldn't imagine what kind of status Mo Qingchang had outside now, and they didn't dare to think about it. If they relied purely on imagination, they would never be able to think of that level and height. After knowing the strength of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang, the following banquet was a great success. No one said anything unpleasant. Old Master Mo also sincerely repented, and Qin Wentian's last grudge disappeared. He really treated him and Mo Qingchang's parents as his elders, and seemed to be enjoying himself. Old Master Mo drank too much and talked more. He even took the initiative to shout that he wanted to go to Xianyang City to pick up his relative Qin Xuan to discuss the marriage of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang, which made Qin Wentian speechless. He hadn't been home for so long, so of course he had to go to Xianyang City by himself. And with Qin Wentian's current strength, it wouldn't take long to get from the imperial city of Chu to Xianyang City. After the banquet, Qin Wentian said goodbye and went to Xianyang City. Mo Qingchang wanted to go with him, but Qin Wentian asked her to stay at home with her parents. He could see Mo Qingchang's feelings for her parents, so how could he bear to take Mo Qingchang away after they had just met? When they saw Qin Wentian flying on his sword and disappearing from sight in an instant, the people in the Mo mansion completely believed what Qin Wentian said. That kind of speed was impossible for old man Mo. They were wondering what level this young man who was famous in Chu State had reached now. Perhaps they could ask Mo Qingchang. However, no matter how they imagined, they would never have expected the grand occasion of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang's wedding. They couldn't imagine what level it was even after seeing it with their own eyes. Xianyang City has not changed much? The king has long granted Xianyang City as the fief of King Wu. King Wu Mansion, which was the former Qin Mansion, has absolute say in this city. However, everyone understands that King Wu Qin wanted to fight for the world back then, but because the things that old man Qin did were too scheming, even his own descendants were included in the calculation, which made Qin Wentian finally choose Chu Wu Wei instead of a King Wu. Later, Mr. Qin lost interest in the affairs of the state of Chu and went out to travel. Perhaps out of guilt for his descendants, he never came back. When he left, the title of King Wu was inherited by Qin Xuan. Therefore, the ruler of the King Wu Mansion in Yongchang today is Qin Xuan. On this day, in the Wu Wang Mansion, Qin Xuan was playing chess with a white-haired old man. The white-haired old man seemed a little weak and coughed from time to time, but he always had a gentle smile on his face. "Father, take some medicine." A beautiful woman next to him brought a cup of tea to the white-haired old man. The old man took a sip, coughed a few times, and shook his head and said, "I am weak and not as good as I used to be. But you are getting healthier and healthier. You asked for it. If you hadn't done those things, how could you be here now? Maybe you are in good health and have many children and grandchildren." Qin Xuan complained. "Don't blame me. I'm suffering retribution. You always say it's fun to play chess, old man. You're taking revenge on me, right?" The white-haired old man sighed. Qin Xuan also sighed and looked at him and said, "Is there still no news about Queen Girl?" "No, there is no news at all." The white-haired old man felt a little pain in his heart. He had 2 daughters. The eldest daughter was delayed by him, and the second daughter was driven away by him. Although he came to his senses later, things had changed. This white-haired old man was Bai King Song. "Uncle Bai, don't think too much. Bai Queen Girl is so kind. She will be fine." A bright and beautiful woman beside Qin Chuan said softly. It turned out to be Qin Yao. Although Qin Yao hated Bai King Song back then, Qin Wentian had forgiven him, and Bai King Song had changed. When he came to Xianyang City and admitted his mistakes 7 times, Qin Chuan was also moved by his sincerity. Well, I hope so. Qin Girl and Wentian are so good. Alice. Bai King Song shook his head. Uncle Bai, don't worry. I believe Kinger will be fine. A voice floated over, causing Bai King Song and Qin Chuan to tremble. Then, a figure walked down from the void. This figure was dressed in white, handsome and unparalleled, with extraordinary temperament and unparalleled grace. The 4 people below all had their eyes frozen, standing there in a daze, staring at the young figure that appeared. Qin Wentian stood on the ground, looking at the 4 people in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotion. His adoptive father was in good spirits, but he was a little older. Bai King Song was the one that Qin Wentian lamented the most. He had become so old, like an old man in his twilight years. He must have suffered a lot of torture over the years. Even ordinary mortals would not be like this. Qin Yao was still so bright and beautiful, and a little more mature. Looking at Qin Wentian, her eyes became moist, red, and tears slid down. As for Bai Kilxu, she just stared at Qin Wentian in a daze. Her mind was in a mess. Seeing Qin Wentian again, she was still inevitably nervous. The young man in the past, now has such a demeanor. He must be a real dragon among men. You guy, you are willing to come back. Qin Yao cursed in a low voice, causing Qin Wentian to laugh tremblingly. Sister Qin Yao. Father. Qin Wentian bowed slightly. Yes. Qin Chuan and Qin Yao both responded heavily, and then the 3 of them smiled at each other, strode towards each other, and hugged each other tightly. Chapter 652, Family. Qin Chuan and Qin Yao hugged Qin Wentian very tightly, and kept patting his back, saying with relief, "It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Father, I am unfilial. I haven't been home for so many years." Qin Wentian felt a little guilty. You need to pursue martial arts outside. Everything is fine at home. There is nothing to worry about. Qin Chuan let go of the big hand holding Qin Wentian, but Qin Yao seemed reluctant to let go and hugged Qin Wentian tightly. Sister, let me see if you have gained weight. Qin Wentian looked down at the tearful eyes, and picked her up with Qin Yao's low cry, which made Qin Yao glare at him fiercely, but still smiled happily. Sister, you are still so slim, it seems that I have no pressure to carry you. Qin Wentian said jokingly, put Qin Yao down, and asked, have you found a brother-in-law for me? Go to hell, you come back to make fun of me, my brother is so outstanding, how can I look down on ordinary people, but you, tell me the truth, have you brought a girl back? Qin Yao pointed at Qin Wentian. Although the 2 had not seen each other for 10 years, they were still so close. Some feelings will not fade with the passage of time. Qin Wentian and Qin Yao are like this. When they saw each other for the first time, they seemed to be pulled back to the past. At that time, they were all young, they talked and laughed happily, and they were carefree at that time. Well, I brought you a sister-in-law. This time I have to ask my father to help me propose marriage. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Really? Qin Yao was stunned. Wentian, this is serious. Qin Chuan also exclaimed. Father, sister, don't doubt me so much, right? Qin Wentian shrugged. Where are you from? Why don't you bring her to the Qin mansion? Qin Chuan asked. She just returned to Chu State and wanted to come with me, but I asked her to stay with my family. Qin Wentian replied. She is from Chu State. Qin Chuan and Qin Yao said at the same time. They looked at each other and heard Qin Yao laugh. Good fellow, tell me, is it Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Chu State? Sister, you are too smart. Qin Wentian admitted with a smile, which made Qin Chuan laugh. Okay, I knew you would get her back sooner or later, and it seems that you really did it. Just tell me when you want to propose marriage, and I will let the entire Qin mansion come out. Father, there is no need to be so exaggerated. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Letting Qin Chuan propose marriage is also a respect for the elders of both sides. Qin Wentian hopes to make this wedding as perfect as possible. Bai King Song and Bai Kilxu, who were standing by, could not help but feel a lot of emotion when they heard the news that Qin Wentian was going to get married. Even Bai Kilxu's eyes dimmed a little. She was considered the proud daughter of Xianyang City and had the opportunity to marry into the Yi family, so she ended her relationship with Qin Wentian. However, more than 10 years later, She realized how narrow their vision was. Time can really change a lot. They used to only see the Chu state, but for Qin Wentian now, the whole Daxia can no longer restrain him. Wentian, congratulations. Although Bai Qingsong sighed in his heart, he still sent his blessings. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Qin Wentian nodded to Bai Qingsong, then looked at Bai Kibuksu and said, Are you okay? Looking at Qin Wentian's bright and clean eyes, smiling at her, Bai Kibuksu's eyes were a little flustered. She didn't dare to look into Qin Wentian's eyes and nodded gently. Bai Kibuksu is no longer the girl she used to be, but her face is still beautiful, with a bit of mature charm. Kibuksu, hasn't father finished playing chess yet? A voice came, and then a young man in his 30s walked into the yard. The man seemed to be stunned when he saw the handsome figure in front of Bai Kibuksu, and then walked to Bai Kibuksu's side and gently hugged Bai Kibuksu's arm. Although he was smiling, Qin Wentian could vaguely feel the hostility in the other's eyes. Bai Kibuksu's body stiffened, and she moved to the side for some unknown reason. Although she and Qin Wentian had no relationship for a long time, she still couldn't be calm when facing him. Kibuksu, what's wrong? The young man asked softly. Nothing. Bai Kibuksu shook her head. A strange color flashed in the young man's eyes. He looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. Hello, I'm Bu Zio, from Qingyuan Empire. Kibuksu is my fiancé. I'm Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian naturally understood where the other party's hostility came from, and smiled indifferently. Kibuksu and I are friends. Uncle Bai, Kibuksu, congratulations. Qin Wentian blessed. Bai Kibuksu lowered her head slightly, with mixed feelings in her heart. Bai Qingsong looked at Bu Zio, then at Qin Wentian. Although he was smiling, he sighed in his heart again. Qingyuan Empire? Although it governs 10 countries and is a subsidiary of Qingyuan Pavilion, Bai Qingsong knows why Jiutian Palace was destroyed. Even if the master of Qingyuan Empire knew Qin Wentian's identity, he would not dare to be disrespectful. Brother Qin is the son of King Wu? Bu Zio asked. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and Bu Zio immediately showed a knowing smile. He didn't know why Bai Kibuksu seemed to have a strange feeling for the son of King Wu of Xianyang City. Now Chu is a subsidiary of the empire. If Brother Qin is interested in a wider space, Bu can arrange a position for Brother Qin in Qingyuan Empire. Bu Zio said with a smile, which made the others stunned. This Bu Zio deliberately showed off in front of Qin Wentian. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Bu. I don't need it. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. Bu Zio sighed. That's a pity. Okay, Brother Qin Juan, we'll play chess next time. I'll go back first. At this time, Bai Qingsong took the initiative to say goodbye to avoid embarrassment, and Qin Juan saw him off. Who is Bu Zio? Qin Wentian asked Qin Juan. A young general of the Qingyuan Empire stationed in Shu. His father is a general of the Qingyuan Empire. Now the Qingyuan Empire controls the former affiliated countries of the Jiutian Palace. The control over the 10 countries is already in the open, and there seems to be a trend of tightening. Qin Juan shook his head. He was too lazy to pay attention to this matter. Qin Wentian frowned when he heard this. He formed an alliance with Qingyuan Pavilion to remove Jiutian Palace. Later, Qingyuan Pavilion controlled the affiliated forces of Jiutian Palace. He didn't mind, but Qingyuan Pavilion should know that his home is in Shu. Did it tell Qingyuan Empire? I hope I'm overthinking. Wentian, how have you been out there these years? Come and tell me. Qin Yao said with a smile while hugging Qin Wentian's arm. Sister, you are still so clingy to me. Qin Wentian said teasingly. Wait for me to go and pay my respects to mother and uncle first. Yes, of course, let's talk as we walk. I'll ask mother to prepare a delicious meal for you. Qin Yao hugged Qin Wentian and skipped forward, her long flowing hair resting on Qin Wentian's shoulders. Qin Chuan followed behind them. Seeing the affection between the siblings, he smiled and shook his head, but his heart was filled with warmth. As a family, we can have a reunion dinner. Qin Chuan walked forward with his hands behind his back, humming a little tune. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. Qin Chuan's courtyard was naturally bustling today, but those who came were all close relatives. Qin Chuan, Qin He, Qin Yi, the whole family gathered together. Qin Shang and Qin Zhi came too, of course. They are now married. Qin Shang even has a daughter, 6 years old, named Qin Xin. In the turmoil of the Chu state, Qin He and Qin Yi were both injured, so they hoped that their children would have descendants sooner. Qin He took the lead in holding his granddaughter. Ziner, call uncle quickly. Qin Wentian held Qin Zin, and Qin Yao next to him teased her. Qin Zin was very beautiful, like a porcelain doll. Uncle. Qin Zin's childish voice sounded, making Qin Wentian smile happily and pinch her cheeks. Qin Yao next to him was dumbfounded and said, "You treated me like this back then, and now you don't even let your niece go. This is called pampering, do you understand?" Qin Wentian joked, and Qin Yao rolled her eyes. A brother pampers his sister? Uncle, why didn't Ziner see you before? Qin Zin hooked her hands around Qin Wentian's neck, and seemed to like this uncle whom she met for the first time. This uncle's eyes were really beautiful, cleaner and more beautiful than her parents' eyes. Uncle went to a far place and just came back today. Qin Wentian smiled. Really? Is it fun to go far away? Qin Zin's eyes flashed brightly, and seemed full of curiosity. Of course it's fun. Then Uncle will take Ziner to play too, okay? Okay, Uncle will take Ziner to play. Qin Wentian looked at the innocent Qin Zin, and felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin Shuang, you are so lucky. You should also have a child as soon as possible. Wentian, you are going to marry Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Shu. If you have a daughter, I can't imagine how beautiful she will be." Qin Shuang is now mature. Looking at Qin Wentian's temperament, he knows that with Qin Wentian's talent, he might have made great achievements by now. It's too early for me. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled. He saw that Qin Zin also liked it, but if he had a child, he would have concerns. If he was out there, he might not have the mentality he has now. "Brother Qin Shuang, I want to take Ziner to the imperial city of Chu to play, is that okay?" Qin Wentian smiled. "Ziner is still so young, will she be uncomfortable?" Qin Yao's wife was very young, about 25 or 26 years old, and quite beautiful. "Mom, Ziner likes Uncle, it's okay." Qin Zin sat on Qin Wentian's body, very intimate. "Of course, Ziner, just play with Uncle Wentian, don't cry." Qin Li gave Qin Shuang a look. Qin Wentian wanted to take Qin Zin to play, how could he treat Qin Zin badly? "Well, Wentian, this little girl is very naughty, if you are annoyed, just send her back." Qin Shuang pinched his wife's hand, hinting her not to speak. His wife seemed to realize that the young man she met for the first time had a different status in the Qin mansion, so she nodded reluctantly, and was a little reluctant to leave her daughter. After all, Qin Wentian was just a stranger to her. It was human nature to be worried. Qin Wentian could understand this. The reason why he wanted to take Qin Zin out to play was actually to ask King Chang to help change Qin Zin's physique. Qin Zin was still so young, her meridians had not yet formed, and it was the easiest to shape. When the Yi family brought people to Xianyang City to hunt him down, Qin He once replaced him and went out to face danger. Qin Wentian could not forget that back view. He must repay this favor, and he also likes Ziner. P.S. I saw some friends talking about water. In fact, Wuhan is better at writing fighting. These delicate emotional descriptions require more time and energy to write carefully. Although it is a fantasy novel, Wuhan hopes that everyone can see a story with flesh and blood, which naturally cannot avoid all kinds of emotions instead of just fighting. Brothers, what do you think of this kind of plot? Chapter 653 Warmth. The family had a happy meal together. The meal was very rich. Although it was not the delicacies cooked by herbs and monsters, it was the most delicious meal Qin Wentian had eaten in recent years. The wonderful feeling of sitting together with family for more than 10 years was something that could not be experienced outside. Qin Wentian in the Qin mansion seemed to relax all over, relaxed from the heart. He listened to Qin Shuang and Qin Zhi talking about their cultivation trends and their love experiences. He always had a gentle smile on his face, and occasionally interrupted a few words, which were insignificant and casual. Everyone also wanted to hear Qin Wentian's experience. Qin Wentian told them about it, and they were all filled with emotion. The outside world was so big. The Great Xia dynasty was called a barren land by outsiders. Among the three great dynasties, the Great Xia dynasty was the weakest, and it was pitifully weak. The Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Shuang dynasty are the subsidiaries of the Huangji holy sect. There are endless forces of all sizes in the major regions of the Huangji holy domain. There are many large and small sects and ancient religions, as well as powerful sects and ancient countries. Any sect can easily destroy the entire Daxia dynasty. A minister from those ancient countries can trample the so-called Qinghai Empire into ashes. Isn't it difficult to live in the Huangji holy domain? Qin's mother picked up some food for Qin Wentian, and her heart was a little tight. With so many powerful forces, it must be so difficult for Qin Wentian to venture out alone. Well, it's really difficult. Qin Wentian nodded. It has not been easy to come all these years. Wentian, take your time. The outside world is too big. Let's take it step by step. Maybe in the future you can also join a big force, or enter an ancient country to be a Marquis and a Prime Minister. Qin Shuang saw Qin Wentian nod and comforted him. Qin Wentian was stunned, and then smiled and nodded. In front of the Qin family, Qin Wentian didn't need to show off. When I grow up, I want to go out with my uncle. Little Qin Zin's tender voice sounded, and everyone laughed. Qin Wentian pinched the little Qin Zin's face in his arms and said, "Okay, when you grow up, you will definitely become a world-famous female hero, admired by everyone." Yes. Qin Zin nodded her little head, making everyone laugh again. Wentian, there are still 2 months until the end of the year. How about setting the wedding date on the first day of the new year, after the annual sacrifice? Qin Chuan said to Qin Wentian. It's up to my father. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Okay, I will bring people to the Mo Mansion in the Imperial City to propose marriage in 3 days, so you don't have to worry about these things. Have a good rest. Qin Chuan said again. Okay. Qin Wentian naturally had no objection. After the banquet, everyone chatted until late at night before leaving one after another. After everyone left, Qin Chuan and his wife, Qin Yao and Qin Wentian chatted a lot together. Qin Chuan and his wife returned to their room and said to Qin Wentian and Qin Yao, "You two guys should also go to bed early." "I know, I'll sit with Wentian." Qin Yao smiled playfully. "I know you two have a good relationship." Qin's mother smiled, and the two left. Qin Wentian and Qin Yao came to the grass in the courtyard and sat down. The light of the stars in the sky seemed to bring a hint of warmth. "Tell me honestly, how many things have you not said?" Qin Yao looked at Qin Wentian interrogatively. "You don't want me to tell you everything that happened in the past 10 years, do you?" Qin Wentian was depressed. "Humph, tell me about your cultivation first." Qin Yao curled her lips, and she didn't let this guy go so easily. "The peak of Xiangang." Qin Wentian shrugged. Even though Qin Yao was prepared, her body still trembled. In the past, Xiangang realm belonged to the legend of Chu State. Now, Qin Wentian, at the age of 28, has entered the peak level of Xiangang realm. What kind of level is this? Qin Yao cannot understand. What about the sect? Since you and Mo Qingchang met outside, you must have joined the sect. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. I used to join this Hanjian sect, one of the 9 sects under the Huangji Shengzong. Later, because there were some frictions between me and Huangji Shengzong, I withdrew from the Hanjian sect. Qin Wentian said honestly. Huangji Shengzong, the absolute overlord of the endless region you mentioned. Qin Yao opened her eyes wide, and Qin Wentian nodded. You escaped back. Qin Yao muttered. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. No, some senior figures helped to control this situation. One of them is King Chang's master, and the other is a force called Medicine Emperor Valley. King Chang is the disciple of Medicine Emperor, the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, and a 5th-level alchemist. Her status in the alchemy world is equivalent to that of a strong person in the Xiangxiang realm of the martial world. Qin Yao blinked and blinked again. In the dark night, her beautiful eyes were particularly bright, but she didn't know how to describe the shock in her heart. She opened her mouth several times, and then Qin Yao sighed softly, revealing a faint look of sadness. What's wrong? Qin Wentian asked when he saw Qin Yao's eyes. Qin Yao shook her head gently. She hugged Qin Wentian's arm, sat against Qin Wentian, and rested her head on Qin Wentian's shoulder. She didn't say anything, and quietly enjoyed the tranquility of this moment. Wentian, am I useless? Qin Yao murmured, her mood seemed a little weak. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang had gone so far. Although she was happy for them, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable when she thought about the distance between herself and Wentian. This separation was 10 years, what about the next separation? How could it be? My sister Qin Yao is smart, beautiful, and considerate. If there is a next life, I will definitely want you to be my sister. Qin Wentian looked at the starry sky and said softly. Really? Qin Yao turned her eyes and stared at Qin Wentian with deep eyes. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded. Qin Yao showed a touching smile in her eyes, and her arms around Qin Wentian became tighter, and she said gently, tonight you will stay here with me, like when we were kids, counting the stars. Okay, count the stars. Qin Wentian laughed, and the two lay on the grass, looking at the starry sky. The morning sun shines on the land of Chu. In the imperial city of Chu, the Mo mansion is still a little quiet. However, outside the Mo mansion, fierce horses are pulling dragon sedans and galloping in. They stop outside the Mo mansion. Beside the dragon sedans are powerful guards. The guards of the Mo mansion are all trembling. Could this be someone from the royal family? At this time, a young man with extraordinary temperament came out from the dragon sedan. The young man has no aura, but his temperament is natural and exudes the aura of kingly way. He is gentle and elegant, yet majestic. Wearing a crown on his head, he is even more extraordinary. Your Majesty. All the guards of the Mo mansion knelt on one knee, their hearts trembling. What happened today? Chu Wuwei, the king of Chu, actually came to the Mo mansion in person. Get up. Chu Wuwei said gently, I heard that Qin Wentian is back. Let them know that Chu Wuwei is here to visit. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards of the Mo mansion trembled in their hearts. Their new son-in-law was so honored that the king came in person and stopped outside the door to visit him. In the entire Chu state, perhaps only their son-in-law had such treatment. It seemed that the news circulating in the Mo mansion yesterday was indeed true. When Chu Wuwei ascended to the throne of the king, it was only because their new son-in-law Qin Wentian nodded that he could sit on it. Thinking of this, the guards' back seemed to be straighter. They were really proud. The Mo mansion became lively. Many people came to welcome Chu Wuwei into the mansion. Even Mr. Mo came in person. The people in the Mo mansion gathered together, and they were all slightly surprised. Qin Wentian just arrived in Chu state yesterday, and today the king Chu Wuwei came to visit him. It can be imagined how important Qin Wentian is in Chu Wuwei's heart. Your Majesty, Wentian returned to Xianyang City yesterday. He must have gone to Qin's mansion. Old Master Mo said to Chu Wuwei. It's a coincidence. I heard that Miss King Chang is back too. I wonder if I can pay her a visit. Chu Wuwei said with a smile, quite politely. Mo Yu, go and call your sister King Cheng. Old Master Mo said. Okay. Mo Yu nodded and left. Old Master Mo and Chu Wuwei exchanged pleasantries. Mo Yu came back a moment later with a strange look on his face. He said to Chu Wuwei, Sister King Chang said she wants to rest. In fact, Mo King Chang's original words were not like this. When Mo Yu went to tell Mo King Chang just replied lightly that she didn't want to see outsiders. It's not that Mo King Chang was rude, but that was her personality. She really didn't want to deal with irrelevant people, including the king. She and Chu Wuwei were not very familiar with each other, so why should she be polite? The people around Chu Wuwei showed displeasure, and some even raised their eyebrows, but they heard Chu Wuwei smile and said, Okay, I'll visit you another day. After saying that, he said goodbye and left. Old Master Mo personally sent them out of the mansion. On the way, Chu Wuwei's guard said unhappily, Your Majesty, the Mo family is rude. How insolent. Chu Wuwei said lightly, glanced at the guard who was speaking, and said, Remember, anyone related to Qin Wentian, no matter what they do, must not interfere. The guard's heart trembled, and he dared not say much. Chu Wuwei's expression was normal, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Qin Wentian, ranked first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, was famous in the Huangji Holy Land, and almost no one in the young generation could compete with him. Mo Qingcheng, the saint of Yaohuang Valley. This is what Chu Mang said to Chu Wuwei. Chu Mang wanted to come with him today, but Chu Wuwei did not let him. He came here just to talk to Qin Wentian about something and ask Qin Wentian's opinion, and there was no other intention. Chu Wuwei came at the wrong time. Not long after he left, Qin Wentian arrived at the Qin mansion and brought little Qin Xin with him. Brother-in-law, whose child is this? So cute. Mo Yu came to Qin Wentian's side, her graceful figure full of youthful vigor. My niece, bring her here to play. Qin Wentian smiled and rubbed Mo Yu's head. This girl is sweet-mouthed, calling brother-in-law, so sensible. Brother-in-law, I'm not a little girl. Mo Yu pouted. Almost. Mo Feng's voice came from the side, looking at Qin Wentian and shouting, Brother-in-law. Why, are you going out? Qin Wentian asked when he saw Mo Feng walking out. Yes. Mo Feng nodded, his eyes dodged and said, Brother-in-law, I'm going out for a walk, you go talk to Sister King Cheng. After saying that, he ran away. Mo Yu chuckled and said mysteriously, Brother-in-law, Mo Feng is going on a date, do you believe it? Believe it? Whose girl is it? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. I don't know. Mo Yu shook her head, but I have seen the girl, like a princess, very quiet and beautiful, prettier than me. Mo Feng has a crush on someone else, but he is too shy to confess. It seems that the girl is about to leave, so Mo Feng mustered up the courage to make an appointment with someone else. Maybe he will confess today. You didn't even find out the day place, did you? Qin Wentian saw the thief in Mo Yu's eyes and rolled his eyes. It must be. Mo Yu's eyes flashed, and she looked at Qin Wentian. Today, the king of Chu came to visit her brother-in-law. The girl's status was not ordinary, and the guards around her were very powerful. Dad told Mo Feng to give up. Brother-in-law is so powerful. If he was dragged with him, could he give Mo Feng courage? Brother-in-law, wait for me, I'll go call Sister Qingcheng, and we'll go for a walk outside together. Thinking of this, Mo Yu slipped away. Qin Wentian stood there and laughed. This girl actually set her sights on him. But he also likes the little guy Mo Feng, who reminds him of himself in the past. More than 10 years ago, wasn't he secretly in love with Mo Qingcheng? Now they are finally together, but Mo Feng has just started his relationship, like a reincarnation. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian showed a gentle smile, pinched Qin Zin's little face and said, "Let's go and watch my brother chasing girls, okay?" Ziner listens to uncle. Qin Zin said gently. Qin Wentian took her to fly in the sky all the way. The girl didn't cry or to make a fuss, but hugged Qin Wentian tightly, very well behaved. P.S. There was a system problem in the last chapter. 2 chapters were posted with 1 click. I have never encountered this before. I am depressed. Sorry everyone, I have to wait until the editor goes to work tomorrow to modify it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654 Conflict. Mo Yu and Mo Qingcheng came together. The little bastard followed Mo Qingcheng with his tail wagging. When he saw Ziner in Qin Wentian's arms, his eyes lit up. At this time, little Ziner was looking at Mo Qingcheng, her eyes flickering, her little mouth slightly opened, and she said to Mo Qingcheng, "Sister, are you a fairy?" Mo Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly. The child's words were simple and innocent. It was definitely not flattering for such a young girl to boast that she was a fairy. "Sister, can I hug you?" Mo Qingcheng said with a smile. "Okay." Little Ziner opened her arms and was taken by Mo Qingcheng and held in her arms. She hugged Mo Qingcheng's neck tightly, and her innocent and lovely beautiful eyes kept looking at the fairy sister in front of her. "Okay, I'm an uncle, and you're a sister." Qin Wentian said that he was very depressed. "Brother-in-law, don't be sad. How about I give you a hug?" Mo Yu opened his arms, indicating that he wanted to comfort Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and glared at the girl, which made Mo Yu smile playfully. Taking a step forward, Mo Yu held Mo Qingcheng with his left hand and Qin Wentian's arm with his right hand, and jumped forward, saying, "Let's go and see Mo Feng chasing girls." There is a restaurant in the Imperial City, which is elegant and unique. This restaurant was built 2 years ago and is located in the best location in the Imperial City. The decoration in the restaurant is elegant but not luxurious, simple and warm. The restaurant is called Ziuijiu. There are many kinds of wine here, and the price of wine is ridiculously high, but there is a strange rule. As long as you get drunk in Ziuijiu, all the wine you drink and the food you eat are free. Therefore, there are often 2 kinds of people coming to Ziuijiu. One is the person who doesn't care about the price of wine, and the other is the drunkard who loves wine. Zhujialao. Qin Wentian thought of a person when he saw the name of the restaurant. He had a faint smile on his face. Especially when he heard Mo Yu talk about the rules of this restaurant, he had a strange smile on his lips. The owner of the restaurant, could it be that guy? Zhujialao is very large, with 3 floors. The wine on the 3rd floor is the most expensive. The seats are separated by a bead curtain, and there is a lingering sound of piano. Qin Wentian and his friends came to a private room. Through the bead curtain, they could see 2 figures looming next door. They were a pair of young men and women. The boy was quite handsome, and the childishness between his eyebrows had not completely faded. The girl was dignified and elegant, wearing a white dress, giving people a sense of purity, gentleness and beauty. Her eyes were very bright and beautiful, and people couldn't help but like her. Qin Wentian and his friends were very quiet, But there was a smile on Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's faces. Mo Feng had a good eye. However, Qin Wentian felt that Mo Feng's relationship might not be smooth. In another private room, there were several figures sitting, 2 of whom were at the Xiangang realm. Their attention was also on the girl opposite Mo Feng, and they were obviously the ones protecting her. With a Xiangang realm expert as a personal guard, this girl must not be from the Chu state, and she might be from Qingzhou City. Are you really leaving? Can't you stay? Mo Feng's voice came out, looking at the girl with some reluctance. Yes. The girl nodded, and a crisp and soft voice came out, why should I stay? Mo Feng's eyes were a little disappointed, and he whispered, yes, why should you stay? Stupid, tell me it's because you want her to stay, so stupid. Mo Yu whispered softly, as if he was more anxious than Mo Feng. That guy really didn't understand the girl's mind at all. But, if I want to see you again in the future, where should I find you? Mo Feng asked with courage. Qingzhou City, my family lives in Qingzhou City. If you want to see me in the future, come to Qingzhou City to find me. The girl said gently. Okay, then I will go to Qingzhou City to find you in the future. You won't leave Qingzhou City, right? Mo Feng heard the girl tell him where her home was, and laughed heartlessly again. No, I was in a bad mood this time, so I came out to relax. My home is in Qingzhou City, how could I leave? Well, then we have a deal. I will go to Qingzhou City to find you in the future. You are not allowed to pretend that you don't know me. Mo Feng seemed to relax a little, and took a sip of wine lightly. Wine can make you brave, but today he still didn't dare to confess his feelings. She was too outstanding, which made Mo Feng feel a little inferior and dare not say what was hidden in his heart. It's hopeless. Mo Yu was almost crazy with anxiety. The 2 people next door fell silent, drinking and eating by themselves, as if they didn't know what to say. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng looked at each other and smiled. The immature feelings of the boy and girl were really simple. Brother-in-law, Mo Feng clearly said that he likes this girl and came here to confess his love today, but he doesn't dare to do it again. What a coward. Mo Yu said angrily. Her voice was so loud that Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood what Mo Yu meant. Sure enough, Mo Feng next door was stunned when he heard Mo Yu's words, and then his face flushed. He looked at the girl opposite, and saw that the girl's beautiful eyes also flashed a trace of panic, a little shy, but she did not lower her head. Although her beautiful eyes were shy, she still looked at Mo Feng, and her watery eyes made Mo Feng's heart beat faster. This girl likes Mo Feng. Qin Wentian was almost certain when he saw the girl's eyes. Brother-in-law is here too. Mo Feng's heart was beating hard at this time. Brother-in-law has always been his idol. Brother-in-law and sister Qingcheng were not blessed by others back then, but brother-in-law never gave in and compromised. He pursued all the way until today, more than 10 years later, and still brought his sister back. Thinking of this, Mo Feng's face seemed to be flushed with excitement. He looked at the girl and said, Lingayu, I like you. The girl's face turned even redder when she heard this, and her eyes were red, but a bright smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said to Mo Feng, then you must do your best. Hearing that the girl did not reject him, Mo Feng's face showed excitement. She asked him to do his best, which was to encourage him. Although Lingai did not directly agree to his pursuit, she did not object. For him, this was enough. Are you still going? Mo Feng asked. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lingayu's beautiful eyes, and she nodded. My parents won't let me stay out all the time. They have sent someone to pick me up. Won't you do your best? Come to Qingzhou City to find me later. Yes. Mo Feng's eyes were firm. Lingayu's words were enough. He looked at Lingayu with a trace of affection in his eyes. The smell of alcohol rose up, and he mustered up the courage to say, Lingayu, before you leave, can I kiss you? Lingayu's eyes blushed, looked around, pinched the corners of her clothes with both hands, and seemed to be extremely nervous. A toad wants to eat swan meat. A cold and sarcastic voice came, and then a group of figures walked over, directly pushed open the curtain and broke in. After these people appeared, Lingayu's guards in the private room next door flashed, and all of them appeared and walked to stand not far from Lingayu. Dong Yi, what do you mean? Lingyu looked at the leader who had broken in earlier. He was a young man in his 20s. His face showed a hint of anger and a hint of sarcasm. He stared at Mo Feng. Lingyu, I followed you all the way from Qingzhou City to Chu State for you. Don't I have deep feelings for you? Who is this person? He is not worthy of sitting with you. Dong Yi pointed at Mo Feng and said unceremoniously, "Why do you care about my business?" Ling Yu's face showed an angry look, staring at him. "Okay, I can't control you, but I can control him." Dong Yi's eyes shot at Mo Feng like a blade, staring at him and said, "Now kneel on the ground and say loudly that you are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I will pretend that what happened today didn't happen. You are the toad." Mo Yu broke into the private room and stared at Dong Yi. "You still have helpers." Dong Yi sneered, "Mo Feng, a descendant of the Mo family, I didn't bother with you a few times before, but you still dared to be so presumptuous. You don't have to kneel today. I'm afraid that not only you, but also the Mo family can't bear the consequences. Who are you and what qualifications do you have to threaten me?" Mo Feng stared at Dong Yi and said, "Mo Feng, you'd better kneel down honestly, otherwise the consequences will not be something that your Mo family can bear." There was another young man next to Dong Yi. It was Bu Xiao, whom Qin Wentian had seen in Xianyang City yesterday. He was Bai Kibuksu's boyfriend. Bu Xiao. Mo Feng knew Bu Xiao. He was a person sent by the Qinghai Empire to be stationed in Chu State. He had an extraordinary status. "Bu Xiao, you dare to meddle in my affairs." Ling Yu's eyes turned cold. "I naturally dare not interfere in Miss Ling Yu's affairs, but Mo Feng is indeed a bit ungrateful, and actually covets Miss Dong Yi is a guest of Qinghai Empire, so I naturally have to protect him," Bu Xiao said calmly. Dong Yi also came from Qingzhou City and was a disciple of Primordial Peak, the dominant force in Qingzhou City. He liked Ling Yu. Ling Yu looked at her guards, but heard Dong Yi looking at Mo Feng coldly and said, "Even if Ling Yu stands up for you today, she will leave soon. If you don't kneel down today, the Mo mansion will suffer unimaginable consequences because of you another day. Do you think you can escape?" Dong Yi shouted coldly, and Mo Feng's face was twisted in pain. Qinghai Empire, Qinghai Pavilion. It turned out that Ling Yu was a dominant force from Qingzhou City. Such a force made him feel suffocated. He finally understood that Ling Yu liked him, otherwise she would have directly rejected him instead of asking him to cheer up. He finally understood the meaning of the two words "come on," and also understood the reason why his father asked him to give up. It turned out that many things were not as beautiful as he imagined. The commotion here soon alarmed the entire restaurant, and many people focused their attention here. Even the owner of the restaurant showed up, a young man, and said, "Can your grievances be resolved somewhere else? Drunken immortal, even if you are a strong man in the Xiangang realm, it is better for you not to interfere in this matter," Bu Xiao said lightly, making Mo Feng feel even colder all over. Aren't they afraid of the people in the Xiangang realm? For the overlord level forces, the Xiangang realm is nothing, right? Mo Feng thought of his brother-in-law and sister King Chang next to him. He didn't want to implicate them. Chapter 655, The Spear Given by My Brother-in-Law. At 1 p.m., Wuhan has updated a chapter, titled Conflict. Many brothers said that they could not see it. There should be a problem with the system. You can try to delete the book, then search and add it to the bookshelf again, and it should be back to normal. If it still doesn't work, try to download QQ Reader again. The drunken immortal has now entered the Xiangang realm. In addition, he has a good relationship with Chu Wuwei and has a transcendent status in the Chu state, but Bu Xiao does not seem to give him much face, just because Bu Xiao is from the Qinghai Empire. Behind the Qinghai Empire stands the Qinghai Pavilion, and they really don't care about the low-level Xiangang realm figures. Dong Yi, who is next to Bu Xiao, is a disciple of Primordial Peak in Qingzhou City. He is the overlord level force in Qingzhou City. How could he care about the Chu state? Therefore, when he saw Mo Feng confessing his love to Ling Yu, the woman he likes, he rushed in directly, mocking Mo Feng for being a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and wanted Mo Feng to kneel down and beg for mercy. If Mo Feng dared not kneel today, he would make the entire Mo mansion suffer. The drunken immortal looked a little unhappy. A beautiful woman appeared beside him. She was Mu Ro, a teacher at the Imperial Star Academy. She came to Drunken Immortal's place today and didn't expect to encounter this incident. The people of the Qinghai Empire were getting more and more excessive. Now the nobles of Chu State have a very low status, because the Qinghai Empire's army is stationed in the imperial city of Chu State, and the 10 vassal states are under strict control. Mo Feng was so angry that he trembled all over. A spear appeared in his hand. The spear Qin Wentian gave him. Dong Yi's threat to him made him unbearable, But he was afraid of implicating the Mo mansion, implicating Sister King Cheng and her brother-in-law next door, and Mo Yu. The matter here has nothing to do with my family. I like Ling Yu. I will not kneel to you. If you are a man, don't implicate my family. I will fight you. Mo Feng pointed his spear at Dong Yi. Mo Feng, go. Ling Yu turned around and said to Mo Feng. Fight with Dong Yi? Mo Feng was seeking death. I won't leave. Mo Feng shook his head. Dong Yi looked at him with a sarcastic smile on his face. You are not worthy to fight with me. Since you don't kneel, who will make him kneel down? As Dong Yi's voice fell, a figure rushed towards Mo Feng. It was a strong man in the Yuanfu realm. His palm slapped out, and a huge palm print pressed down from the void. The pressure was terrifying. Mo Feng held the spear in his hand, and the star elemental force seeped into it. Then the spear pointed at the strong man who was pressed down in the void. He closed his eyes. He knew he was no match. Buzz! A bright stream of light burst out from the spear. The terrifying breath directly smashed the palm print into pieces, and then penetrated the head of the figure in the void. The man looked ashen and fell to the ground. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Mo Feng also stared at the spear in his hand, and his body trembled slightly. This is not his strength, but the power of the divine spear. This spear is so strong. Dong Yi frowned and said to the person beside him, you go. The man nodded, stepped forward, and pressed towards Mo Feng. The terrifying flame fell on Mo Feng's body. At this moment, he imitated holding the spear tightly, and the star force was injected into it crazily. He felt that the star force seemed to trigger the lines in the spear. An unprecedented sense of power filled his body, making Mo Feng feel powerful. Buzz! He took a step and stabbed the spear straight out again. There was another dazzling light. It was a silver light that had the power to penetrate everything. In just a moment, the strong man in front was still walking, and his body was penetrated by the silver light, and then fell down. The spear my brother-in-law gave me. Mo Feng was completely stunned, looking at the silver spear in his hand in a daze. What a powerful magic weapon! Muro exclaimed. Seeing this magic weapon reminded her of the extraordinary young genius in the past, the genius with terrifying attainments in the divine pattern, who changed her destiny. Ling Yu's beautiful eyes were also full of surprise. She looked at Mo Feng and asked, Mo Feng, your magic spear. My brother-in-law gave it to me. Mo Feng responded, which made Ling Yu stunned. Mo Feng's brother-in-law. Dong Yi's eyes flashed with a strange color. He looked at an old man beside him. The old man's eyes were shining and he said, I'll get it. As he said that, the old man took a step forward. In an instant, a suffocating pressure fell directly on Mo Feng's body. As soon as the old man stepped forward, Dong Yi's body was directly crushed. He actually lay on the ground and couldn't even lift the spear in his hand. The old man was in the Xiangang realm. The gap between the two was too big. Mo Feng couldn't bear it just by the pressure of momentum. Stop it! Ling Yu shouted, and the old man snorted coldly, and then a long vine whistled out and rolled directly on the magic weapon, rolling the magic weapon over in an instant. The old man held the magic spear in his hand, turned around and said to Dong Yi, it is a 4th-level magic weapon. Everyone's heart trembled. A 4th-level magic weapon. A descendant of the Chu state actually had a 4th-level magic weapon in his hand. Mo Feng, are you okay? Ling Yu walked to Mo Feng and helped him up. Mo Feng smiled bitterly and said to Ling Yu, maybe I may not be able to find you in the future. No. Ling Yu shook her head, I'm here, I won't let them touch you. But Mo Feng shook his head bitterly. With the Mo family here, he couldn't escape alone. Offending the Qingian Empire would be a disaster for the Mo family. In the house next door, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng had not made a move. It was not that they did not want to make a move, but Qin Wentian thought that Mo Feng still had a long way to go in the future. If he wanted to pursue Ling Yu, he had to rely on himself. Qin Wentian could help him and even let him marry Ling Yu. But if Mo Feng did not have the ability, he would still face pain and pressure in the future. It was good for him to feel the pressure. It was good for his growth. As a man, Mo Feng could not grow up in a greenhouse. However, Mo Feng's performance just now still satisfied Qin Wentian. He was strong and responsible. He would stand tall in the future. Mo Feng is a good child. Mo Qingcheng said with a smile. The child back then was so strong now. Yet, he's a good guy. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Little Ziner hugged Mo Qingcheng, looked at Qin Wentian, and said, Uncle, Daddy said you were very powerful last night. It seems that someone over there is bullying my brother. Uncle, can you help my brother? Yeah, okay. Qin Wentian scratched Xiner's little face. No one paid attention to this side of the curtain before, but at this moment, when the sound came over, many people looked over. There was a sound of puffing, and the bead curtain was torn to pieces. Many eyes looked here. When they saw the few people, many people's eyes froze. What a stunning person. The young man had an extraordinary demeanor. Although he didn't have an outward aura, he gave people a sense of naturalness when he sat there, and the woman had a face that could topple a country and a city. She was so beautiful that the men were stunned. They were holding a beautiful little girl like a porcelain doll, giving people the feeling that they were a happy family, which was enviable. Zhu Jiuxin and Mu Rou were both stunned, their eyes fixed on the two people, unable to move away. They had not paid attention to this side just now, and Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang just appeared in front of them. Sister, brother-in-law. Mo Yu's eyes were red. Mo Feng was bullied and his family was threatened, but she was powerless. If she had known, she would have listened to her father. Although Ling Yu was very good, she was really not suitable for Mo Feng to pursue. Is this person Mo Feng's brother-in-law? Many people showed strange colors. Bu Xiao obviously noticed Qin Wentian. When he heard Mo Yu's address to the two, his face suddenly became unhappy. Sister, brother-in-law? He was very unhappy when he saw Qin Wentian yesterday. Bai Qiuxu, whom he pursued, seemed to have some ambiguity with Qin Wentian. Today, he saw the woman next to Qin Wentian, who was so beautiful that he suffocated. She was much more beautiful than Bai Qiuxu. How could a person from the Wu Wang mansion have such virtue? How could he have a fairy-like woman? Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Mo Feng also shouted, a little ashamed. He was embarrassed today and also implicated Sister Qingchang and brother-in-law. Ling Yu beside Mo Feng looked at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang, and sighed in his heart that they were such a handsome and beautiful couple. No problem. Qin Wentian took Mo Yu's hand and walked to Mo Feng's side. He rubbed his head and said with a smile, little guy, you did well today. Mo Feng was stunned for a moment, looking at Qin Wentian in surprise. His brother-in-law was so relaxed. Was he not nervous at all? Your name is Lingayu. Qin Wentian looked at Lingayu again and asked with a smile. Yes. Lingayu nodded. For some reason, she looked at the deep eyes and felt an inexplicable confidence, as if today's things could be solved as long as this person was there. Very good girl, are you from Qingyan Pavilion? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Yes. Lingayu nodded. Are Jin Mengayu and Gong Yanghong all right? Lingayu's body trembled when she heard Qin Wentian's question, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. He actually knew Jin Mengayu and Gong Yanghong? Chapter 656 Let the Lord of the Empire come to me. Jin Mengayu and Gong Yanghong are not doing well in Qingyan Pavilion now. In fact, since the second Xiangxiang realm expert was born in Qingyan Pavilion, the old man Qingyan was squeezed out, and the entire Qingyan Pavilion began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The new leader of Qingyan Pavilion has a different personality from the old man Qingyan. He is ambitious and has a strong expansion ambition. He formed an alliance with Piaomiao Peking King's Hao City to deal with Luori Mountain, and reorganize the resources of the vassal states outside, trying to move from the most marginal area of the Great Xia dynasty to the most prosperous area of Jia's Hao City, Qin's Hao City and Wang's Hao City. There's where he competes for hegemony. I'll talk to you later. Qin Wentian saw Lingayu's eyes flickering, smiled, and looked at Zhu Jiuxin and Mu Rou, and smiled. Long time no see. Long time no see. I heard that you came back yesterday, and Wu Wei was planning to visit Mo Mansion. I don't know if you saw him. Zhu Jiuxin smiled, and everyone's expression suddenly froze. The Wu Wei mentioned by Zhu Jiuxin is likely to be Chu Wu Wei, the king of Chu. Chu Wu Wei went to visit this young man? Missed him. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. He missed him, but I did. After not seeing him for so long, you must accompany me for a few drinks. The drunken immortal laughed heartily. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. I'll join you. Mu Rou smiled brilliantly. After so many years, she didn't expect to see him again. He became more and more difficult to see through. His cultivation must be stronger than that of the drunken immortal now. In addition, the magic weapons he casually gave to Mo Feng were all 4th level magic weapons. I don't know what level his attainment of magic patterns has entered. Mu Rou, you are still so beautiful after so many years. Qin Wentian said with a smile, which made Mu Rou's pretty face blush slightly. She glanced at Mo Qingchang beside Qin Wentian and giggled. Really? Then do you want to pursue me? I will definitely agree. Oh. Qin Wentian saw Mu Ro winking at him, and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He was actually teased in return. Looking at Mo Qingchang's smiling eyes, Qin Wentian didn't dare to answer even if he was bold. Dong Yi, Bu Xiao and others saw Qin Wentian chatting with others as if no one was around, and they immediately showed interesting expressions. Dong Yi looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Are you Mo Feng's brother-in-law?" Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned and fell on Dong Yi. How could Qin Wentian have a good impression of Dong Yi, who threatened other people's families at every turn? He just glanced at him, then turned his eyes and looked at other people. Seeing that Qin Wentian ignored him, Dong Yi said coldly, "If Mo Feng doesn't kneel, you can kneel for him to atone for his sins. If you don't want to, your girlfriend can atone for her sins." Dong Yi's eyes swept to Mo Qingcheng. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Although he liked Ling Gao a little, it was impossible for him not to be moved when he saw a woman like Mo Qingcheng. Is he also from Qingyuan Pavilion? Qin Wentian looked at Ling Gao and asked. Ling Yu shook her head and replied, "People from Piaomiao Peak. No wonder they are so unscrupulous." Qin Wentian whispered, then he looked at Bu Xiao and said, "For Chuzu's sake, I won't make things difficult for you. Go away. Within 7 days, let the Lord of Qingyuan Empire come to Chu to see me. If he doesn't come within 7 days, tell him not to come." This was the first time Qin Wentian really spoke to Dong Yi, Bu Xiao and others. Just one sentence made everyone stunned. Within 7 days, let the Lord of Qingyuan Empire come to Chu to see him. If he doesn't come within 7 days, he doesn't have to come? How arrogant. Let the Lord of Qingyuan Empire come to see him, so arrogant that Bu Xiao laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Wentian as if he was a fool. Did I hear it wrong? Bu Xiao looked around. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a stupid person in Chu. Didn't he know what situation he was facing at the moment? You heard it right. A toad appeared here not long ago, and now there is another fool. Dong Yi's voice was cold. Buzz. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly turned to Dong Yi. At this moment, a terrifying look suddenly burst out from his calm eyes. In just a moment, a suffocating pressure swept through, and then a sound of hunting came out. The crowd saw that Dong Yi, who was locked in Qin Wentian's eyes, trembled all over. Then, Dong Yi's body slowly floated up, and his body was floating uncontrollably. Dong Yi looked into Qin Wentian's eyes. Those eyes were strange and powerful. Just one glance seemed to penetrate his soul, making him feel a bone-chilling cold all over his body. He struggled frantically, but found that the omnipresent power bound him and made his body float higher and higher. Ah! Dong Yi's mouth made a hoarse roar. This sudden change made everyone stunned, staring at Qin Wentian who was looking at Dong Yi. For what you did today, dying once is too easy for you. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a bloody and strange look. In just a moment, Dong Yi fell into a terrifying dream. A bloody spear pierced his body, causing Dong Yi to tremble all over and his face turned pale instantly. Dong Yi first asked Mo Feng to kneel down, then threatened the entire Mo mansion, and then threatened him, insinuating Mo Qingcheng and asking Mo Qingcheng to atone for her sins. With this one sentence, Dong Yi's death sentence has been determined. People from Piaomiao Peak? On that day in the Huangji Holy Sect, if the strong had not stopped him, he would have dared to kill Zaichu of the Zai surname. What kind of power is Piaomiao Peak? Mo Feng and Mo Yu opened their eyes wide and looked at Qin Wentian in amazement. The strength of the brother-in-law is so strong, beyond imagination. Let him go. The old man who took away Mo Feng's magic spear just now shouted, and he was seen holding Qin Wentian's spear and pointing it at Qin Wentian, his voice cold. Qin Wentian glanced at him, just a glance, and the old man felt that he saw a light sharper than a blade, cutting his body and destroying his soul. The old man's body trembled slightly, and he looked at the young man in front of him in some horror. How could there be such a strong person in this Chu state? Sir, we are from Piaomiao Peak. The old man's momentum was slightly weak, and he could only use his sect to suppress Qin Wentian. I want his life, and the others go back. If you want revenge, let the master of Piaomiao Peak come to me. Qin Wentian took a step forward, just one step, and with a plop, the old man in the Xiangang realm actually collapsed to the ground and lay down directly, feeling that his whole body was pierced by a sharp sword, and blood spit out from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked and raised his head in shock. The magic weapon spear in his hand had been thrown away. To seek revenge, He asked the master of Peak to come to him. How overbearing. This sounded a bit unreal. However, in front of such strength, he did not have the slightest thought of seeking revenge. He was afraid that if he wanted to deal with this young man, he would really have to ask the master of the peak to do it. How terrible was this young man? The others had already been shocked, and their bodies were trembling. Wherever Qin Wentian's eyes passed, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into those eyes that were like sharp swords. Dong Yi, who was suspended in the void, was shocked. He had just thought that Qin Wentian was a fool. At this moment, he himself was shocked, and his face was no longer pale. "Senior, I have no intention of offending you." Dong Yi's voice was trembling. Qin Wentian glanced at Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng turned around holding Xiao Ziner and covered her eyes. Then Qin Wentian looked over and waved his hand. With a loud bang, Dong Yi's body disappeared without a drop of blood. When Bu Xiao looked at Qin Wentian again, his eyes were a little abnormal. His body was shaking constantly, and it seemed that his body was trembling. He couldn't imagine how powerful Qin Wentian was. He could crush a person in the Xiangang realm with just one step. He finally understood why Bai Kibuksu was abnormal yesterday, and he finally understood why the woman next to Qin Wentian was so beautiful. They were not from the same world at all. When Qin Wentian looked over, Bu Xiao was stiff, as if he was waiting for judgment. "I remind you again, if you don't come in 7 days, the Lord of Qingyuan Empire, you don't have to come again," Qin Wentian said, and took a step forward. With a loud bang, Bu Xiao's body was directly knocked out by an extremely terrifying force and disappeared directly from everyone's sight. "Why don't you get out? Do you want me to treat you?" Qin Wentian glanced at the people brought by Dong Yi. Those people left the restaurant quickly as if they had been pardoned. They felt that they couldn't breathe smoothly when they stayed here. The suffocating pressure was too uncomfortable. Revenge? They didn't dare to think about this idea. They asked the Lord of Qingyuan Empire to come to see him and the Lord of Peak to seek revenge on him. How dare they have the idea of revenge? I'm afraid Dong Yi died in vain. This time he kicked the iron plate that he couldn't afford to fend. Qin Wentian didn't dare to kill them, but he was too lazy to do it. Dong Yi, the mastermind of today's incident, was in a state of horrible death without shedding a drop of blood. When he killed Dong Yi, did he see the young man frown? Brother-in-law. Mo Yu stared blankly at everything that happened in front of her. She was a little confused, really confused, and the whole person was not normal. "Ah. Brother-in-law, you have to teach me how to practice." Mo Yu rushed forward and hugged Qin Wentian's arms tightly. Today, her understanding of the world was overturned by Qin Wentian. She was born in a big family in Chu State. Her grandfather was a strong man in Xiangang realm. She was knowledgeable, but she also knew that the existence of a force like Qingyuan Empire was unimaginable, let alone Qingyuan Pavilion Peak. But Qin Wentian casually said, "Let the master of Qingyuan Empire come to see him." She has seen many young geniuses, and even many people pursued them. Those people always like to show their excellence, and their words reveal a hint of pride and arrogance, but are they called arrogance? Today, she really saw what arrogance is, and finally felt what pride is. Having such a powerful brother-in-law, that is called pride. Chu State? Did the king of Chu come to visit brother-in-law this morning? With brother-in-law here, can the entire Qingyuan Empire walk sideways in the future? Mo Yu fantasized happily, there shouldn't be any pressure. P.S. There have been problems with the chapters these days, and many brothers have spent extra book coins. Here is the third update to express my apologies. If you still can't find the first chapter conflict today, please try to delete the book from the bookshelf and search again. Chapter 657, Imperial City Earthquake. Mo Feng was even more shocked than Mo Yu. He stood there in a daze, staring at Qin Wentian. Is this the real strength of his brother-in-law? So powerful. How powerful is his brother-in-law? Ling Yu, who was beside Mo Feng, understood Qin Wentian's strength more deeply. Her face was full of surprise. Since Mo Feng's brother-in-law knew Jin Mengayu and Gong Yanghong, and also knew Qingyuan Pavilion and Peak, he should know what level these two Qingzhou City Overlord level forces were. However, he still dared to say that he would let the Lord of Qingyuan Empire come to see him in 7 days and let the Lord of Peak come to seek revenge on him. It is conceivable what level the person in front of him is at. However, he is still so young, he should not be 30 years old. Has he really achieved such a high achievement? This is incredible. Mo Feng, the spear I gave you is still thrown on the ground. Don't you plan to take it? Qin Wentian said to Mo Feng. Yes. Mo Feng hurried over to pick up the magic weapon and spear lying on the ground. He felt it was heavy. He just realized the weight of this magic weapon, a 4th level magic weapon. He was not worthy of using it now. He might have to wait until he entered the Xiangang realm before he could truly use it as his own weapon. Brother-in-law, what level is the magic weapon you gave me? Mo Yu shook Qin Wentian's arm, full of youthful vitality, and regained his former liveliness. 4th level. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mo Yu chuckled. In the entire Mo mansion, except for Sister King Chang and brother-in-law, only he and Mo Yu had 4th level magic weapons, and they were probably the most powerful among the 4th level magic weapons. Mo King Chang had been standing behind him and smiling. She walked forward, her eyes fell on Ling Gaiyu, and said with a smile, Mo Feng, won't you introduce your friend to us? Ah! Mo Feng was stunned, then scratched his head, wanting to reach out and pull Ling Gaiyu, but then retracted his hand. Ling Gaiyu seemed to feel it, and took the initiative to reach out and hold Mo Feng's hand, with a hint of shyness flashing across her face. Mo Feng's heart beat slightly, and he was a little excited. He looked at Qin Wentian and Mo King Chang who were smiling in front of him. Ling Gaiyu, this is my sister Mo King Chang. Sister King Chang was the most beautiful woman in Chu State back then, and of course, she is still the most beautiful woman now. This is my brother-in-law Qin Wentian. When I was young, my brother-in-law won the 1st place in Jianlin banquet at the age of 17. Later, Sister King Chang was killed by someone, and my brother-in-law also went out to make a living. 10 years later, he is holding Sister King Chang's hand and coming back to prepare for the wedding. Ling Gaiyu listened carefully, looking at the pair of immortal lovers in front of her. Although Mo Feng only said a few words, it still made her heart moved. She didn't expect that the two people in front of her had a sad and beautiful legendary story in their youth. 10 years later, he returned with a strong attitude and married the woman he loved in his youth. This story is so beautiful. Can her story with Mo Feng be so beautiful? Sister, brother-in-law, this is Ling Gaiyu. Mo Feng smiled heartlessly and held Ling Gaiyu's hand tightly. He must also hold his lover like his brother-in-law and never let go. Mo King Chang took out a few small bottles and handed them to Ling Gaiyu, smiling and saying, the red bottle contains the cleansing spirit pill, the blue bottle contains the molding orifice pill, and the brown bottle contains the breaking realm pill. This pill can increase the chance of breaking through the realm in the Xiangang realm. Take it later. The green bottle contains the resurrection pill. Before you enter the Xiangxiang realm, it can cure any non-toxic injuries. Don't waste minor injuries. These are the gifts for meeting you. Ling Gaiyu stared at Mo King Chang in a daze. The pill that can improve the breaking through the realm in the Xiangang realm can cure any injuries before the Xiangxiang realm. What kind of heaven-defying pill is this? Even his Qingyuan pavilion may not have it. Ling Gaiyu was a little embarrassed to reach out to take it. Ling Gaiyu, just keep it if Sister King Chang gives it to you. Mo Feng whispered. Ling Gaiyu nodded and carefully put the pill away. Looking at the fairy-like woman in front of her, she saw a hint of pampering and love in her eyes. This fairy sister really treated her as her own junior. Her eyes were so warm and made people feel very comfortable. Thank you, sister. Ling Gaiyu said obediently. I haven't prepared any gifts, Ling Gaiyu. Which of these magic weapons do you like? Just pick them up. Qin Wentian waved his hand and a row of magic weapons appeared beside him. In an instant, the entire restaurant was lit up with a dazzling and boundless light. The aura of the magic weapons made Ling Gaiyu's Xiangang realm guards feel suffocated and their breathing became rapid. They never thought that the silly boy Mo Feng, who they didn't think highly of, actually had such a powerful sister and brother-in-law, and the two seemed to be quite fond of Mo Feng. This alone was enough to change the fate of this silly boy Mo Feng. One person's success will bring prosperity to the whole family. Mo Feng's opportunity is not something that everyone has. Miss, pick it. Seeing Ling Gaiyu hesitate, her Xiangang realm guards were depressed. The magic weapons in front of them were probably very high-level 4th-level magic weapons, and they might even be 4th-level top grade. Let Ling Gaiyu choose, and the lady was still standing there stupidly. Ling Yu stepped forward, picked out a magic sword and a magic garment, one for attack and one for defense, and then smiled gently at Qin Wentian. That's it. Take this wing too. Qin Wentian smiled, waved his hand, and dropped a magic wing in front of Ling Yu. This magic weapon would give Ling Yu a speed advantage. Okay. Ling Yu blushed slightly and nodded. Qin Wentian put away the magic weapon and took out the golden scroll and handed it to Ling Yu. These are space scrolls. They can be used to move a certain distance in space. Put them away. Ling Yu's guards trembled again. How rich were this couple? They actually gave away such precious things in bulk. How could Ling Yu not understand the preciousness of these gifts after hearing Qin Wentian's words? She blushed, looked at the gentle smile in Qin Wentian's eyes, and shouted, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Yes. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang smiled at each other. They felt comfortable when Ling Yu called them sister and brother-in-law. They would not interfere with the relationship between Mo Feng and Ling Yu, but would only do what they could. Ling Yu's address was already a tacit acknowledgement of her relationship with Mo Feng. Sister, brother-in-law, you are biased. Mo Yu waited until then to chuckle, with a tendency to take advantage of the situation. You will definitely get one later. Mo Qingqiang glared at the girl, and then Mo Yu smiled contentedly. Xiner wants one too. Little Xiner and Mo Qingqiang's arms looked at Mo Qingqiang with her eyes. Seeing that cute look, Mo Qingqiang smiled and pinched her little face. Okay, Xiner will have one too, of course. Fairy sister is so nice. Little Xiner touched Mo Qingqiang's face with her little hand and smiled happily. Seeing this scene, everyone smiled. This scene made people feel a faint warmth. Sit down and chat? Qin Wentian saw that everyone was still standing, and looked at the drunk fairy and Mu next to him, and said with a smile, "How many drinks?" "Okay, I'll go get the wine." The drunk fairy smiled and turned away. The group sat down one after another, and Ling Yu's guards retreated very tactfully. Although there were strong men in the Xiangang realm among them, who could have been kings in Chu state, but in front of the couple in front of him, if they were not his relatives and friends, the Xiangang realm would probably not be qualified to sit with him. The drunk fairy took the best wine hidden in the wine cellar. It was sweet and delicious when it entered the mouth, but it was hot in the stomach, and even fatally tempered the veins in the body. Those who drank it could all feel the effect of this wine. I knew you were a dragon and phoenix among men in the past. After 10 years of separation, I can only look up to you. If I had known, I would have followed you out like Chu Mang. The drunk fairy drank a glass of wine and sighed. You are the immortal of wine, free and unrestrained by nature, destined to be unfettered. Even if you could do it all over again, you would not go with me. Qin Wentian said with a smile, as if he saw through the character of the drunken immortal. I didn't expect that. Besides Wu Wei, you know me better. The drunken immortal smiled and said, thinking back to the Junlin banquet, Wu Wei and I bet on you. At that time, we didn't think we could win, but we didn't expect the ending to be more exciting than we imagined. The drunken immortal drank a few more glasses and talked about the past. Muriel listened quietly on the side. She seemed very silent. Perhaps she didn't know what to say. Could it be that she had a crush on the young man in front of her 10 years ago? Seeing that he and Mo Qingqiang were sitting together now, Muriel could only send her sincere blessings in her heart. They were destined to be a fairy couple. When Qin Wentian and the others were chatting in the drunken restaurant was already boiling. A piece of news spread rapidly towards the imperial city of Chu State, with the drunken restaurant as the center. 10 years later, Qin Wentian, the first at the Junlin banquet, and Mo Qingqiang, the most beautiful woman in Chu State, returned to Chu State hand in hand. In the drunken restaurant, Qin Wentian had a conflict with the people of Qingyuan Empire and Piaomiao Peak. He killed one person forcefully and drove the others away. He left a wild statement, saying that he would let the master of Qingyuan Empire come to see him within 7 days. Obviously, the matter of the drunken restaurant was quite a big deal, and it was not hidden from the people drinking in the restaurant. The news spread at a terrifying speed, shocking the imperial city of Chu. It has been more than 10 years. Although Qin Wentian has been gone for a long time, his story is still mentioned from time to time. The reason why Chu Wuwei has been in charge of Chu in the past 10 years is only because of a word from Qin Wentian. How can the return of such a person not shock the imperial city of Chu? The outside world was shocked, but the restaurant was still calm. Not long after, King Chu Wuwei brought people to the drunken restaurant in person, which shocked the hearts of the people in the drunken restaurant again. The rumors about that year were indeed true. As soon as Qin Wentian appeared, Chu Wuwei came to visit in person. Chu Wuwei and Chu Mang appeared in the restaurant together. Qin Wentian was naturally happy. Brother Chu Mang really went back to Chu State first. It seemed that his feelings for his brother Chu Wuwei had not changed at all. Long time no see. Chu Wuwei was still unrestrained and said to Qin Wentian with a smile. Long time no see. Qin Wentian stood up, hugged Chu Mang and said with a smile, Brother Chu Mang, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Chu Mang also hugged Qin Wentian tightly and smiled honestly. Chu Wuwei saw the relationship between the two and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Chapter 658, Come and meet me. Brother Chu Mang, did Fatty Fanal and Yu Yang separate from you a long time ago? Qin Wentian thought of his companions, and Chu Mang nodded. We all separated when we left the Huangji Holy Land, but they agreed to leave messages in the Washuang realm. If we go to the Washuang realm, we should be able to find them. Well, King Cheng and I will have a wedding soon. If those guys dare not come to support me, I will definitely not let them off. Qin Wentian said with a smile. He first went back to Chu with King Cheng, but he also had to go to the Great Xia dynasty. One reason was to invite his companions to come, and the other was that he had to do something else. If they dare not come to your wedding, I will not let those guys go. Chu Mang smiled happily. Are Qin Wentian and Mo King Cheng finally getting married? I am so happy. When they heard that Qin Wentian went to Dangwon Palace alone, their companions were very sad. Fortunately, everything is over. Now Qin Wentian should not care about Dangwon Palace. He is a disciple of his Hanjian sect and the adopted son of the emperor of the ancient country Yi. With just one word, Dangwon Palace can be destroyed. Chu Mang has been away from Huangji Holy Land for some time. He doesn't know that Qin Wentian has left Hanjian sect. In order to avoid friction with Huangji Holy Sect in the future and affect Zhanjian Sect, after all, Zhanjian Sect is affiliated with Huangji Holy Sect. The group sat down again and exchanged greetings for a while. Qin Wentian looked at Chu Wuwei and asked, What's going on with Qinghai Empire? As he said that, he glanced at Lingayu. Lingayu was from Qinghai Pavilion, and she should know something. I went to the Mo Mansion this morning. I wanted to talk to you about this. The Qinghai Empire was created by the Qinghai Pavilion. Its purpose was to gather the 10 subordinate countries. It also wanted to merge the 10 countries into one and merge them all into the Qinghai Empire. The control over the 10 countries is quite strict. As for the Qinghai Pavilion, I can't get in touch with it. Chu Wuwei responded. Ling Yu nodded. Ling Yu, is this what Elder Qinghai meant? Qin Wentian asked. Ling Yu looked at Qin Wentian in surprise, but at this moment she could accept that Qin Wentian knew Elder Qinghai. After all, Qin Wentian's performance before should have entered a very high level, and it is very likely that he had contact with the upper echelons of the Qinghai Pavilion. Old man Qinghai left Qinghai Pavilion a long time ago. After the destruction of Jiutian Palace, the second Xiangxiang realm powerhouse was born in Qinghai Pavilion. He proclaimed himself Qinghai Supreme and was very powerful. He competed with Old Man Qinghai for the control of Qinghai Pavilion. Old Man Qinghai lost, so he left Qinghai Pavilion to travel. With 2 Xiangxiangs born in one sect, the Qinghai Pavilion should have risen. How could an internal fight happen? Qin Wentian asked puzzledly. The reason why the Dai Chen family was so powerful in the past was because there were 3 Xiangxiang masters in charge. The existence of a Xiangxiang realm powerhouse was of great significance to the overlord-level power of the Great Xia dynasty. Qinghai Supreme is powerful and ambitious. He and Old Man Qinghai do not have a harmonious relationship. He needs absolute control over the sect. Although he will not do anything to those who disagree with his opinion, he will make them become a branch of Qinghai Pavilion without power. Guangyang Hong and Jin Mengayu, they seemed to oppose the establishment of Qinghai Empire at the beginning, and now they have no say in Qinghai Pavilion. Qin Wentian's expression was raised. It seems that this newly born Qinghai Supreme is powerful and has a strong desire for control. Although Old Man Qinghai has long been in the realm of celestial phenomena, strength cannot be calculated by the time of becoming a celestial phenomenon. In the realm of celestial phenomena, the gap between different celestial phenomena may be huge. The status of my lineage has also been weakened a lot. The people above hope that I will marry someone from Piaomio Peak to promote the relationship between the two forces. Moreover, this kind of marriage has happened many times, so there's Donggai's entanglement. It is because of this matter that I came out to relax. Ling Yu said with her head down. Her lineage has an extraordinary status in Qinghai Pavilion, but now she still has to obey the orders of Qinghai Supreme. I see. Qin Wentian nodded, and he smiled at Lingayu and said, Lingayu, don't go back to Qinghai Pavilion for the time being. Go to Chu for a while and let Mo Feng accompany you. Your family will understand you in the future. Ling Yu seemed to feel a hint of something unusual when she heard Qin Wentian's words. Seeing Qin Wentian's concerned eyes, she didn't want to refuse. Qin Wentian must be doing this for her good, so she nodded, okay. Chu Wuwei didn't continue to talk about the Qingyuan Empire. Since Qin Wentian already knew about it, the Qingyuan Empire was naturally no longer a problem. While they were chatting, people came to Zhu Jinglao one after another. Many heads of large families in Chu came to visit in person, including the family of Mu Rou and the strong man of Shanbin Pavilion that Qin Wentian had met in the past. However, An Liuan didn't come. She should have left Chu a long time ago. Among the major families, only Mu Rou's father and the head of the Divine Weapon Pavilion were invited to the restaurant. The others were waiting outside but did not dare to have any thoughts. Chu Wuwei, the king of Chu, had condescended to visit them personally. How could they be angry waiting outside? However, when the other people came to the restaurant, Qin Wentian went out to greet them personally. Looking at the figures in front of him, Qin Wentian bowed and said, Old Gu, Senior Ren, teacher, Wentian is planning to go to the academy to pay respects to the elders. Qin Wentian had the idea of going to the Imperial Star Academy with Mo Qingcheng when he returned to the Imperial City from Xianyang City, but he happened to be dragged here by Mo Yu, and the people from the Imperial Star Academy took the initiative to come. Haha, Wentian, why should you be polite to us old guys? Ren Qianxing hurriedly stepped forward to hold Qin Wentian back from saluting. He had heard from Mo Xiang about some of the things Qin Wentian had done outside, which turned the entire Great Xia dynasty upside down. If it was based on strength, he should have called Qin Wentian a senior. Boy, what did you call me? Gulao stood on the back of the monster mount, his arms folded across his chest, looking at Qin Wentian with a smile. Qin Wentian smiled, bowed again, and said, Wentian says hello to Grandpa. Haha, good, good. Gulao also came forward to support Qin Wentian's body, his face full of smiles. Grandpa, King Cheng was planning to go see you, are you okay? Mo Qingcheng handed Xiao Ziner to Mo Yu. She walked forward and hugged Gulao's arm, as if she had returned to her teenage years. Good, very healthy, I was just about to blame you, you shut Grandpa up first. Gulao rubbed Mo Qingcheng's head lovingly, and Mo Qingcheng smiled softly. Teacher, are you okay? Qin Wentian looked at Mo Xiang and smiled. What can be wrong with me? It's your senior sister Ruohan, who is probably still busy with your things outside. Mo Xiang said with a smile. I will take my sister back to Chu in a few days. Qin Wentian said with a smile, King Cheng and I are getting married soon. Teacher, you must also witness it as my elder. Okay, my old bones can still bear the pain. I'll wait. Mo Xiang nodded happily. His most outstanding disciple was finally going to marry the former most beautiful woman in Chu. Mo Qingcheng was the granddaughter of his teacher, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu coughed a few times, causing Mo Xiang to smile awkwardly and said, Teacher, I'll run errands for you. You useless guy, you are Wentian's teacher. This time, I'll give you a chance. On the wedding day, you and I will be on equal footing. Mr. Gu said jokingly, and everyone laughed. The relationship between the three generations made people feel warm. The private rooms in the restaurant were a little full, and everyone surrounded Qin Wentian and asked many questions. They were very happy and it took a long time for them to leave. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng returned to the Mo mansion together. Mo Feng also tricked Ling Yu to visit the Mo mansion. The Mo family was of course very happy. The next day, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng were busy helping Xiao Ziner, Mo Feng, Mo Yu, Ling Yu and others to change their physiques as much as possible. Xiao Ziner was the youngest and the easiest to shape. With Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng around, this little girl should be able to communicate with the martial stars in the three heavens when she is 10 years old. Another day passed, and Qin Xuan led the people of the Qin mansion to the Mo mansion in the Imperial City. The whole Qin mansion family prepared a thick betrothal gift. Although it could not be compared with the wealth of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, it represented the intentions of Qin Xuan and the entire Qin mansion. They all tried their best to make this wedding perfect. The Mo family was of course happy. They held a big banquet. The nobles of the Chu Imperial City came to congratulate them. The two families also set the date for the wedding. For this reason, the royal family announced to the world that a banquet would be held in the whole city on the day of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng's wedding to entertain all those who set foot in the Chu Kingdom's Imperial City. At the same time, All the forces of the Chu kingdom would be dispatched to maintain order and control the number of people entering the imperial city. The Chu kingdom was shocked. Countless people who had heard of Qin Wentian's name rushed to the capital of Chu, wanting to see how grand this wedding could be. The king of Chu even announced to the world that a banquet would be held in the whole city. When the news of the wedding was announced, Qin Wentian personally wrote a letter of invitation, and then summoned a number of star war beasts that were good at speed, and let them hold the invitations and rush to the Huangji Holy Land. Now the star war beasts summoned by Qin Wentian are the top demon beasts in the Xiangang realm. The vastness of the star energy is enough to support them to cross the distance between the Chu kingdom and the Huangji Holy Land. It just takes some time. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang are together for a reason. The two stay together every day, holding Zio, and travel around the Chu kingdom's imperial city like ordinary people, enjoying the fun of ordinary people. Until one day, a group of strong men descended in the sky above the Chu palace. 9 powerful Xiangang realm monsters pulled a dragon sedan chair. In the dragon sedan chair stood a domineering figure wearing a crown. It was the lord of the Qinghai Empire. The moment these people descended on the Chu palace, the palace shook. In the void, a terrifying aura burst out from the strong men of the Qinghai Empire and they shouted, "Chu Minister Chu Wuwei, come and receive us quickly." This voice shook the area within dozens of miles around the palace and made countless people look up in the direction of the Chu palace. The lord of the Qinghai Empire would arrive within 7 days. Chapter 659, Kill with One Sword. The lord of Qinghai Empire was appointed by the Supreme of Qinghai Pavilion. He controls the land of 10 countries and is powerful. He is a staunch supporter of the Supreme of Qinghai. Even in Qinghai Pavilion, his status is not low. He is an elder in Qinghai Pavilion. He now guards one side and controls 10 countries. He has great power. He has collected the wealth of 10 countries and married many women from 10 countries. He is living a carefree life. He is making drastic moves and preparing to annex the 10 countries, making them one, removing the names of their countries and incorporating them into Qinghai Empire. At that time, he will truly command the empire and become the overlord of one side. This is much happier than the days in Qinghai Pavilion before. Due to his age, he has been stuck in the peak realm of the 7th level of Xiangang for many years. In Qinghai Pavilion, he has always been suppressed. Now, the sky is finally high and the birds fly freely. However, he did not expect that in the land of Chu, someone dared to be so unscrupulous and asked him to come here 7 days ago, otherwise he would not have to come. As the lord of the empire, with Qinghai Pavilion backing him up, he wanted to see who dared to be so rampant. Chu Minister Chu Wuwei, come and welcome the emperor. With a loud shout, the Chu palace shook, and a huge uproar seemed to be set off in the imperial city. In the palace, figures stepped forward one after another. After a while, many people appeared here. Chu Mang came with Chu Wuwei, accompanying Chu Wuwei. Chu Wuwei looked at the lord of Qinghai Empire and said, "Chu Wuwei respectfully welcomes His Majesty of Qinghai Empire." The lord of Qinghai Empire was still sitting in the dragon sedan chair. He stared at Chu Wuwei with sharp eyes. Beside him, a strong man in silver-white armor held an imperial edict and announced, "In accordance with the order of His Majesty, the ministers of Chu are arrogant and rebellious. Starting today, the name of Chu will be removed and it will be designated as Chu County, which will be directly under the jurisdiction of Qinghai Empire. Chu Wuwei, follow us to Qinghai Empire, and someone will take over Chu County." As soon as these words came out, the palace was in an uproar. Many people were shocked and their faces changed drastically. Qinghai Empire officially withdrew Chu state, and it was so fierce. "Your Majesty, although our Chu state was once a vassal state of Qinghai Empire, it is still an independent country. I am sorry that I cannot obey your order," Chu Wuwei said calmly. "How dare you?" the strong man shouted fiercely, and Chu Mang stepped out and stood in front of Chu Wuwei. His expression was cold, his momentum burst out, and he was full of arrogance. "Not bad, there are people in Chu state who have such cultivation, no wonder they dare to be so arrogant." The lord of Qinghai Empire walked out of the dragon sedan, wearing an imperial robe and a crown on his head, looking very majestic. He swept his eyes across the Chu state palace and said with a smile, "From today on, the men in the Chu county palace will be exiled from the Qinghai Empire, and all the young women will be sent to the Qinghai Empire for further distribution." Everyone in the Chu state palace was shocked, and the woman's face was as pale as paper. The lord of Qin Empire was so cruel that he wanted to distribute the people in the Chu state palace as objects, and simply did not regard them as people. The men were exiled, and the women were sent to the Qin Empire for further distribution. How to distribute them? Send them all away? Strong and domineering, the lord of Qin Empire seemed to be using iron-blooded means to intimidate Chu state, so that other countries would not dare to have the idea of resistance. The Qin Empire had the power to suppress everything, and those who resisted would never have a good end. This is a beautiful country, it's not bad. It's said that the women in Chu County are beautiful. I don't know if it's true or not. The lord of Qin Empire spoke lightly, his expression was full of majesty, and people dared not resist. Chu Mang was in a violent aura, and was about to fight, but he heard a voice rolling in with a storm in the distance, which seemed to reveal a terrifying pressure. I asked you to come to Chu within 7 days, so that you can repent, not to show off your power. After this voice fell, there seemed to be a terrible sword storm between heaven and earth. The crowd stared at the distance with a horrified look, and then they saw a king's sword with endless sword power coming violently, rolling up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. Above the Chu palace, the wind and clouds changed, and the sword energy was raging, as if tearing open the sky and destroying the void. This sword is huge, suppressing everything, destroying everything, and heading straight for the lord of Qin Empire. Your Majesty, be careful. The expressions of the people in Qin Empire changed drastically. Even the lord of Qin Empire was horrified. That sword power was simply irresistible. I am the lord of the Qin Empire, appointed by the supreme Qin. How dare you be so presumptuous? The lord of the Qin Empire shouted loudly, and the giant sword arrived, tearing everything apart. The strong men of the Qin Empire stepped forward to resist, only to see the giant sword roaring past, and their bodies were all torn apart, turning into a bloody rain. The lord of the Qin Empire looked ugly, and shouted loudly, and the giant sword descended, as if the sky was about to collapse. This sword was Wuming Xiangang. The lord of the Qin Empire had a monstrous aura, and Wuming Xiangang bloomed wildly, but the king's sword swept past, destroying everything. He looked horrified and wanted to escape, but saw the sword directly pressed on him, and a puffing sound came out, and the terrifying madness directly tore his body apart, leaving no bones. Bang! A loud noise shook the void, and the sword of Wuming Xiangang suppressed the world. The people from the Qin Empire felt the power of the sword and watched the lord of the Qin Empire die. Their bodies all trembled violently, their faces were ashen, and their faces were pale. With one sword, the lord of Qin Empire was killed directly. Below, the people in the palace of Chu state were also dazed, and they only felt that what was happening in front of them was so dreamy. When the lord of Qin Empire came, he was so arrogant, like he was the king of the world, turning Chu state into Chu county, exiling men from the palace, and allocating young women. He was simply invincible. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed on the spot with one sword, and he didn't even have the opportunity to argue. Using Qin Supreme to suppress others? The killer ignored him completely and killed him without mercy. There were also many people outside the palace looking over here. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. The lord of Qin Empire, the master of the empire, controls 10 countries, is supreme, powerful, rampant, kill with one sword. In the distance, a figure in white walked over. At first glance, this person had a faint sense of demonic handsomeness. Looking into his eyes, it seemed that one could be intoxicated by it. This young man would never be more than 30 years old, but it was him who killed the lord of Qin Empire with one sword. Is he the Qin Wentian who asked the lord of Qin Empire to come within 7 days? More than 10 years ago, he won the first place in the Jiutian banquet. Now he has returned with Mo Qingchen, the most beautiful woman in Chu state. He will get married in his hometown of Chu state. The king of Chu will announce it to the world and a banquet will be held in the whole city. If I remember correctly, he should be 28 years old this year. He will return to his hometown in glory and get married in Chu state. The lord of Qin Empire comes to Chu state to be presumptuous, and he will be killed with one sword. What a style! Everyone had different thoughts and feelings. They saw the giant sword roaring back. Everyone in the Qin Empire trembled in their hearts, but saw the sword directly return to Qin Wentian's body. It did not kill them, but the crowd was still frightened. Go back and report to Supreme Qin. Tell him that I, Qin Wentian, will be getting married in the state of Chu. Ask him to come to Chu to watch the ceremony. Qin Wentian looked at everyone and said coldly. In the past, he transformed into Dapan and invited Old Man Qingyuan with Fairy King Mei to attack Jiutian Palace and destroy it. Although they did not reveal their identities at that time, the top figures of Qingyuan Pavilion must have known that the Lord of the Qingyuan Empire was so out of touch with the news that he came to Chu to die. However, as the controller of Qingyuan Pavilion today, Supreme Qingyuan believed that as long as these people's words were conveyed, Supreme Qingyuan would definitely know who Qin Wentian was. Everyone had different looks, but their hearts were filled with great turmoil. Could it be that this person was not even afraid of the Supreme Qingyuan? Otherwise, how could he dare to kill the Lord of the Qingyuan Empire directly, and dare to ask the Supreme Qingyuan to come to watch the ceremony? Okay. The crowd responded, and turned away one by one. They came with boundless arrogance, but when they left, they were like dogs that had lost their homes. The Lord of the Empire was killed by a sword. This was a ridiculous thing. It was sad that they had just announced the imperial decree to make Chu State the Chu County, but now it seemed like a joke. Chu Wuwei watched all this happen calmly, but his heart was also filled with turmoil. From Chu Mang's mouth, he knew about Qin Wentian's situation outside, but seeing with his own eyes that the unyielding young man at the Junlin banquet that year was so powerful, he still felt like he was dreaming. Not only him, but everyone in the Chu Palace felt a dream. Qin Wentian nodded to Chu Mang and others, then turned and left. Killing the Lord of the Qingyuan Empire was insignificant to him. His death was enough to let Qingyuan Supreme and the Lord of Piaomio Peak know about Qin Wentian's existence, and that he, Qin Wentian, had returned to Chu. The incident in the palace instantly caused a stir in Chu. Qin Wentian's name once again resounded throughout Chu, causing an uproar. Countless people were excited when they talked about him. He had not yet appeared, but he killed the Lord of Qingyuan Empire with one sword. What a graceful demeanor. After hearing about this, the Mo Mansion, Qin Mansion, Emperor Star Academy and other forces were trembling in their hearts again, and they could not calm down for a long time. How strong is Qin Wentian now? He dared to ask Qingyuan Supreme to come to watch the ceremony. However, a few days later, when many powerful people such as Gong Yanghong of Qingyuan Pavilion came to Chu to visit Qin Wentian, who caused the turmoil in Chu, was no longer there and left the imperial city of Chu. The great Xia dynasty is vast and endless. In the vast void, a figure in white is flying alone on a sword, howling in the void. This figure in white overlooks the vast land below. An array of memories flashes in his eyes. Chu is his hometown, and the land of Great Xia is where he grew up. He set foot on the land of Great Xia at the age of 18 and grew up in this area. Too many things happened. Now, he has returned to this land. This time, he wants to settle the affairs of Great Xia and Chu together. In the Great Xia of today, the major hegemonic forces still rule and divide this ancient dynasty. Except for the destruction of the former Jiutian family and Jiutian Palace, other hegemonic forces are still powerful. Even though the Danyuan Palace encountered a strong storm, as the former Zhen Yu came to the Danyuan Palace with the name of Huangji Shengzong to recruit outstanding children from all over the world, the Danyuan Palace has recovered its vitality in the past few years and is still one of the strongest forces. The Ouyang family in Kangzhou City has also developed well in recent years and has strong strength. However, a former outstanding descendant, Yan Kuongshen, is now at odds with the family, but not many people pay attention to it. At the same time, there is an undercurrent in the Great Xia dynasty. It is rumored that they want to revive the Kang Palace ruled by the former Emperor Kang. One is bright and the other is dark, as if there are two Kang palaces. Chapter 660 Convening. Kangzhou City, Wushuang Realm, as in the past, does not ask about external affairs. The genius disciples of the Great Xia dynasty come to Wushuang Realm to practice. As long as they pass the test of Wushuang Realm will accept them. One day, an uninvited guest came to Wushuang Realm. Many outstanding disciples of Wushuang Realm looked at the visitor with a hint of curiosity. Although this person is young, he has extraordinary temperament and does not want to learn from the younger generation at all. His cultivation should be not weak. You are here. At this time, a figure appeared. It was the strong man who had tested Qin Wentian in the past. He looked at Qin Wentian and felt that he could not see through him. He was quite frightened in his heart. "Senior, do you know that I will come back?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "Why do you need to call me senior now?" The man shook his head and said, "They are all waiting for you." "They? Qin Wentian was startled again, and then he saw the man turned around and said, "Come with me." Qin Wentian nodded, followed the other person and walked out, and came to a main peak of one of the 36 mountains. At the top of the peak, Qin Wentian saw a series of figures appearing in front of him, and he was stunned. Family, Yun Mengai, Qin Zheng, Mu Feng, they were all there, but Ouyang Kuangsheng from Kang's house city did not show up. This made Qin Wentian feel a little unusual. These people had their own plans when they left the royal Holy Land, but now they gathered together. Something must have happened. Boss, you are back. If you don't come, we don't know what to do. Fatty Fan Li seemed to be worried, with a faint look of worry on his face. What happened? Qin Wentian landed on the main peak and asked. Damn Ouyang family. Family cursed softly. I was displeased with them from the beginning. They were treacherous and betrayed the alliance because of Zhen Yu's appearance. Now the Ouyang family has 3 Xiangxiang realm powerhouses, and their strength is even stronger than before. They are getting more and more excessive. They want to form an alliance with the Zhang family and join hands with it to dominate the Great Xia dynasty. Their ambitions are huge. The Ouyang family and the Zhang family have always had a good relationship, and they advance and retreat together. Ouyang Kuangsheng is even engaged to Jiang Ting. Now that the Dai Chen family has been destroyed, it is no surprise that the Ouyang family wants to rise and dominate. Qin Wentian said. It's not surprising, but because of the fact that Patriarch Ouyang betrayed the covenant, Ouyang Kuangsheng had a disagreement with him, and then he left. The Ouyang family had already crossed Ouyang Kuangsheng out of the core training list. This time, after Ouyang Kuangsheng came back, he had a fierce conflict with the Ouyang family again, and even fought with a genius that the Ouyang family is focusing on training now, and injured him, which angered the Ouyang family, and they removed Ouyang Kuangsheng from the Ouyang family. Family said angrily. Then what? Qin Wentian's eyes became sharp. Qin Zheng, you say? Fatty Fanel said to Qin Zheng next to him. Qin Zheng took over and said, the man who was beaten by Ouyang Kuangsheng is called Yang Zichen. He's a rising prodigy of the Ouyang family. He has reached the 6th level of Xiangang. After Ouyang Kuangsheng went out, he has been pursuing and pestering Jiang Ting. The expression on Qin Wentian's face changed slightly. He understood at this moment that Ouyang Kuangsheng was flamboyant and free-spirited by nature. He was not a person who coveted power. He also disdained the power of the Ouyang family. He did not come back to covet the power and status of the Ouyang family. He just did it for his love Jiang Ting. He said that as long as Jiang Ting's heart did not change, he would come back to marry Jiang Ting. But now, Yang Zichen pestered Jiang Ting. With Ouyang Kuangsheng's character, how could he give up? However, Qin Wentian also guessed that Ouyang Zichen's pursuit of Jiang Ting was probably not just Ouyang Zichen's own intention, but also the will of the Ouyang family. Just like they hoped that Ouyang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting would be together, now that Ouyang Kuangsheng is out of control, they hope that someone will replace Ouyang Kuangsheng and be with Jiang Ting, and marry into the Jiang family. Sure enough, Fan Li said angrily, a few days ago, the Ouyang family and the Jiang family announced that Ouyang Zichen will marry Jiang Ting. The time is set in 9 days, and all the forces in Kang's house city are invited to witness it together. Qin Wentian heard this and a cold light flashed in his eyes. No wonder Fan Li and the others gathered here. It turned out to be for Ouyang Kuangsheng's matter. However, with their strength, they could not change anything in front of the overlord-level forces. Ouyang must be going crazy. Qin Wentian asked, where's he now? When he and Mo Qingchang fell in love, Ouyang Kuangsheng was already with Jiang Ting. After more than 10 years of relationship, Jiang Ting must have loved him deeply. Otherwise, if Jiang Ting was willing, Ouyang Kuangsheng would definitely give up and go far away. Jiang Ting was obviously forced, and the other party might use Ouyang Kuangsheng to threaten Jiang Ting. The purpose of this marriage is to express the common will of the two hegemonic forces to compete for the will of the Great Xia dynasty. It doesn't matter whether Jiang Ting is willing or not. Although she has an important position in the Jiang family, she is not the heir candidate and is destined to be sacrificed for this will of hegemony. She is under house arrest by the Ouyang family. Qin Zheng said. What should I do? Family looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with indifference. He returned to Great Xia and wanted to fight in the Dangwang Palace for the first battle. However, it seems that the change in the situation in Great Xia started from Kang's house city. Wait for me in Wushuang realm. I'll go out for a while. Qin Wentian said to everyone. There are still 9 days left, which should be enough. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and he left directly. He came and went like the wind, which made Fanala and others stunned and speechless. 2 days later, in a bamboo forest in Yaozhou City, there seemed to be a small city in the area. It seemed to be a quiet small city, but monsters occasionally rose and fell. Qin Wentian looked at this small city of only a few dozen miles, and a strange color flashed in his heart. It seemed that Fairy King Wei had made this secret place into the command place of Kangwang Palace. This Kangwang Palace was named by him for the integrated forces when he left. Who is coming? Qin Wentian's figure had not fallen yet, and suddenly many women suddenly appeared in the quiet small city. They were all covered with green veils, and their identities were mysterious. They surrounded Qin Wentian faintly. Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian said. As soon as he finished speaking, the women's eyes froze and they looked at Qin Wentian hesitantly. You're back. A voice came from the air below, and then Qin Wentian saw a still charming figure appear. After 2 or 3 years, Fairy King Wei's face remained the same, without any change. I haven't met the palace master yet. Fairy King Wei said to the women. I meet the palace master. The women bowed one after another. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that the murderous intent that had just emerged below disappeared in an instant. Many figures appeared one after another. They stood in the air below and looked up at the young man in the void. Is this the most legendary young man in the great Xia dynasty in these years? Greetings to the palace master. Everyone bowed and saluted Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at the people below with a smile on his face. The strength of the people in front of him was not bad, much stronger than when he left. Qin Wentian saw a figure in a red dress standing in the crowd. She had a sexy figure, an elegant and beautiful face, and a gentle smile on her lips, staring at him. Everyone, just do your own things. Don't worry about me. Qin Wentian said lightly. Then he walked down and landed in front of the figure in the red skirt. He smiled softly. Senior sister, how have you been these years? I stayed here to help you, and you tortured me to lose weight. Ruahun giggled. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and she was still fascinating. Qin Wentian looked at Ruahun's sexy and charming figure. Her plump parts were full of temptation. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Senior sister still has such a good figure. How can you lose weight? Ruahun walked up and helped Qin Wentian straighten his collar. Her red lips curled up slightly, and she exhaled like orchids. She smiled and said, You are still so good at talking, and you are getting more and more beautiful. Do you miss your senior sister? Sister, don't seduce me every time. Qin Wentian said with a wry smile, and Ruahun laughed even more charmingly. What does it matter? Anyway, your girlfriend is not here. Senior sister won't blame you for what you want to do. Qin Wentian's face was dark. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Ruahun took a few steps back and let him go. Didn't Kinger come back with you? Fairy King Wei asked. When Qin Wentian heard Fairy King Wei's words, his expression darkened and he didn't know how to start. Kinger is like a dragon that is hard to find. She doesn't want to see me, and I can hardly find her myself. Qin Wentian said with a wry smile. Fairy King Wei knew Kinger best. She also knew about Kinger's extraordinary life experience. When she heard Qin Wentian's words, a strange color flashed in her eyes, but she didn't ask much. She said, Are you ready to fight for Daksha this time? It's been so long, it's time to fulfill Senior Kangwang's wish. Qin Wentian nodded and said, Senior King Wei, I will set the first battle in Kangzhou City. All the strong men of Kangwang Palace must gather in Kangzhou City within 6 days. You can come to Wushuang Realm to find me. Can you make it? 6 days? No problem. Fairy King Wei nodded, and a charming smile flashed in her deep eyes. Do you want to call the Zuan'an Palace? If the Zuan'an Palace is interested, then let's go together. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Are you going to stay here or go back to Kangzhou City for the time being? Fairy Queen Mei asked. The people from the White Deer Academy and the Punishment Hall are not far from here. Some of them should want to see you. Okay, then I'll stay here for a day. Qin Wentian nodded. Fairy Queen Mei smiled and said, Go and arrange a resting place for the sect master. Fairy, why bother making other arrangements? Just stay with me. Are you? Oh, Huan giggled. Ahem. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines again. I mean, living in the same courtyard. What are you thinking, junior brother? Ruahun looked at Qin Wentian with charming eyes and a smile. Qin Wentian fled in panic. Only senior sister Ruahun could bully him like this. Bai Luai was much more well-behaved than Ruahun. She was still so pure and beautiful, with big beautiful eyes. After meeting Qin Wentian, she just chatted with Qin Wentian, talked about love, and occasionally discussed divine patterns. However, after only chatting for an hour, Qin Wentian sent Bai Luai away. Perhaps Bai Luai didn't know what to say, or perhaps the look in Bai Luai's pure and beautiful eyes when she occasionally looked at him made Qin Wentian at a loss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Frog in the Well. In Kangzhou City, one of the 9 cities of the Great Xia Dynasty, smoke of war rose everywhere, and powerful people from all sides gathered. The Ouyang family of Kangzhou City and the Jiang family of Fengzhou City formed an alliance, inviting all the big and small forces in Kangzhou City to attend the banquet. Invitations were also sent to the major overlord-level forces of the Great Xia Dynasty, but whether they would come was another matter. The meaning of this marriage is self-evident, and all the overlord-level forces of the Great Xia Dynasty are well aware of it. This marriage is tantamount to an alliance, expressing the determination of the 2 major forces to advance and retreat together. On the surface, it seems that this is just a wedding banquet for Ouyang Zichen and Jiang Ting, but its hidden meaning is that this is a combination of the Ouyang family and the Jiang family. Now, there are 3 Xiangxiang realm masters in the Ouyang family and 2 Xiangxiang realm masters in the Jiang family. Once the alliance is formed, there will be 5 powerful beings in the Xiangxiang realm, plus the foundation of the 2 major families, and they will instantly become the strongest force in the Great Xia Dynasty and will be invincible. This is tantamount to a storm for the Great Xia Dynasty, so there are countless people in the Great Xia land gathered in Kangzhou City. There are 5 major overlord-level forces in Kangzhou City, namely, Yang family, Bafan Fenglai sect, Kangwang Palace, Zhuan Temple, and Jiushang Sword sect. When Qin Wentian was practicing in Wuxiang realm, he met the geniuses of these 5 overlord-level forces, and even fought with many of them. After staying in the bamboo forest for a day, Qin Wentian returned to Kangzhou City, lived in Wuxiang realm, and visited all the Wuxiang elders. The Wuxiang elders got along well with him, but still did not ask about external affairs, including the old man who had helped him and teased him. Qin Wentian discovered that this old guy actually had the strength of the Xiangxiang realm, but was hidden in Wuxiang realm. It is no wonder that Wuxiang realm has a transcendent status. There are so many strong people, but there is no ambition to dominate the world, and it is not in contention with the world. On this day, Qin Wentian brought Fan Lanxing Lao to Zhuan Temple as a guest. Old Xing was in charge of punishment in the Emperor Kang era, and he is still the same today. His cultivation has reached the level of celestial phenomena. He and Fairy Queen Mei are the pillars of the Kang Palace. Family and the little Princess Xuanzin of the Zhuan Palace had already established a romantic relationship that year. Xuanzin has grown up a little now, and her status in the Zhuan Palace has gradually increased. She easily led Qin Wentian and the others to hall in the Zhuan Palace. There are many powerful people in the Zhuan Palace here. Their eyes are all on old Xing, who is beside Qin Wentian. The old man has his eyes closed, and seems harmless, but everyone can clearly feel the faint pressure from him, which is invisible pressure. This old man is likely to be in the celestial realm. Of course, Qin Wentian is naturally the focus of observation. This man stirred up the situation in Daxia that year, slashed the Dangwang Palace with a sword, and Daxia was shaken. Later, he suddenly disappeared for several years. Now he has returned, and the smile on his calm face is hard to see through. What realm has the young man who used to be the first on the destiny list of the Great Xia Dynasty and wielded a sword to split the Dan King Palace rich now? Outside the main hall, a group of figures walked over. The leading woman was so young that it was hard to tell. On the surface, she seemed to be only about 30 years old. She had a mature and beautiful face, simple and pure. She was the master of the Zhuan Palace. The master of the Zhuan Palace walked to the main seat of the main hall and sat down. He looked at the old man standing next to Qin Wentian with his eyes closed. There was a flash of sharpness in his expression, but is it the old man Xing who was in charge of punishment under the Kang King in the past? The master has good eyesight. Old Xing opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed. A faint terrifying pressure swept through the main hall, which made all the strong men in the Zhuan Palace tremble. The master of Zhuan's palace had a sharp look in his eyes, and then his gaze fell on Qin Wentian. He said with a smile, "I heard of the name Qin Wentian a few years ago. He is indeed a young genius. I wonder what's the matter with you coming to Zhuan's palace this time. I want to give Zhuan's palace an opportunity," Qin Wentian said with a smile. The strong man next to the master of Zhuan's palace sneered. Even if the decaying lineage was taken over back then, it would be a bit too arrogant to say that you are giving me an opportunity for Zhuan's palace. The master of Zhuan's palace smiled and said nothing. The marriage between the Yang family and the Zhang family is self-evident. Before the marriage, the Yang family was already the strongest force in Kangzhou City. There is no need for me to say more after the marriage. In the past few years, Qin has traveled to many places. The two dynasties adjacent to the Great Xiao dynasty, the Great Shang dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty, were all prosperous at one time. As long as they were in a moment of excitement, they could turn the Great Xiao dynasty into ashes. However, our Great Xiao dynasty is called a barren land by outsiders, and no one is willing to set foot here. Even the Si family, a minister of the Great Shang dynasty, dared to occupy the ancient palace of the Great Xiao dynasty, and it was not all the power of the Si family. How ridiculous! Qin Wentian opened his mouth slowly and said, "The Great Xiao dynasty is short of resources such as skills and magical powers. Talented strongmen frequently leave, and the strongmen in the barren land are complacent and each is a king. It is only a matter of time before it is destroyed." "What a big tone you have!" The woman who had spoken just now scolded, staring at Qin Wentian. "You are just a youngster, and you dare to speak so arrogantly and point fingers at others. Who do you think you are?" When the palace master of Zhuan's palace and other powerful people came to the hall, Qin Wentian had been sitting there and didn't even stand up to greet them. This made them extremely unhappy. Old Xing is a powerful celestial being and a senior figure, but he is like this. Although you, Qin Wentian, are famous in Daxia, isn't such an attitude a bit too arrogant? Does he think he can be on equal footing with the palace master? Palace master of Kangwang Palace, Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian spoke indifferently. His eyes swept over the woman who was speaking, and said coldly, "I am talking to the palace master. When is it your turn to interrupt? How dare you?" The woman scolded. "Kangwang Palace is still in Kangzhou City. I'm afraid you, the palace master of Kangwang Palace, are self-proclaimed." As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying pressure burst out from Xing Lao's body. He walked out, and the suffocating pressure fell directly on the woman who was speaking. His palm suddenly swung over. The palace master of Zhuan's palace waved his palm, and a cold light flashed, hitting the palm print, and the void shook. "Xing Lao!" Qin Wentian shouted, and Xing Lao retreated to his side, as if nothing had happened. "We are guests, and I don't want to usurp the throne," Qin Wentian said calmly. "It's just that the people of Zhuan's palace are so knowledgeable, which is disappointing. I've made a wasted trip." After that, he stood up, but the master of Zhuan's palace said, "You haven't finished what you just said. What opportunity are you giving me to Zhuan's palace? The chaos in Daxia will end, and it will definitely be unified. Several forces will take charge of the Daxia dynasty. If you are willing, you can be one of them." Qin Wentian stared at the master of Zhuan's palace and said. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the master of Zhuan's palace. Even though she was prepared in her heart, she didn't know that Qin Wentian dared to say such arrogant words. The woman who spoke sneered, "You are simply ignorant, master. Although this boy is gifted, he has been possessed by demons and doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I'll wait and see." The master of Zhuan's palace was silent for a moment, and then said with a smile. She wanted to see how Qin Wentian would unify Daxia. "Excuse me," Qin Wentian said with a smile, and then turned to walk out of the hall. He thought of Zhuan Hall because of the relationship between Fanal and Xuingxin. However, since the other party did not trust him, there was nothing to say. "Palace master, this boy is too arrogant and rude, so you let him go like this." The woman saw Qin Wentian preparing to leave and spoke again. Qin Wentian heard this, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He turned around suddenly, stepped on the ground, and a terrifying aura rushed out fiercely. His eyes stared at the woman who was speaking. The woman's eyes fell instantly, as if she was trapped in an endless purgatory. "Frog in the well." A voice shook her ears like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and then with a loud bang, her body was blown away by a huge force, and hit the ground fiercely, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. When she raised her head, Qin Wentian left her only a back figure. The hearts of the Zhuan Palace masters in the hall were trembling violently, and only 4 words echoed in their minds. Frog in the well. These 4 words were said to the woman, and how could they not be said to the entire Zhuan Palace? The woman's cultivation level was the 9th level of Xiangang, and Qin Wentian stood where he was and shook her away directly. It was ridiculous that she still said that Qin Wentian didn't know etiquette. The former Xianjiao who was famous in Daxia had already grown to a point that she dared not imagine. This time, he came to the Daxia dynasty to unify Daxia. Palace Master. The masters looked at the Palace Master of Zhuan Palace, but saw that the Palace Master of Zhuan Palace did not order to stop Qin Wentian. Her eyes fell on Xuanxin, who did not leave with him, and asked, "Has Fanel talked to you about Qin Wentian's affairs outside?" "Some of them." Xuanxin nodded. "Tell me the important things." The Palace Master said. Fanel said that they went to a place called Huangji Holy Land, which is governed by Huangji Holy Sect and has countless superpowers. Any force can easily destroy the overlord-level forces of Daxia. When he met Qin Wentian, it was during an experience, the trial of the immortal martial realm. The geniuses of the entire Huangji Holy Land gathered in the immortal martial realm, stepped into it, and competed for the ranking. Qin Wentian won the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, and he is also a disciple of the super-powerful Jiutian sect, and the adopted son of the emperor of a powerful ancient country. However, I don't know much about these forces, but they should be stronger than our Zhuan Palace. Xuanxin said, pinching the corner of her clothes. She didn't expect Qin Wentian to have a conflict with Zhuan Palace. However, the master of Zhuan Hall trembled when she heard Xuanxin's words, and felt a little cold on her body. After a long time, she sighed. She knew that Zhuan Hall might have lost an opportunity. From then on, Daxia would no longer have the right to speak for Zhuan Hall. "Xuanxin, why didn't you tell me earlier?" The master of Zhuan Hall sighed. "I don't know it very well myself, and you didn't ask me." Xuanxin whispered, making the master of Zhuan Hall smile bitterly and shook his head. "Xuanxin, be nice to Fanel in the future, you should chase him." "Oh." Xuanxin nodded and walked outside. Qin Wentian didn't care too much about this matter. If Zhuan Hall trusted him, then he would make Zhuan Hall the pillar of Daxia. Since he didn't trust him, it didn't matter. Kang's Hao City was in a state of chaos. On the surface, various forces gathered together, and the Yang family was very lively. However, there was also a dark tide in the dark. Qin Wentian's power arrived in Kang's Hao City one after another and began to gather together. P.S. Daxia is in a state of chaos. Brothers, please vote for the monthly recommendation ticket. Chapter 662, Return with Power. In Kang's Hao City, the morning sun was full of vitality, and the golden light spread across the land. Kang's Hao City was particularly lively on this day, with people surging everywhere, converging in a certain direction, which was exactly the direction where the Yang family was located. Today, the Yang family will marry the Jiang family. The Yang family's genius Yang Zichen will marry Jiang Ting from the Jiang family, and a banquet will be held at the Yang family, inviting guests from all directions. The bright red carpet was laid all the way from the ancient road in the distance into the ancient castle where the Yang family was located. Guards stood on both sides, and there was a guard every 3 steps. In the distant void, strong men kept landing on the ground, stepping on the wide land, and walking along the ancient road paved with carpets, towards the Yang family. Those who received invitations could enter the Yang family, and those who did not receive invitations could only watch the ceremony from outside the Yang family castle. Congratulations, Yang Zichen and Jiang Ting are getting married. It's a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Outside the castle, an important figure of the Yang family stood there to welcome the guests. People kept coming, showing their invitations and stepping in. Those without invitations could only stop here and watch the strong men entering the castle. The strong men of the Jiutian sword sect have arrived, all of them are full of sword energy. The leader is Jian Sang, the great elder of the Jiutian sword sect, one of the 36 Xiangang of Daxia. His swordsmanship is strange, and he has the title of Sword King. He is extremely powerful. Someone recognized the strong man of the Jiutian sword sect and felt a chill in his heart. The strong men of the celestial phenomena are overlords, so it is not easy for them to show up. All the major overlord-level forces have important figures in their forces come to watch the ceremony. The people of the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect have also arrived. The strong men of the Kang Palace have arrived. It seems that the forces of Kangzhou City have arrived first. Everyone looked at the figures entering the castle and thought to themselves that there were layers of stairs inside the ancient monument, as if it was divided into levels. People outside did not have invitations. They were at the lowest level, at the outermost part of the castle, with the largest area. They belonged to ordinary forces and could enter the castle and have seats. Going forward, after 9 steps, there was a level. This level was for people from all major forces, including clans and families, and even ordinary disciples and guards from overlord-level forces. Going up again, after 9 steps, there were not many seats. Those who could sit in the seats were all core figures of overlord-level forces, accompanied by important figures from the Ouyang family. Above these people was the wedding ceremony stage, and these people could watch the ceremony up close. The levels of stairs, looking from outside the castle to the inside, were extremely clear at a glance. Every place was within sight. Except for the slightly far distance, it did not hinder their viewing. Moreover, martial artists had a broad field of vision, so this distance was nothing to them. The Ouyang family's arrangement was well thought out. Representatives from other regions of the great Jiutian city have also arrived. There are so many people. Although they have their own ulterior motives, they are all polite on the surface. Everyone thought in their hearts. At this moment, a group of young figures walked over from a distance. The young man in the lead was dressed in white and looked quite young. He walked forward on the red carpet and came to the outside of the Yang family castle and handed over the invitation. The receptionist did not look at the invitation. An old man stared straight at the young man in white and stared at him. It turned out to be him. The old man trembled in his heart. Qin Wentian had been a guest of the Ouyang family. At that time, he was particularly weak and had a conflict with Ouyang Ting, which caused a big disturbance in the Ouyang family. Therefore, many people in the Ouyang family had seen Qin Wentian back then. Although Qin Wentian's temperament has changed now, the old man has excellent eyesight and recognized him at a glance. Is there a problem with this invitation? Qin Wentian said with a smile. The invitation he held was an invitation from the Zuanan Palace. What are you doing here? The old man stared at Qin Wentian, as if he wanted to see through him. He knew that Qin Wentian and Ouyang Kuangsheng had a good relationship. At the beginning, Ouyang Kuangsheng had a falling out with Ouyang Ting for Qin Wentian. Now, the Ouyang family and the Jiang family are getting married. The bride is Jiang Ting, but the groom is not Ouyang Kuangsheng. Qin Wentian's purpose of coming here is questionable. Moreover, this person disappeared from the Great Xia dynasty for several years. When he returned again, no one knew what kind of storm would happen. After all, he had caused a storm in the Great Xia dynasty, split the Dan King Palace with a sword, and took advantage of the situation to destroy the Chen family. Of course I'm here to congratulate you. Qin Wentian said with a smile. The people beside him looked at him unkindly. They were Fan Li and the others. Everyone, please. The old man looked sharp, and he extended his hand to lead Qin Wentian in. Qin Wentian stepped out, but saw the old man following behind him, guiding them forward all the way. When they came to the top floor, all eyes fell on Qin Wentian in an instant, and many people even stood up and stared at Qin Wentian. This scene made many people who had never seen Qin Wentian feel surprised, wondering who this young man was, and how he could cause such a commotion. Even the important figures of the major overlord-level forces had never done this. It seems to be Qin Wentian. I have seen the Battle of the Destiny ranking that year. Yes, it is Qin Wentian. I have seen him once. Someone exclaimed, and a huge uproar was caused in an instant. It was Qin Wentian, the legendary young man of Daxia was back. At the beginning, he transformed into Dapin, fought with Fairy King Yi and others against the Great Sun Chen family, used supreme swordsmanship to kill the strongest of the Great Sun Chen family, and was seriously injured and almost dying. However, in the battle, the 3 great celestial beings of the Great Sun Chen family all perished. From then on, the Great Sun Chen family was removed from Daxia, and Qin Wentian disappeared from the Great Xia dynasty. However, his deeds spread throughout the Great Xia dynasty, and now, he is back. Interesting, Ouyang Kuangsheng and Qin Wentian are brothers like friends. The conflict between Ouyang Kuangsheng and his family was because of Qin Wentian. In the battle that day, he wore the 7 Killings puppet and fought for Qin Wentian with his companions. Now, the Ouyang family is powerful, so Ouyang Zichen snatched Ouyang Kuangsheng's girlfriend Jiang Ting. It's very interesting that Qin Wentian came to the Ouyang family at this time. Moreover, The Ouyang family and the Zhang family seemed to have agreed to form an alliance with Qin Wentian to deal with the Chen family. Because of Zheng Yu's appearance, they betrayed the alliance and did not take action, which led to Qin Wentian's death. Now, Qin Wentian is back. Many people who knew what happened at the time showed interesting expressions. Sure enough, at this time, many strong men in the Yang family all looked at Qin Wentian, as if they were a little at a loss. Although Qin Wentian's personal strength may not be very strong, he seems to have many means, and some of the deeds he has done are still fresh in people's memory. Why, you don't welcome Qin? Qin Wentian looked around, and many people looked at him with a slightly unfriendly look, such as the Eight Directions Wind and Thunder sect, the Absolute Sword sect, the Wang family and other forces, but they didn't have a good impression of Qin Wentian. Whether it was in Kangzhou City, Beijian City, or Qinzhou City, he had offended many forces and killed many Xianjiao figures. Moreover, it was no secret that Qin Wentian had inherited the power of Emperor Kang. Emperor Kang had many enemies in the past. This was also an important reason why Qin Wentian disappeared in Daxia and Fairy King Mei had been active in the dark. There were countless people who wanted to kill Qin Wentian in the Daxia dynasty. He controlled super powerful magical powers and even unprecedented immortal methods, which was enough to make countless people want his life. You are a guest, please take your seat. A strong man from the Ouyang family said with a smile. The Ouyang family is too polite. This man killed all the forces of Daxia and his hands are covered with blood. How can he have a seat here? At this time, a voice came out. The person who spoke was sharp and his eyes were sharp. He was a strong man from the Wang family in Bingzhou City. When Qin Wentian was in charge of the Kangwang lineage, in order to prevent the Hui family and the Wang family from gathering in Qinzhou City, he harassed and strangled the strong men of the two parties continuously, killing many of them. In addition to the grudges in Beijian City, the hatred between the Wang family and Qin Wentian was very deep. It's Wang Zan from the Wang family. He is very powerful. He is one of the 36 great Xiangangs. He is known as the War King and has unparalleled combat power. Moreover, he is not very old and has great potential. He may have a chance to impact the celestial phenomena. Everyone murmured when they saw the person who spoke. Qin Wentian glanced at him, waved his robe sleeves, and showed a bohemian sneer in his eyes. He said sarcastically, the people of the Wang family, it seems that they were not afraid of being killed at the beginning, and they dared to bark in front of me. Boom! Wang Zan stood up, his fighting spirit was surging, his momentum was surging, and a true power was spreading out. As one of the 36 great Xiangang of the Great Xia dynasty, he had comprehended a kind of martial arts true power. Although Qin Wentian was in charge of the Kangwang lineage, he was a younger generation, and he dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Wang Zan looked around, and except for Fan Li and others, no strong people followed Qin Wentian. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Boy, you are arrogant. Although you have a great reputation, you dare to speak arrogantly in front of me. Killing you is like slaughtering livestock." Qin Wentian's face flashed with irony, and he said lightly, "Really? You can try. Since you are seeking death, I will help you." Wang Zan said coldly, and then he walked out. His body was full of sharpness, cold light appeared, an array of knife intent bloomed out, as if cutting off everything. The strong men of the Ouyang family naturally would not stop him, just for Wang Zan to test Qin Wentian's depth. Buzz! A violent and sharp wave swept through the void, and everyone retreated. Wang Zan rushed towards Qin Wentian. There seemed to be a flash of cold light in the void, and the blade was threatening, slashing down from the sky, as if to split the world in two. The blade fell, but Qin Wentian did not move. The crowd flashed a sharp look. Is Qin Wentian really looking for death? However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's palm was shining brightly. He raised his hand and stretched it out towards the void. The blade slashed down, as if to split Qin Wentian's palm. However, soon their eyes froze there. He saw his palm directly hold the blade light, standing there without moving, as if a terrifying force was flowing in his palm. 9th level of Xiangang. Many strong men looked condensed. Qin Wentian grew up so fast. At this moment, Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and a terrifying force burst out. The knife shattered, and a huge palm directly clasped Wang Zan's neck and lifted him into the void. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at his body, saying coldly, "Really useless." As soon as the voice fell, he pinched his palm print, and a crisp sound of snapping was heard. Wang Zan, one of the 36 Xiangang of the Great Xia dynasty, who had the title of War King and boasted that killing Qin Wentian was like killing livestock, was vulnerable. Seeing Wang Zan's body fall, everyone felt a violent tremor in their hearts, so strong. After a few years, Qin Wentian returned strongly. At this time, Qin Wentian looked at the strong men of the Ouyang family and said indifferently, "I heard that my brother Ouyang Kuangsheng was under house arrest by the Ouyang family. Is this true?" Chapter 663 Why are you here? Qin Wentian's eyes swept over the masters of the Ouyang family. His deep, dark eyes seemed to contain a wisp of sword energy that could pierce through people's eyes. Wherever he passed, the masters of the Ouyang family did not dare to look directly at him. One of the 36 Xiangang masters was killed in one blow. The so-called peak of the Xiangang in Daxia seemed to be just a joke in front of this genius. Moreover, even now, he is still less than 30 years old. Qin Wentian, are you here to congratulate or to cause trouble? A person in charge of the Yang family stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly. Today, the marriage between the Yang family and the Zhang family is a major day for the two hegemonic forces. They definitely did not expect Qin Wentian to appear here. Let me ask you a question. Qin Wentian's expression became even colder, and a strange look shot out of his pupils, which made the person in charge feel a chill all over his body, as if a wisp of sword intent passed through his head. This is my Yang family's business. When is it your turn to ask about it? The man groaned for a moment and spoke coldly. Although Qin Wentian was famous, he was only at the peak of Xiangang cultivation. They could still suppress him now, so how could they allow him to be presumptuous at this time? Qin Wentian's expression became even colder when he heard this. He took a step forward, and a loud bang shook everyone's heart. The person in charge looked extremely cold and stared at Qin Wentian. You told me not to ask about my brother's business. Qin Wentian uttered a voice and stretched out his hand. The terrifying big palm print seemed to be able to pick off the sun, moon and stars. The light was dazzling and contained terrifying power. The person in charge of the Yang family was shining with thunder and burst out with a violent attack, but the star-picking palm print was so powerful that it crushed everything. With a loud bang, the other party's body was directly taken down and lifted into the void. Let's find someone who can talk. Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and with a loud bang, the man's body was directly shaken away, spitting out blood. Everyone who came to watch the ceremony was shocked. This boy had not been seen for several years. He came back again, even more arrogant, and his strength was much stronger than before. How dare you? There seemed to be a ray of lightning in the void, and the sound of muffled thunder was heard. Then a strong man walked in the air in the distance. This man was wearing a purple lightning robe, with a majestic aura, walking like a dragon and a tiger. He stepped out of the void and exuded peerless power. It seemed that a thunder curtain appeared above the sky, flickering endlessly. It's Ouyang Mushan, one of the three great celestial masters of the Ouyang family. The crowd trembled when they saw the person coming. In the great Xia dynasty, celestial masters stood at the top and rarely appeared. If Qin Wentian hadn't been so presumptuous today, Ouyang Mushan would not have appeared at all, and would only stand behind the scenes and watch everything. Ouyang Mushan was bathed in endless thunder, and wisps of lightning fell down. He stood in the sky, overlooking Qin Wentian below, and said coldly, Qin Wentian, I won't bother with you about today's matter, you can leave. Qin Wentian looked up at the other party, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, hand him over. Only 2 words, even in the face of a celestial being, he was still so strong. As Qin Wentian's voice fell, there seemed to be a destructive force rolling in from afar. The crowd looked back and saw an old man walking along the red carpet in the distance. Every step he took, the crowd felt a slight tremor in their hearts. Another celestial being. The crowd was shocked. The person who came was Xinglao. He stood not far behind Qin Wentian, staring at Yang Mushan in the void. Do you think that's enough? Yang Mushan glanced at Xinglao, his voice still cold. A light laugh was heard, and a figure rose into the air outside the Ouyang family castle. This person was charming and beautiful, with a pair of beautiful eyes that could make people fall in love with her. She was the fairy Queen Mei. Is this enough? Qin Wentian asked coldly. Yang Mushan's expression flickered and he stared at Qin Wentian. Although this person was a junior, he did not dare to despise him. In addition to his record of slashing the Dangwon Palace with a sword and destroying the Jiutian family, Yang Mushan also knew that the demise of the Jiutian Palace was done by Qin Wentian's people. Qin Wentian, I can give you the person. You must not disrupt the wedding today. Yang Mushin stared at Qin Wentian, causing everyone to tremble in their hearts. Yang Mushin actually compromised. I said, I am here to congratulate today. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Okay, I hope you can do what you say, otherwise my Yang family will not allow you to run wild. Yang Mushin said, and then turned away. Yang Kuangsheng is not that important to the Yang family now, so it is fine to hand him over to Qin Wentian. They don't want any accidents to happen in this marriage. This is already a concession by Yang Mushin, and he made concessions because of Qin Wentian. Many people showed wonderful expressions. In today's Daksha, there are really not many people who can make the Yang family give in. The young man standing there did it. A moment later, Yang Mushin brought people. At this moment, Yang Kuangsheng's clothes were a little messy, his face was a little haggard, and his breath was floating. Being under house arrest in the Yang family, how could Yang Kuangsheng give up? Naturally, he would resist, and the outcome of the resistance needs no further explanation. Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with coldness. Yang Mushin put Yang Kuangsheng down and said coldly, I'll leave him to you. Yang Kuangsheng walked in front of Qin Wentian and others. His former high spirits seemed to have disappeared. He said to Qin Wentian, Jiangting, she was forced. If I leave like this, I will never be able to live up to my heart. Sit down. Qin Wentian patted Yang Kuangsheng's shoulder without saying much. Seeing Qin Wentian coming, the people at the table stepped back and gave up their seats in an instant. Qin Wentian and others sat down calmly. Seeing this scene, Yang Mushin's eyes were even colder. He even sat down on the high platform with a sleeve. If Qin Wentian still refused to give up today, they would see how much confidence Qin Wentian had to dare to act wildly here. More and more people came, and people with great power continued to come to watch the ceremony, but the atmosphere seemed particularly subtle. Many eyes kept scanning Qin Wentian and others. Today, Qin Wentian came with Fairy King Yi and Old Xing, two powerful celestial beings. Was it just to pick up Yang Kuangsheng? In the distance, deep in the castle of the Yang family, a bell rang, and then many figures appeared there. The two in the middle, wearing formal clothes, walked down the castle. They were Yang Zichen and Jiangting. On the left and right were people accompanying them. There were people from the Yang family and people from the Jiang family. They followed them all the way to the ceremony platform. Jiangting obviously noticed Yang Kuangsheng and Qin Wentian. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, as if a little wet. Qin Wentian came to pick up Yang Kuangsheng. As long as he was safe, she didn't care. The marriage between the two families was inevitable. Qin Wentian alone could not stop it. She could only compromise. However, at this moment, Jiangting saw Qin Wentian smiling at her, so brightly. Then, Qin Wentian stood up, holding Yang Kuangsheng's hand and standing up. Fanel and the others also stood up and walked behind Yang Kuangsheng. A dress appeared, a very gorgeous dress. Fanel and Qin Wentian stood behind Yang Kuangsheng and said to the stunned Yang Kuangsheng, put it on. Before Yang Kuangsheng could react, Fanel and Qin Wentian grabbed one of his hands and helped him put on the dress. This scene made the faces of the strong men of the Yang family turn pale. It seemed that he was going to make trouble after all. Don't think I really don't dare to kill you. Yang Mushin stood up, and the purple thunder flashed wildly. However, Qin Wentian didn't even look at him, and directly pulled Yang Kuangsheng towards the high platform. Fairy King Yi and Xing Lao followed him. No one dared to stop them wherever they passed. On top, the people of the Yang family and the Jiang family all stood up, and a wisp of terrifying aura swept out and rushed towards Qin Wentian. They took a step forward and also walked onto the high platform. They stood behind Yang Zichen and Jiangting, but Qin Wentian took Yang Kuangsheng to face Jiangting directly. Today is the wedding day of my brother Yang Kuangsheng and Jiangting. Of course, I am here to congratulate them. Qin Wentian spoke slowly, and everyone in the room was shocked. The wedding day of Yang Kuangsheng and Jiangting? Today is the wedding day of Yang Zichen and Jiangting. Does he want to change the groom? Above the Yang family castle, a terrifying aura rose to the sky, and then a group of figures came walking over. The leader was the Yang ancestor Qin Wentian knew. His eyes were like 10,000 years of ice. At the same moment, outside the Yang family castle, there were also powerful auras rolling over, and then a group of figures flew into the air. There were many terrible strong people who were hiding in the crowd. They were all above the Xiangang realm. Qin Wentian thanks you for coming to congratulate my brother, but there are some things to be resolved today. Please step back. Qin Wentian said with his hands behind his back. In an instant, the people at the banquet below withdrew one after another. His heart was throbbing. There were so many strong people. Is this the power in Qin Wentian's hands? Jiutian Palace, those are the masters of Jiutian Palace, and the masters of Emperor Kang's lineage in the past, who were subdued by Qin Wentian. There are also many masters from the Yang family and the Jiang family, and the 5 great celestial masters appeared at the same time. Qin Wentian's side also has many: Fairy Queen Mei, Old Xing, the master of Jiutian Palace, and the black-robed old woman of Jiutian Palace, 4 celestial masters, whose peak power is not much weaker than that of the Yang family. They are trying to rob the bride, which is really too arrogant. The crowd was all terrified, and those who were watching the ceremony outside were also extremely shocked. Today, the marriage between the Yang family and the Jiang family was a grand event. They would never have dreamed that they would encounter a once-in-a-lifetime situation of robbing the bride, and it was a robbery of the overlord-level forces. It's really crazy. This is a true brother. In anger, he brought all the masters together at the Yang family. Countless people exclaimed, and the masters of the 2 sides formed a confrontation, as if it was about to break out. Yang Kuangsheng clenched his fists, and there was a warm current in his heart, but he saw Qin Wentian patting his shoulder. Did Yang Kuangsheng also lead people to the state of Chu to help him back then? There was no need to say anything more between brothers. Yang, today, do you dare to marry Jiang Ting? Qin Wentian asked Yang Kuangsheng. Why shouldn't I dare? Yang Kuangsheng laughed wildly, staring at the figure standing next to Yang Zichen. Jiang Ting, are you willing to marry Yang Kuangsheng? As long as you nod, today will be your wedding day. Qin Wentian asked Jiang Ting again. Yes. Jiang Ting had tears in her eyes and kept nodding. At this time, she also put everything aside. No one paid attention to Yang Zichen's livid face next to her. Qin Wentian. The ancestral Yang roared coldly. It was too arrogant. He had lived for so many years and had never seen such an arrogant person. Even though he was very strong-willed, he was still angry and his hair was flying. What did Qin Wentian think this place was? He actually did such a shocking thing in front of the whole world. Chapter 664, Arrogant. Qin Wentian heard the roar of Patriarch Yang and looked at him, sneered and said, Old man, what do you have to say? Boom. Patriarch Yang's momentum was overwhelming. Qin Wentian, a junior, called him an old man. You've gone too far. Take Yang Kuangsheng away now. I won't bother you about this matter. It can be written off. Patriarch Yang said coldly. Being forced into this situation, he still didn't want to go to war with Qin Wentian. The young man in front of him had survived the great Sun Chen family and the Danwang Palace with Zhen Yu, and even destroyed the great Sun Chen family. Even though his combat power was superior at this time, he still didn't dare to underestimate this person. You don't bother with me. Qin Wentian sneered. You betrayed your promise to form an alliance, but practiced the great Xia secret skills that I paid for. Let's not count this account for now. You also imprisoned my brother and let his beloved marry Yang Zichen. Now you tell me that you don't bother with me. Then what do you want? Patriarch Yang said coldly. Apologize for what happened back then, withdraw from the Yang family, and do not interfere in the affairs of the Yang family from now on. The Yang family will be led by Yang Kuangsheng. Today's wedding will continue, and Yang Kuangsheng will marry Jiang Ting. Qin Wentian stared at the Yang patriarch and spoke coldly. How dare you? The Yang patriarch heard this arrogant remark and his body trembled slightly. He was full of momentum. Qin Wentian, I have given you enough face. If you are stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Rules. Qin Wentian smiled. He was really afraid of him. As for feelings, would this old man be ruthless? I'll give you another chance. Do you agree or not? Qin Wentian's voice was more powerful than that of the Yang patriarch, which shook everyone's hearts violently. Boom. Thunder and fire. The Yang patriarch was angry. Qin Wentian already knew the answer. He turned his eyes and looked at the 2 celestial masters of the Jiang family. Today was the day of the marriage between the Yang family and the Jiang family. The 2 celestial figures of the Jiang family had also arrived, so he had to come forward at this moment. I, Qin Wentian, and Jiang Ting are friends. I don't care about what happened back then. Since Jiang Ting and Yang Kuangsheng are in love, I don't want to hurt them. Therefore, today will still be their wedding day, and it will still be a marriage. I just hope that you two can make a careful choice. Do you choose to sacrifice Jiang Ting to form an alliance with the old man Yu Yang and continue to form an alliance with Yu Yang Zichen, or let Jiang Ting marry Yang Kuangsheng and form an alliance with me, Qin Wentian? You, think it over. Qin Wentian spoke to the two celestial beings of the Jiang family. When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked again. Qin Wentian's words were too tempting. Let the Jiang family choose whether to form an alliance with the old ancestor Yu Yang or with him, Qin Wentian. For the time being, if the Jiang family's own power is not counted, the power brought by Qin Wentian is not inferior to that of the Yu Yang family, and there are 4 celestial beings. As long as his Jiang family chooses Qin Wentian, then their alliance will have 6 celestial beings, facing the 3 celestial beings of the Yu Yang family. Should we choose 5 celestial phenomena against 4 celestial phenomena, or 6 celestial phenomena against 3 celestial phenomena? This kind of multiple choice question seemed too simple, so simple that even Patriarch Yu Yang felt a chill all over his body. Qin Wentian's words actually gave him a chill, as if he was afraid. If the Jiang family chose Qin Wentian, what would be the consequences? The 2 celestial beings of the Jiang family were also shocked by Qin Wentian's words and thought quickly. They formed an alliance with the Yang family for common interests. What could Qin Wentian bring to them? Yang Kuangsheng is my brother, and Jiang Ting is my friend. As long as the Jiang family nods, I promise that the land of Daxia will have its glorious days. If you still choose old man Yu Yang, it means that you have abandoned Jiang Ting again. Then I will no longer care about the relationship between Jiang Ting and the Jiang family, and will regard the Jiang family as an enemy in the future. Brother Jiang, don't believe this kid's plan to alienate us. Patriarch Yu Yang looked at one of them and said, "It's ridiculous. Do you need to alienate us? You think too highly of yourself." Qin Wentian looked at the Yu Yang family and the Jiang family, and said coldly, "Those who are not related should leave the battlefield immediately. Everyone else should be killed without mercy." As soon as he said this, murderous aura swept across. How shameless. This boy is seeking his own death today. Kill him. A monstrous lightning flashed on Yu Yang Mushin's body, and stars and celestial phenomena appeared in the void, shining brightly. In that terrible celestial phenomenon, there seemed to be a sort of destruction, and the purple light was flowing wildly, like a flash of lightning. Qin Wentian was aggressive and so rampant and domineering at the time when their Yang family and the Jiang family were getting married. It was simply unbearable. "Qin Wentian, do you really want me to kill you?" The expression of the Yu Yang patriarch contained a cold light, and the murderous intent on his body flashed, which was extremely terrifying. The 3 celestial powerhouses burst into a monstrous aura, and the whole world changed color and was shrouded by stars and celestial phenomena. The 2 Jiang family masters frowned, not knowing how to make a decision. "Senior King Mei, Palace Master, please go and kill old man Yu Yang," Qin Wentian said. Fairy King Mei and the Palace Master of Xuanyang Palace nodded slightly, then stepped out, locking onto Patriarch Yu Yang with terrifying murderous intent. Qin Wentian asked them to kill Patriarch Yu Yang. Humph! Another celestial being from the Yu Yang family stepped out, wanting to stop the Palace Master of Xuanyang Palace, but saw an old woman in black robes from Xuanyang Palace walking up, with a dark light killing her. "Old Xing, go and kill him with the senior," Qin Wentian said to Old Xing beside him. "Okay." Old Xing nodded, and joined forces with the old woman to deal with an celestial being. Is he crazy? The crowd was shocked. Qin Wentian did not let the celestial masters fight one-on-one. He asked Fairy King Mei and the master of Xuanyang Palace to besiege Patriarch Yu Yang, and asked Old Xing and the old woman in black robe to siege another celestial master. However, the Yu Yang family still had Yang Mushin, and the 2 celestial masters of the Jiang family were still eyeing them. Do Qin Wentian and his people want to die? I still believe that even if the 2 seniors of the Jiang family don't help me, they won't interfere in today's affairs. At least, we still have a chance to become friends. When the 2 celestial masters of the Jiang family were ready to move, they heard Qin Wentian's voice again. They saw the brilliance flashing in Qin Wentian's deep eyes, and they were a little afraid. This boy was so terrible at the beginning. Now he has no confidence. Does he really dare to come to the Yang family to make trouble? Moreover, Qin Wentian's words gave the Jiang family more choices. As long as they did not participate in the battle, Qin Wentian would not be their enemy. You want to die? I will grant you that. Yang Mushin strolled through the void and descended above Qin Wentian's head. The bright stars and celestial phenomena covered the void, like a dark cloud of destruction, which could oppress and kill everyone at any time. Zhuanggai, Bing Yuchen, And Bailu old patriarch, I leave this to you. Qin Wentian said, and then he stepped on the ground and slowly soared into the air. In his palm, he held a blood-colored Fangyan Huoji, which was the red demon halberd. A terrible blood energy rushed straight into the sky and soared up. Qin Wentian seemed to have a terrible demon storm blooming on his body. He became a monster and unparalleled, and the dazzling stream of light surrounded him, and he was invincible. What is he going to do? When everyone saw Qin Wentian's body slowly suspended in the air and heading towards Zuyang Mushin, they were shocked. Qin Wentian, is he going to fight the celestial phenomena? Fight the celestial phenomena with the realm of Xiangang? Even Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting felt their whole bodies tense up. At this moment, Qin Wentian's aura had reached the strongest level of the Xiangang realm. The power of his bloodline made his aura want to rise, but it was blocked by an invisible force. It seemed that he could not break through the barrier and could not rise any higher. That barrier was the barrier of the celestial phenomena. At this moment, Qin Wentian's aura had reached the true peak of the Xiangang realm. Many Xiangang realm upper three strong men were terrified. They had never seen such a powerful Xiangang peak figure. The Xiangang limit they had seen before was far inferior to Qin Wentian's momentum. They were not at the same level at all. I want to die, do you deserve it? Qin Wentian pointed the red demon halberd in his hand at Yang Mushin, arrogant and insolent, as if he was the monarch of the demons, ruling the world. Buzz! Yang Mushin's body rose into the void, holding up the stars in his hands, and the thunder sword light raged like a terrible storm. I want to see how people in the Xiangang realm fight against the stars. Qin Wentian's body rose with Yang Mushin's body, and his momentum was like 1,000 monsters rushing past. Kill! Yang Mushin finally made a move, and his eyes seemed to shoot out terrible thunder. He uttered a word, and the stars gathered in the void shot out brilliant thunder sword lights, turning into destructive lightning, killing all the strong in the stars. This is Yang Mushin's starry sky, the thunder sword star, which contains a terrifying destructive power. Qin Wentian held the red demon halberd in his hand, his body completely motionless, and the lightning sword light struck him, making people dare not look directly at him. However, just when everyone thought that Qin Wentian would be killed, they were shocked to find that Qin Wentian was still standing there proudly, with brilliant light flowing on his body. The strands of light were like armor protecting his body, allowing the lightning sword lights to strike him without any damage. Such a weak star sign. Qin Wentian looked up at the star sign. No wonder the predecessors said that there was a big gap between the strong people in the celestial realm, even between the same realm. Yang Mushin, as a celestial realm strong man, was a dominant figure in the Great Xia dynasty, but his star sign, in Qin Wentian's view, was pitifully weak, and the destructive power was far less than the random attack of those two immortals at the peak of the Xiangang in the Immortal Palace. Qin Wentian's faint voice made Yang Mushin pale, and he felt that he had been greatly humiliated. He used the celestial realm to bloom his star sign, but he couldn't even break Qin Wentian's body defense. If it were me, I would rather not enter the celestial realm, and I would not condense such a weak star celestial phenomenon. What's the point of entering the celestial realm? It's pathetic. Qin Wentian's indifferent voice was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the hearts of the crowd, and also the hearts of the two celestial masters of the Zhang family. They thought they had entered the celestial realm, were high above, and were the overlords of Daxia. However, Qin Wentian's only words not only crushed Yang Mushin's self-confidence, but also destroyed their pride. Is this the returning Qin Wentian, the peerless evildoer who once set off the storm of Daxia? He returned to Daxia with a halo more dazzling than the stars. Chapter 665, Killing the Celestial Phenomenon. The strong in the celestial realm first comprehend the true meaning, and then reintegrate the star soul with the martial life heavenly gang. The process of the star soul re-evolving and evolving requires the integration of the martial art's true meaning into it, so that the star phenomena can be triggered and the star celestial phenomena can be born. This also means that the star celestial phenomena of the strong in the celestial realm itself carry the star soul power and true meaning power of the martial life cultivators. Therefore, some martial life cultivators with powerful star souls and true meanings can sweep away everything and kill endlessly just by suppressing them with their star celestial phenomena. Since the star celestial phenomena are derived from the star soul and true meaning, there are naturally endless types of star celestial phenomena, such as attacking star celestial phenomena, defensive star celestial phenomena, controlling star celestial phenomena, etc. Yang Mushin star celestial phenomena contain the true meaning of thunder, which is obviously an attacking star celestial phenomenon, but even so, the direct attack of the star celestial phenomenon cannot break Qin Wentian's defense. Qin Wentian had experienced the fighting power of the immortals in the tomb, and he was sure that if those immortals in the tomb derived celestial phenomena to attack, once the celestial phenomena appeared, they would definitely be able to suppress everything, and there was no need to attack with hands. Of course, the reason why Qin Wentian felt that Ouyang Mushin's celestial phenomena were pitifully weak was naturally because he had a high vision. After all, Daxia was a barren land in the eyes of the strong men in the Huangji Holy Land. Many people who had just entered the celestial phenomena realm could become overlords. It would take hundreds or thousands of years for them to take another step forward. Being able to achieve celestial phenomena was a huge breakthrough. It was unrealistic to expect them to have multiple celestial phenomena or celestial phenomena with strong attacks. Such people had left Daxia long ago. The starry sky phenomenon that Ouyang Mushin comprehended was a relatively simple one, which contained the true meaning of thunder. The attack was already very powerful, but Qin Wentian's own defense was too terrible. He practiced a demon god transformation and had already tempered his body to be as terrifying as a demon beast. He also had a strong bloodline, and melted the powder of the sky demon bone into his body. Even if he did not use the star elemental force to protect his body, his defense was amazing. When facing Ouyang Zhenshin's attack, his body was densely covered with star elemental force and surrounded by virtual demon force. It was natural that he could not be shaken by Ouyang Mushin's starry sky attack. But the situation in front of him was indeed a huge impact on the people watching the ceremony. A strong man at the peak of the Xiangang realm could be so domineering in the face of the celestial overlord. This subverted their cognition. What if Qin Wentian entered the celestial realm? Wouldn't he sweep through the major celestial masters of Daxia with his own strength? The people who came to watch the ceremony included representatives of many dominant forces in the Great Xia dynasty, such as the Wang family in Bingzhou City, the Zhaixing mansion in Wangzhou City, and the King Palace in Kangzhou City. They all felt a chill in their hearts. As for the masters of the Ouyang family, they seemed to have forgotten to fight with the people brought by Qin Wentian at this moment. They just watched the battle in the void. They understood that the outcome of today did not depend on them, but on the three peak strength duels in the void. They thought they had the advantage, 5 Xiangxiang realm masters against 4, but Qin Wentian only said a few words, and the situation suddenly changed. 2 Xiangxiang surrounded one of the Ouyang family. Even so, they thought that as long as Ouyang Mushin quickly killed Qin Wentian and went to help, they could still save the disadvantage, but Qin Wentian's strength made them feel a chill eroding their bodies. Ouyang family, is there still an advantage? Seeing Qin Wentian's strength, the 2 Xiangxiang of the Jiang family were destined not to intervene. No one wanted to make a deadly enemy with such a person. Now the hope of the Ouyang family can only be placed on Ouyang Mushin, hoping that he can kill Qin Wentian. Ouyang Mushin's face was livid, and he stretched out his hands, with lightning in his palms, attracting the power of the stars and celestial phenomena, and the entire starry sky seemed to be boiling and roaring. Kill! Ouyang Mushin shouted coldly, and in an instant, endless lightning swords fell down, more gorgeous than before. Buzz! The light flowing on Qin Wentian's body became more and more brilliant. He comprehended the 4 true meanings and integrated multiple true meanings. Facing Ouyang Mushin, he was not at a disadvantage. One after another, lightning swords blasted down, constantly piercing the light on Qin Wentian's body, with amazing destructive power. The colliding beams made everyone on the ground feel terrified, but Qin Wentian still stood there steadily, feeling what level his defense was at after he entered the 9th level of Xiangang. So weak. Qin Wentian stared at Ouyang Mushin and said calmly, I don't care that your Ouyang family betrayed the covenant. Today I gave you another chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since you believe in power so much, then I, Qin Wentian, will kill you with power today. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian rushed out. Ouyang Mushin's face turned pale, his mind moved slightly, and the stars and celestial phenomena roared, as if condensing, turning into a starry vision hanging behind him. Endless power was transmitted to his body, and the thunder in his palm seemed to gather into a substantial purple thunder sword, thundering wildly, and stepped towards Qin Wentian. He wanted to see how powerful this young man at the peak of the Xiangang realm could be. Qin Wentian's body appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. He saw the opponent's red devil halberd stabbing out. At this moment, the whole scene seemed to turn into a dream. Ouyang Mushin felt as if his body was pulled into the world of this halberd. The halberd that Qin Wentian stabbed out seemed to have cut through the void and disappeared into nothingness, but the destructive power made Yang Mushin feel his hair stand on end. Kill! Yang Mushin roared. He had no choice but to collide. The power gathered by thunder collided with the red devil halberd. At this moment, Yang Mushin only felt countless illusions appear in his mind, as if he could not see the real world clearly. The magic weapon in Qin Wentian's hand was a 5th-level magic weapon. When attacking, it also contained a dream state and could bring people into dream. Ah! Yang Mushin roared, his body was wrapped in thunder beams, like a thunder god. The terrifying thunder light fell from the sky, and the crowd quickly retreated, watching the destructive thunder continue to strike down, causing cracks to appear on the ground. However, such a terrifying attack could not stop the red devil halberd from moving forward. The crowd only saw the thunder light being compressed, and Qin Wentian's red devil halberd hit to Yang Mushin's body. At this moment, Yang Mushin felt despair and the invasion of death. Every part of his body had been eroded by the countless destructive forces that were not there, as if it was about to decompose. At this moment, the despair on his face was particularly clear under the reflection of the bright thunder light, but it was also shocking. I overestimated you. This was the last voice Yang Mushin heard, from Qin Wentian's voice. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Mushin's body exploded directly, turned into nothingness, and disappeared into the void, as if this person had never existed. At the moment when Yang Mushin's body exploded, the hearts of the people below also trembled, including the 2 people in the Xiangxiang realm of the Jiang family. The young man who returned with the great strength appeared in the Yang family with an extremely arrogant attitude. With the peak cultivation of the Xianggang realm and the extremely powerful attacking power, he killed Yang Mushin, the Xiangxiang strongman of the Yang family. Moreover, this may not be Qin Wentian's strongest state. His words "I overestimate you" mean that perhaps in Qin Wentian's view, Yang Mushin, who is in the Xiangxiang realm, may not be an opponent of the same level as him. So how strong can Qin Wentian's strongest combat power be? This is the question that everyone is shocked by at this moment. How strong is Qin Wentian? The people of the Yang family looked ashen. Today, the marriage between the Yang family and the Jiang family should be the beginning of the Yang family's dominance of Daxia. All of them were excited and full of confidence, but they would never dream that at the beginning of the ceremony, the dream turned into an illusion, and the end of the Yang family suddenly came. The other 2 powerful astronomical figures of the Yang family were fighting, and suddenly they found that Yang Mushin had fallen. Their hearts trembled violently, and a feeling of sadness suddenly arose in their hearts. They suddenly felt that Qin Wentian had indeed given them hope just now, but they rejected it. At this moment, despair began to erode their hearts. The black-robed old woman of Zuan'an Palace and Old Xing were besieging a newly promoted celestial being of the Yang family. The black-robed old woman had been immersed in the celestial realm for many years, and her strength was slightly stronger than the other party. With the cooperation of Old Xing, she had forced the other party into a desperate situation. Just a glance over there, Qin Wentian's figure flashed and came to the battlefield of Fairy King Mei, the master of Zuan'an Palace and old ancestral Yang. Qin Wentian, why do you have to do things so desperately? Old ancestral Yang turned pale. Are you kidding? You betrayed your trust first, forced my brother's girlfriend to marry Yang Zichen, and imprisoned Yang Kuangshen. If I don't come today, will you kill my brother to eliminate future troubles? Qin Wentian said sarcastically. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd exclaimed. It turned out that in another battlefield, Old Xing's punishment stick had already blasted the head of the newly promoted celestial being of the Yang family. He and the black-robed old woman also stepped into this battlefield. At this moment, it was no longer 2-1, but 5-1. 2 celestial masters have fallen. The Yang family is finished. This was the thought that came to the crowd at this moment. The people of the Yang family looked ashen. They looked at the empty battlefield, and then looked at Yang Kuangshen. Qin Wentian came to the Yang family to kill for him. At this moment, they felt a strong sense of regret. If the ancestor had not treated Yang Kuangshen like this, and it was Zhu Yang Kuangshen and Jiang Ting who were getting married today, then Qin Wentian would not come to disrupt, but to congratulate. What a wonderful ending. Yang Kuangshen was also a genius of the Yang family. It was just that he had a conflict with the ancestor, who disliked him, so he had the current situation. Kuangshen, please persuade Qin Wentian to stop. We know we regret it. A strong man from the Yang family said to Yang Kuangshen. Yang Kuangsheng's mood fluctuated violently when he heard this. He clenched his fists and looked at the figure in the void. If his brother Qin Wentian had not come here to kill them, would the other party ask for peace? I'm afraid he can only helplessly watch Jiang Ting being forced to marry Yang Zichen. And as Qin Wentian said just now, the Yang family might even kill her to prevent future troubles. Now, someone from the Yang family told him to persuade Qin Wentian to stop? Is it possible? Chapter 666 The Continuing Storm. Yang Kuangsheng had seen through the Yang patriarch a long time ago. He had a conflict with the patriarch when the latter violated the covenant. Since then, the Yang patriarch had never looked at him straight in the eye. The Yang family marginalized him, and his parents, grandfather and other closest blood relatives had their power weakened and deprived, becoming dispensable to the Yang family. Even his grandfather's brothers and uncles began to ignore them, including them marrying Jiang Ting to Yang Zichen and placing him, Yang Kuangshen, under house arrest. Who among these people had ever stood up to say a word for him? Even when Qin Wentian came, they still went their own way. Until this moment, when they found that the two celestial phenomena had fallen and the Yang family was doomed, these people really panicked. Are you really regretting it? Yang Kuangfeng said sarcastically. Kuangshen, you have the blood of my Yang family in your body. Do you really want to see our Yang family decline from now on, or even go to extinction? The man said in a pleading voice. The change in the situation made him heartbroken. Even though he hated Qin Wentian, he could only beg Yang Kuangsheng at this moment. How old is Qin Wentian? He is the same generation as Yang Kuangshen, and he can kill Xiangxiang. Expecting the people of the Yang family to seek revenge on Qin Wentian? This is a foolish dream. When you imprisoned me, did even one person think that I, Yang Kuangshen, also have the blood of the Yang family? Yang Kuangsheng showed a sarcastic smile. The other party's words were too hypocritical. Don't beg Yang Kuangshen, this old man must die. Qin Wentian's voice came out, making everyone's heart tremble. Looking up at the void, the four powerful men surrounded and Qin Wentian swept the formation. Although the strength of the Yang patriarch was not bad, but still in danger, he had been hit hard by the master of the Zuan'an palace, coughing blood from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Qin Wentian, I am willing to compromise and let Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting get married. The Yang family will form an alliance with you, and the position of the head of the Yang family will also be inherited by Yang Kuangshen. The old ancestral Yang said hurriedly, his old face flushed. As soon as he finished speaking, the attack of Fairy King Yi and Old Xing came again. It's too late. What qualifications does the current Yang family have to talk to me about an alliance? Qin Wentian said lightly, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm slapped out, and a terrifying palm print suddenly appeared in the void, as if it could pick up the sun, moon and stars and smash them down. The old ancestral Yang raised his palm and blasted it out angrily, and the palm print shattered. However, the attack speed of the celestial strongmen was so fast, and the attacks of the other four strongmen continued to descend, and the destructive attacks continued to crush the body of the old ancestral Yang. Kuangshen. All the strong men of the Yang family looked at Yang Kuangshen, but they saw that Yang Kuangsheng's expression did not waver at all. Everyone was watching the battle in the void until the old ancestral Yang was destroyed. When the body of the Yang patriarch fell, the entire void was extremely quiet. Today, the three celestial beings of the Yang family, the dominant force of Daksha, fell at the same time, just like the great Sun Chen family back then. It was just that the great Sun Chen family forced Qin Wentian to use all the means he could use and all the power he could rely on, and he himself was seriously injured. But today, Qin Wentian destroyed the three celestial beings of the Yang family, and it seemed so easy to the crowd. There was no suspense from beginning to end. It was over. The three celestial beings fell, and the Yang family was completely over. This marriage became a joke. When Qin Wentian led the four celestial beings to land on the wedding platform, his strange eyes swept across the people of the Yang family. No one dared to look directly at him wherever he passed. Get out of here. Qin Wentian glanced at everyone and then looked at Yang Zichen. Yang Zichen was shaking. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, his glorious day. However, from beginning to end, he could only be a spectator like a wooden man. Until this moment, those unruly eyes shot at him, asking him to get out of here as a bridegroom. This insult made his aura uncontrollably violent. Ah! A low roar came out of his mouth, and murderous intent burst out. He rushed to Jiang Ting beside him. He wanted to destroy the woman of Yang Kuangshen. Yang Zichen. A loud shout came out, and then a palm print from behind hit to Yang Zichen directly. Yang Zichen spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down weakly. He looked at the person who attacked him, who was an elder of the Yang family. A mocking smile flashed in Yang Zichen's eyes, and he slowly closed his eyes. Sadly, Qin Wentian led his men to kill 3 celestial masters of the Yang family. However, no one from the Yang family dared to resist, but killed him instead. It was very sad, but very realistic. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, and strength is supreme. The 3 celestial masters are dead, and the people of the Yang family do not want the entire family to be buried with them. Qin Wentian looked at the man who killed Yang Zichen without saying anything, and only heard the other party say, "The Yang family is willing to accept Yang Kuangsheng as the head of the family." The Yang family was sorry for Yang Kuangsheng first, and this is also the opinion of all of us. Others nodded one after another. What can they do? Revenge, and then all die. Qin Wentian did not express his opinion. He looked at Yang Kuangsheng and said to him, "Yang, I said when I came here that I came to congratulate you and Jiang Ting today, and also to inform you to drink my wedding wine. As for the Yang family, it's up to you. You and Mo Qingcheng are also going to get married." Yang Kuangsheng was stunned. "Yes." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. When they heard Mo Qingcheng's name, everyone's heart trembled again. Back then, the proud girl of Dan Wang Palace, Qin Wentian killed Dan Wang Palace with a sword just for her, and she was still alive. Now, he is about to marry Mo Qingcheng, and Dan Wang Palace is going to be unlucky. You are really good. Yang Kuangsheng punched Qin Wentian. Jiang Ting also came over, took Yang Kuangsheng's hand, and smiled at Qin Wentian. "Wentian, thank you. Hey, Jiang Ting, don't be jealous of me, I also want you to be a bridesmaid for Qingcheng." Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Okay, then I will obey your order and act as a supporting role." Jiang Ting said with a sweet smile. She was really grateful to Qin Wentian in her heart. It was Qin Wentian's words that prevented the Jiang family from being involved in today's storm. At this time, the 2 celestial beings of the Jiang family were delighted to see that Qin Wentian and Jiang Ting had a good relationship. Witnessing the demise of the 3 great celestial beings had a great impact on them. They were at the same level as them, and Patriarch Yang was even stronger. At this moment, they no longer dared to treat Qin Wentian as an ordinary junior. For this kid, the land of Daxia was too small. Yang Kuangsheng turned around and looked at the people of the Yang family. A hint of tenacity flashed in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had made a decision in his heart. "I don't deserve the position of the head of the Yang family." Yang Kuangsheng's words instantly made the hearts of everyone in the Yang family tighten, and their faces turned ugly in an instant. However, Yang Kuangsheng continued, "You are right. After all, the blood of the Yang family flows in my body. I don't want to pursue what the family has done to me. I also hope that no one will bear a grudge for the death of the 3 of them today. All the grudges end here. For those who are alive, no matter what you have done in the past, I, Yang Kuangsheng, will forgive you. As for the position of the head of the family, leave it to my grandfather." Although Yang Kuangsheng had resentment in his heart, whether it was his grandparents or his parents, they had an unbreakable connection with the Yang family. He had resentment towards many people in the Yang family, but many of them were also good to him. These meant that he was doomed to never really destroy the Yang family. But he was not so naive. He must have power, and he must have it all. He had experienced a cold reality before. From now on, the Yang family will continue to exist, but with the help of Qin Wentian's power, the power of the Yang family will be controlled by his closest people. He was very determined about this. He would not pursue those who treated him coldly, but it was inevitable to cleanse the power in their hands. "Okay, we are also relieved that you can think so." The strong men of the Yang family breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing the ups and downs of life, their state of mind has also changed. Now, they hope that Yang Kuangsheng, who has a good relationship with Qin Wentian, can lead the Yang family to regain its glory. As for today's grievances, they can only bury them forever. This is the best choice. Clean up, Kuangsheng, you and Jiang Ting's wedding can go on. What do the 2 seniors of the Jiang family think? Of course. The 2 powerful astronomical figures of the Jiang family nodded. "We are also happy to see Jiang Ting happy." Hypocrisy. Everyone cursed in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. At this time, Qin Wentian looked at the crowd who came to watch the ceremony today, and said with a smile, taking advantage of my brother Yang Kuangsheng's big day, I will also announce a news. I, Qin Wentian, will be in charge of the lineage of the former Kang Wang and serve as the palace master of Kang Wang Palace. Then, there is no need for the Kang Wang Palace in Kangzhou City to continue to exist. Either surrender or disappear. The people of Kang Wang Palace can now go back and notify the sect and make a decision quickly. The crowd's heart trembled violently. After the Ouyang family fell from the overlord-level force, would the Kang Wang Palace in Kangzhou City be removed from the list again? Instead, the former Emperor Kang lineage will regain its glory. Fairy Queen Mei smiled when she heard Qin Wentian's words, and Xinglao's body trembled slightly. This day has finally come. Qin Wentian will take charge of the Kang Palace. Not only will he restore the glory of Emperor Kang in the past, but he will even surpass it. Reorganizing the Kang Palace is just the first step. They all know that Qin Wentian's goal is the entire Daxia dynasty. The people in Zhuan Palace also know this, but no one dares to say it. They just sigh in their hearts at this moment. If the opportunity is missed, it will never come again. There is one more thing. If there are people from Danwang Palace today, go back and tell Danwang Palace. I have said that one day Danwang Palace will be razed to the ground. Danwang Palace can wait. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and everyone was in an uproar again. Will Danwang Palace also be destroyed? What kind of storm will this young man who returned to Daxia set off in the Daxia dynasty? Chapter 667 Shadow Lord. The three celestial beings of the Ouyang family fell, and Yang Kuangsheng's relatives took control of the power. The whole family no longer had a second voice. The wedding of Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting was naturally held smoothly. However, after all, there was no such atmosphere after all. But for Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting, there was no regret. If Qin Wentian had not brought all the strong men here today, the consequences would really be unimaginable. When Yang Kuangsheng made friends with Qin Wentian, he just thought Qin Wentian was interesting and talented, and he would not have thought that there would be such a result today. He did not say thank you. The love between brothers does not need to be expressed with the word thank you. Only Jiang Ting thanked Qin Wentian a few times. After the banquet, people from all major forces left one after another, notifying their families or sects of what happened here, and soon the news spread throughout Kangzhou City. As for Qin Wentian, he said goodbye to Yang Kuangsheng after the banquet and led his people to Kang Wang Palace. The overlord-level power of Kangzhou City, Kang Wang Palace, the palace master personally led people to Kang Wang Palace to welcome them, expressing his willingness to form an alliance. This initiative made people secretly think that Kang Wang Palace was courageous. With the edge that Qin Wentian showed in the Ouyang family, the fate of Kang Wang Palace was doomed. They went to the sect to welcome them and could win the reputation of actively forming an alliance. If they waited for Qin Wentian and his men to set foot on Kang Wang Palace, they would be suppressed by strength to surrender. Of course, there is another choice. The people of Kang Wang Palace gave up all their foundations and abandoned the sect, and directly gave them to Qin Wentian and his men. Then their Kang Wang Palace would become a laughingstock from then on, and the Kang Wang Palace recognized by Daxia would still belong to Qin Wentian's Kang Wang Palace. For them, actively surrendering is the best outcome, but the palace master of Kang Wang Palace can do this, and his character is also beyond the reach of ordinary people. The reorganization of Kang Wang Palace is inevitable. When Qin Wentian climbed up the stairs to the Kang Wang Palace, the people who had come to the Emperor Star Academy to embarrass him were trembling with fear. However, Qin Wentian did not even look at them. He could not help but secretly mock himself in his heart. In the eyes of the young man who had grown up now, their existence was simply insignificant. In the main hall of the Kang Wang Palace, Qin Wentian sat on the throne of the palace master. The two celestial phenomena, Fairy King Yi and Old Xing, stood on his left and right. Although they were Qin Wentian's predecessors, Qin Wentian was now the palace master of the Kang Wang Palace. In such a formal occasion, Qin Wentian was naturally respected, and they were willing to serve as a foil. The palace master of the Zhuan Palace and the old woman in black robes sat in the lower guest seats. Zhuang Yi of the Zhuang family, Bing Yuchen, the leader of the Bingling sect, and the patriarch of the Beilu Academy stood below. The people in the main hall were all important figures in the Kang Wang Palace. At this time, the former palace master of Kang Wang Palace was standing below, looking at the young man in front of him, and sighed in his heart. The new generation is better than the old one. The times are changing too fast. This peerless evildoer who is less than 30 years old killed Yang Mushin with the Xiangang realm. The other party's deep and sharp eyes are hard to see through. Facing many celestial beings and the palace master, Qin Wentian was able to be so indifferent, as if such a scene was not worth mentioning to him. This boy has a heart of a tiger and aspirations higher than the sky. The Kangwang Palace, or even the entire Daxia dynasty, may only be a part of his wonderful life. I heard that there is another supreme elder in Kangwang Palace. Where is he? Qin Wentian looked at the palace master of Kangwang Palace and said indifferently. Kangwang Palace has been passed down for many years, and there is even a shadow of the Emperor Kang lineage in the sect, but in fact this lineage has long been in name only. The palace master of Kangwang Palace was stunned, but he didn't know how to answer. He was silent for a moment before saying, "The elder likes quietness, please don't blame him." Well, since he likes quietness, it's best to go to the mountains to practice. It's a bit cruel to let him care about the secular world. From today on, the position of the Grand Elder of Kangwang Palace will be taken over by Fairy King Mei, who will be responsible for supervising Kangwang Palace. Qin Wentian said calmly. The former palace master was stunned, and his heart trembled slightly. He secretly thought that this boy was decisive and ruthless. From now on, you will take on the duties of the deputy palace master of Kangwang Palace, how about it? Qin Wentian looked at the former palace master of Kangwang Palace, Chu Lanjiang, and said. Chu Lanjiang's heart trembled, and then he nodded and said, "Okay." Although he knew that this moment was inevitable, he still couldn't help sighing in his heart. As a celestial being, he was appointed as the deputy palace master. He was the only one in the overlord level power of the entire Great Xia dynasty. The celestial beings of other forces were either ancestors, or held power for the heads of the sects, or were respected as the supreme elders with a transcendent status. Chu Lanjiang could of course just leave, but if he left, he would not be at ease with the sect he had controlled for many years. This was his hard work and foundation. Moreover, deep in his heart, he still had a faint hope that although he no longer had the control of the sect, perhaps Qin Wentian could lead the Kangwang Palace to another level. Old Xing will still be in charge of the punishment hall. Zhong Yi, Bing Yuchen, and White Deer clan leader, you will assist the Supreme Elder Qing Mei Fairy and Old Xing to rectify the Kangwang Palace. Qin Wentian left Chu Lanjiang aside. Chu Lanjiang naturally understood what Qin Wentian meant. Rectification was inevitable. Wentian, my Xuanyang Palace will also be merged into the Kangwang Palace. At this time, the master of Xuanyang Palace spoke to Qin Wentian, which made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Although Xuanyang Palace has always fought side by side with Qin Wentian, it is after all a dominant force that belongs to Daxia. Merging into the Kangwang Palace is no small matter. The master of Xuanyang Palace and the old woman in black robe have discussed this matter and thought about it for a long time before making this decision. They know that Qin Wentian is determined to unify the Daxia dynasty, and with Qin Wentian's character, he will not treat them unfairly. Since Daxia is unified and all forces have submitted to the Kangwang Palace, how should Xuanyang Palace deal with it? Merging into the Kangwang Palace is a good choice. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded and agreed readily. The two seniors, the palace master, will also serve as the deputy palace masters of the Kangwang Palace and take charge of the Xuanyang Palace of the Kangwang Palace. The Xuanyang Palace master was stunned, and looked at Qin Wentian smile and said with a wry smile, "It seems that you have already had an idea in your mind. The Xuanyang Palace of the Kangwang Palace is still the Xuanyang Palace, and they are still in charge. This is indeed the best situation." Qin Wentian smiled and looked at everyone and said, "Okay, I will trouble you all in the next few days. You are going to take a break again." Ruahun in the crowd below giggled and looked at Qin Wentian. Seeing Qin Wentian sitting on the throne, she was also quite uneasy in her heart. The boy she had saved back then has achieved today's achievements. If it hadn't really happened, she would not believe it. "Sister Ruahun, you have to help me control the resources," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Ruahun is now in power. He heard that the Kangwang Palace is quite rich, controlling an auction street, and there are many trading pavilions, markets, restaurants, etc. Kangwang Palace began a mighty reorganization. All the former Kangwang Palace masters were reclassified. The Zhong family, Bingling sect, Beilu Academy, D family and other forces all expanded their power. The punishment hall controlled by Xing Lao was also like this. However, the intelligence line of Xianqi Palace headed by Fairy King Mei did not add anyone, but directly took over the intelligence of the former Kangwang Palace. The original power of the entire Kangwang Palace was dispersed. Many matters were extremely complicated, but Qin Wentian was a hands-off shopkeeper, handing all these trivial matters to them, and he was happy to be idle. As for the outside world, it had already set off an uproar. Qin Wentian returned, destroyed the 3 celestial phenomena of the Yang family, formed an alliance with the Zhang family, and stepped into the Kangwang Palace to take power. This news spread throughout Daxia in an instant. After all, on the day when the Yang family and the Zhang family married, people from all forces in Daxia came, and they brought the news back to Daxia Jiuzhou City at the fastest speed. For a time, Daxia was boiling, discussing the legendary figure who had returned. In this storm, Danwang Palace was the first to be hit. Danwang Palace is not Kangwang Palace. Qin Wentian had left a message back then that he would raze Danwang Palace to the ground. He has returned tonight, and once Qin Wentian leads his men into Danwang Palace, there will be killing and raiding. The strong men in Danwang Palace were in a panic, and they immediately dispatched strong men to the Hua family, to Zhaixing Mansion, to the Wang family in Bingzhou City, and even to the Shi family in Qinzhou City and to Yanzhou. Half of the overlord-level forces in Jiuzhou City were visited by strong men from Danwang Palace, and the crowd seemed to smell a huge storm. Some of these forces have grudges against Qin Wentian, and some are related to the death of Emperor Kang. Seeing the rise of a more powerful figure than Emperor Kang, they must do something. With Qin Wentian's powerful attitude now, he killed the 3 celestial phenomena of the Yang family and stepped into the Kang Palace. It can be said that those who follow will prosper and those who go against will perish. If this continues, they are worried that Qin Wentian will be the only voice left in the whole Daxia. At the same time, in Qinzhou City, there is an extremely terrifying dark force. This force is not a hegemonic force, but any hegemonic force in Daxia dare not underestimate them, and even have a faint sense of awe. Today, the master of the Danwang Palace, Danwang, came here in person. Danwang, what can I do for you? In a slightly demetic, Danwang was led here. The person who received him was a gray-robed man who stood with his back to Danwang, like a ghost in the dark. Lord Shadow, how are you? Danwang looked at the figure with his back to him and said lightly. A faint smile came out, and the figure turned around and looked at the Pill King. The gray robe covered his body and even his face, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. They were extremely terrifying. The Pill King just paid a high price to exchange for a 5th-level magic weapon, and now he comes to me again. He is really generous. The gray-robed man smiled grimly. Tell me, who do you want to kill? Qin Wentian. The Pill King said. It can be imagined how much pressure Qin Wentian put on the Pill King Palace to force the Pill King to ask someone to assassinate Qin Wentian. Okay, but I'm afraid your Pill King Palace can't afford the reward. The gray-robed man smiled. A peak Xianggang strong man, even if he has the combat power of the Xiangxiang realm, can it be more difficult than the forces back then to ask the Lord to kill Emperor Kang? The Pill King said coldly. Emperor Kang? How could his price be compared with Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian was the one who killed many disciples of Huangji Shengzong in Huangji Shengzong and still escaped unscathed. The price of killing him is 100 times higher than that of Emperor Kang. Think about it carefully. The bloodshot eyes stared at Danwang, causing Danwang's heart to tremble violently, as if he realized how terrifying that young man was outside. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668 History repeats itself. The Dan King left the Shadow Lord's faction and returned with disappointment. It was not that he did not want to kill Qin Wentian. He had witnessed those powerful men who descended from the sky respectfully addressing Qin Wentian as the young master. Now that Qin Wentian had returned with great strength, coupled with the price offered by the Shadow Lord, the Dan King understood how great the threat Qin Wentian posed, and the Dan King Palace was likely to be destroyed. However, he really could not afford the price of killing Qin Wentian. Even if he had to devote all his energy to the Dan King Palace, he could not afford this price. From this price, it can be seen that Qin Wentian's weight in the heart of the Shadow Lord was comparable to that of 100 emperors. Taking a deep breath, the Dan King sped up and headed towards Guangzhou City. Now every second was extremely precious to him. He did not know when Qin Wentian would go to the Dan King Palace. Outsiders almost did not know that the Dan King was going to look for the Shadow Lord, but then a message came from the Dan King Palace in Guangzhou City that the Dan King Palace was willing to make peace with Qin Wentian and apologize for the past events, and was even willing to pay any price to compensate Qin Wentian. As soon as this news came out, Daxia was shocked. The Dan Palace actually gave in. As the dominant power in Daxia and the pinnacle of the alchemy world in the Daxia dynasty, the Dan Palace was willing to apologize and compensate. It was conceivable how strong Qin Wentian's deterrent power was to them. Whether they were trying to delay time or sincerely wanted to make peace, the news had already spread, and the Dan Palace had lost all face. However, Qin Wentian obviously had no intention of making peace with the Dan Palace. A message came from the Kangwang Palace, asking the Dan Palace's celestial masters to bring Luohe and other important figures of the Dan Palace to come to the Kangwang Palace, kneel down and commit suicide, and the Dan Palace could continue to stand in Daxia. As soon as these words came out, Daxia deeply felt Qin Wentian's arrogant attitude, and also understood Qin Wentian's attitude. He would never forgive the Dan Palace. No matter what the Dan Palace does, or what treasures it offers, he will not forgive it. This can be seen from the fact that the young man dragged his sword for 100,000 miles and sacrificed his blood to split the Dan Palace. How deep is his obsession? If he does not take revenge, how can he marry King Chang as his wife? The matter is not over yet. Not long after the voice of Kangwang Palace spread, many figures descended from the sky in Guangzhou City and Kangwang Palace to visit Qin Wentian. If outsiders knew the identities of these people, they would probably be shocked and speechless. The people who came this time were all the overlords of Daxia. Among them were the ancestors of the Shi family in Qinzhou City, the ancestors of the Wang family in Bingzhou City, the ancestors of the Hua family in Guangzhou City, the Sword Lord of Yanzhou City, the leader of the Xianyao sect in Yaozhou City, the Lord of Haixing Mansion. All of these strong men are strong men in the celestial realm. Such a terrifying lineup is enough to make the whole Daxia tremble. However, they all descended on the Kangwang Palace on the same day to visit Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not show up. In the hall, the person who received the masters was Fairy King Mei. I haven't seen you for many years. Fairy King Mei is more graceful than before. The ancestor of the Shi family looked at Fairy King Mei and smiled. He was an extremely ancient master. After so many years, you are still alive. It's interesting to hide in Daxia and dominate it. Fairy King Mei smiled seductively. The ancestor of the Shi family didn't mind. In fact, those who have the talent to go out will go out when they are in the Xiangang realm, just like Jinyu. Although they are at the peak of Daxia, they are also self-aware. They know that it is difficult to make a big breakthrough in strength, so they would rather stay in Daxia, protect their families or sects, watch their children and grandchildren grow up, and hope to cultivate a genius who is better than themselves. Why don't you meet Master Qin? The ancestor of the Wang family had a strong spirit between his eyebrows, and his voice gave people a sense of sharpness. Today they came to talk to Qin Wentian, but they didn't expect this boy to be so rampant. So many masters came together, but he didn't even see them. Master Qin is busy and not in the sect. Please forgive me. Fairy Queen Mei smiled. Even if he is very busy, don't you have time to see us? The Sword Lord is the leader of the Yanzhou swordsmen. He is very powerful and is honored by the Yanzhou swordsmen as the Sword Lord of Yanzhou, the Lord of Sword. I said that Master Qin is not on the King Palace now. Fairy Queen Mei still smiled, but her heart was very cold. These people came with bad intentions. How could there be any good things when so many overlord-level figures came at the same time? Haha, this is a clean move. Master Qin has returned with great strength, killed the 3 celestial phenomena of the Yang family, and powerfully ascended to the King Palace. He also took the Zuanian Palace under his command. This is his ambition to dominate Daxia. The old monster of the Xianyao sect said coldly with a bit of demonic air on his face. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Fairy Queen Mei, as if they wanted to see something from her eyes. If Qin Wentian really wanted to dominate Daxia, then they would have to defeat Qin Wentian one by one and form an alliance to deal with Qin Wentian. For thousands of years, except for Emperor Kang in the past, only Qin Wentian now has enjoyed such treatment. Fairy King Mei felt very cold when she heard this. The experience of Emperor Kang in the past seemed to be repeated on Qin Wentian. These people started to stick together again. I really don't know what sect Master Qin is thinking. As for the ambition to dominate Daksha, who among you sitting here doesn't have it? Fairy King Mei's eyes swept over everyone one by one. There was no force among the overlord-level forces in Daksha that didn't want to dominate and be the only one, but no one had the ability to do so. Haha, Fairy is still as bad-tempered as before. The ancestor of the Shi family smiled. Beside him, the perception of the old man of the Wang family spread towards the distance, as if to sweep the entire Kangwang palace. Fairy King Mei frowned and said, "What are you doing? He's really not here." The ancestor of the Wang family showed an interesting look, looked at Fairy King Mei and said, "Qin Wentian left the Kangwang palace. Isn't he afraid that the foundation he founded will be destroyed again? Are you threatening the Kangwang palace?" Fairy King Mei stared at the ancestor of the Wang family, and her expression gradually became sharp. The ancestor of the Wang family looked at her fearlessly, and a storm was gathering in the hall. "Even if it's a threat, what does it matter?" Fairy King Mei smiled and said, "The reason why Palace Master Qin left is, first, he didn't expect that you would come together. You really think highly of our sect Master Qin. Second, with your strength, you can indeed destroy the Kangwang Palace and carry out bloody killings. However, don't forget how Yang Mushin died, and don't forget the age of sect Master Qin. As far as I know, although some of you present have some grudges with sect Master Qin, except for the Danwang Palace, no one has a life and death grudge with sect Master Qin that would lead to the extermination of the entire family. But if the Kangwang Palace is destroyed, you have to think carefully about whether you can afford the bloody revenge of a 28-year-old who killed a celestial figure." Fairy King Mei's words were also a threat, and the meaning was very clear. You can destroy the Kangwang Palace, but as long as Qin Wentian is not killed, it is best not to act rashly. All the people present were old idiots. How could they not understand Fairy Queen Mei's meaning? They only heard Swordmaster say coldly, "From Fairy Queen Mei's meaning, we will never have the chance to meet Qin Wentian." It seems so. Fairy Queen Mei smiled evilly. Qin Wentian was the whole of Kangwang Palace, so they naturally had to guard against these people who were trying to encircle and suppress Qin Wentian. "Please tell Palace Master Qin that he is very talented, and Daxia is too small for him, so he should not stir up trouble in Daxia. As for the offense in the past, as long as Sect Master Qin says a word, I believe that the Wang family and the Hua family are willing to apologize and make amends." The ancestor of the Shi family said with a smile, "Palace Master Qin should not interfere in Daxia's affairs." "Okay, I will convey your words." Fairy Queen Mei sneered secretly. "In that case, we'll take our leave." The ancestor of the Shi family stood up, and everyone stood up and turned away. They disappeared in an instant. A voice was faintly heard in the void, "This Qin Wentian is so arrogant that he can't even see me." Fairy King Mei walked out of the hall. Many figures appeared beside her, all looking at the people who left and sneering. The speed of this group is really fast. If we conquer Daxia, I'm afraid these people will do the same as they did to King Kang back then. Old Xing's eyes were cold. So we have to let Wentian be cautious, so that Emperor Kang doesn't repeat the same mistakes. In addition, we have to be careful of a certain dark force. Fairy King Mei's eyes were shining with cold light, as if she remembered something that happened back then. If it weren't for the people in the dark, Emperor Kang might not have died. Wentian is more outstanding than King Kang. History will not repeat itself. Although Old Xing has great respect for Emperor Kang, looking at the current Qin Wentian, he has to admit that Qin Wentian's brilliance is indeed much more dazzling than King Kang back then. That's why his return caused a sensation in Daxia, made the Danwang Palace compromise, and made the Overlord-level forces form an alliance. Wang's Hao City, one of the 9 cities in Daxia, is still prosperous. The Danwang Palace is located in Wang's Hao City. Now, the topic of the whole Daxia revolves around the Danwang Palace, just because Qin Wentian is back. The Danwang Palace stands tall in the sky. Even if you are far away, you can see the towering palace. The palace was split into 2 by a sword. Whenever you see this scene, the people in Wang's Hao City will marvel at what Qin Wentian did back then. The Danwang Palace did not rebuild this palace, which seems to be to remember the shame. Shu Ruanayu's mood has fluctuated recently. She has entered the Xiangang realm and has an extraordinary status in the Shu family. Although she did not marry Yang Fan in Taixing Mansion, she has gradually forgotten about him in the past few years. Whenever she thinks of Qin Wentian, the culprit who harmed her, she no longer hates him as much as before. Now he has already become famous in Daxia. As soon as he came back, He set off an unprecedented storm and became the idol of countless people in Daksha. For this, Shu Ruanayu occasionally even thinks of the days when she was kidnapped by Qin Wentian. She even looks at her appearance carefully in the bronze mirror. Being valued by Yang Fan, Shu Ruanayu is also a rare beauty. However, when that guy kidnapped her, he did not have any improper thoughts. Shu Ruanayu gets angry every time she thinks of this. She doesn't know why she occasionally reveals such emotions. Perhaps it's because that person is too famous. Looking at the split hall in the distance, Shu Ruanayu unconsciously thinks of these things again. What a handsome guy. At this time, the sister next to Shu Ruanayu spoke up, and Shu Ruanayu cursed in a low voice, "A nympho. Ruanayu, he is really handsome. Look at his temperament and concentration. He seems to be looking at the Dangwon Palace." Shu Ruanayu's sister continued, looking at a young man not far away. The young man seemed to have only the Dangwon Palace in his eyes, staring at it, as if the people around him did not exist. A nympho girl. Shu Ruanayu thought to herself, turned around and looked at the person the other party was talking about. After looking at him, she could no longer look away. She covered her lips with her right hand, revealing a look of astonishment. "It's him, he's here." Shu Ruanayu's heart was beating fast. Is he going to the Dangwon Palace? Looking at the young man, there was no one around him, only him. Shu Ruanayu's heartbeat accelerated. Is he going to the Dangwon Palace alone like before? She was confused and even a little worried. Under her gaze, Qin Wentian walked towards the Dangwon Palace step by step, walked to the top of the 99 steps, and looked at the towering palace from afar. Chapter 669, Day of Judgment. In front of the Dangwon Palace, a figure in white stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the majestic ancient palace. Passers-by stared at him and smiled faintly. Was he another younger generation figure who revered the Dangwon Palace? In front of the Dangwon Palace, a figure walked over and pointed at Qin Wentian and said, "You are not allowed to stay here. Leave quickly." Qin Wentian looked at them calmly, then walked forward and walked up the stairs step by step. "Dangwon Palace, he is here. How dare you?" A cold look flashed across the bodies of the people in front of him, and they stepped towards Qin Wentian, bursting out with the momentum of the peak of the Yuanfu realm. Bang! Qin Wentian's footsteps fell heavily, and the bodies of the people in front of him were hit hard, and they hit the stairs hard, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were pale. Someone broke into the Dangwon Palace. An angry roar came out, and several people were all angry. Breaking into the Dangwon Palace is looking for death? Passers-by all showed amusement. Someone actually dared to break into the Dangwon Palace. Did he want to die? Only Shu Ruanayu watched Qin Wentian walk up step by step, and her heart was in turmoil. Sure enough, he went up to the Dangwon Palace alone like last time. In the Dangwon Palace, figures flew in the air one after another. Before the people arrived, a loud shout was heard, "Whoever is so presumptuous will be killed without mercy." The voice of this person was full of murderous intent. After a moment, all the strong men arrived. However, the moment he saw Qin Wentian, the eyes of the person who shouted froze on the spot, and his face turned pale. His body trembled slightly, as if he saw an incredible scene, and trembled all over. He came, Qin Wentian, back. Once, when Qin Wentian left, he left behind a cold voice. When he returned again, it was the day of judgment in the Dangwon Palace. Is today the day of judgment that Qin Wentian mentioned? They were clearly monitoring the Dangwon Palace. Fairy King Mei had not left the Dangwon Palace, and even the masters had gathered at the Dangwon Palace. At this time, Qin Wentian actually appeared in the Dangwon Palace. He planned to destroy the Dangwon Palace alone? Several people nearby had also seen Qin Wentian. The moment they saw him, they were so scared that their bodies trembled and their hearts and courage broke. This young man had left a deep impression on them. They had watched from afar, watching Qin Wentian holding the magic sword and chopping the towering palace. Now, he is back, and he is more powerful than before. He killed Yang Mushan, a Xiangxiang realm master of the Yang family, without using the magic sword. He used the most powerful attack method to kill with one blow, and his cultivation was still at the peak of Xiangyang. He led people to sweep across the three major celestial phenomena of the Yang family, leaving no one behind. He led people to the Dangwon Palace, and the palace master of the Dangwon Palace personally came out to welcome them and surrender. The people in the distance were stunned when they saw the reactions of the masters of the Dangwon Palace. They seemed to be very afraid of the young man walking up. Could it be? Everyone suddenly thought of a possibility, their hearts beating. There was probably only one person in the whole Daksha who could make the masters of the Dangwon Palace so afraid of such a young figure. Qin Wentian. The crowd thought of a name, and their eyes suddenly flashed, and their bodies all trembled. That figure in white was Qin Wentian. He finally came back, and walked alone to the Dangwon Palace. Qin Wentian did not pay attention to the reactions of the others. He went up step by step. Wherever he passed, a storm of sword energy suddenly blew up and swept out. Boom. One step down, the sword intent was born, and the masters above Qin Wentian felt that thousands of swords pierced their hearts, and their faces turned pale as paper. Boom. Another step, the faces of the people above were pale, their hearts and courage were broken, and there was a look of despair in their eyes. Then, their bodies fell down, fell on the stairs, and rolled down the stairs, and they were already dead. Dead. The people below gradually gathered, their hearts beating. The young man who returned was indeed more terrifying, terrifying to the point of being horrifying. He continued to walk upwards, and no one dared to stop him in front of him, but more and more strong men gathered above the Dangwon Palace, and the overwhelming power pressed down madly, suppressing Qin Wentian. The Star Soul and the Wu Ming Xiang Gang all erupted, mighty and mighty, turning into an endless storm of destruction, pressing towards Qin Wentian. Kill him. With a command, the endless storm strangled down, and the sky and the void appeared a killing turbulence, crushing the earth, terrifying and boundless, and the power of destruction seemed to turn into a black storm. So scary. The crowd trembled in their hearts, and the Dangwon Palace moved in full force to strangle Qin Wentian. However, at this moment, the white-clothed figure raised his head and stretched out his palm towards the void. In his palm, there was a brilliant light, as if it could penetrate the storm of destruction and the turbulence of the void. The brilliant light turned into a huge and boundless palm print that could pick off the sun, moon and stars. Above the sky, where the masters of the Dangwon Palace gathered, an extremely terrifying and dazzling palm print appeared, and it struck down at everyone. With a loud rumbling sound, many of the masters who gathered there fell, and there was chaos. So strong. He has become so terrifying. Although the whole of Daksha is now full of rumors about Qin Wentian, when the crowd really witnessed his strength, they still felt unbelievable. It was rumored that he was only 28 years old, which was too amazing. Qin Wentian's body slowly rose into the air and continued to rise. He was still so calm and never said a word from beginning to end, but his eyes seemed to have a strange magic, which made everyone who saw his eyes tremble. The living masters of the Dangwon Palace began to retreat. When Qin Wentian went up, they retreated, and kept retreating. At this moment, the young man seemed to have become a demon, and no one dared to test his edge. Qin Wentian crossed the stairs and stepped onto the Dangwon Palace, looking at the countless faces in front of him. Among the crowd, Luo He was standing there. Luo He looked at Qin Wentian at this moment, feeling somewhat numb. When Qin Wentian attacked the Dan King Palace and held the magic sword to kill the gods, Luo He knew what a mistake she had made. She had only looked at Qin Wentian as a junior and had never really taken Qin Wentian seriously, even though he won the first place on the destiny ranking. But a few years later, when she heard Qin Wentian's name again, she was shocked to find that she, Luo He, had to look up to the junior. Just like at this moment, the figure in white casually stood there, and the entire Dan King Palace was shaking. What an amazing influence this is. In the whole of Daksha, there is no one else who can make Dan Wang Palace so afraid except Qin Wentian. Luo He. Just as Luo He was sighing in her heart, the white-clothed figure looked at her and said coldly, "You actually have the nerve to live. Everything I did was for Dan Wang Palace." Luo He took a deep breath and said slowly. She had given Mo King Chang a chance at the beginning, although the chance she gave seemed so ridiculous now. King Chang is already a 5th-level alchemist. Qin Wentian said lightly, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, which shocked Luo He's heart and made her breathing a little abnormal. Her face was pale. Her former disciple, the disciple she abandoned to raise corpses, became a 5th-level alchemist, the alchemy realm that only Dan Wang could reach. How ironic it sounded. She did not doubt Qin Wentian's words. With Qin Wentian's current strength and status, there was no need for him to lie to her. I am sorry for King Cheng. She is indeed a good disciple, except that she did not listen to me about you. Luo He sighed. King Cheng has never mentioned you or Dangwon Palace to me again. Qin Wentian said calmly, just based on what you did to King Cheng in the past, you should be dead. However, if it weren't for you in Chu state, King Chang might have died long ago. Maybe she didn't know how to face it. After all, you saved her. Otherwise, the power in King Chang's hands could destroy 10 Danwon palaces. So, I won't kill you. You destroy your cultivation and become an ordinary person. Qin Wentian looked at Luohi, which made Luohi feel uneasy. Just relying on King Chang's power, is it enough to destroy 10 Danwon palaces? You are too confident. A voice came, and in the void, the sky appeared, and Danwon and another celestial powerhouse appeared. Qin Wentian didn't look at them, still looking at Luohi. I am giving you the best chance to repent, don't let me do it. Luohi was silent, there was a tear in the corner of her eyes. No one could understand Luohi's feelings. It was she who destroyed the most talented disciple in the history of Danwon Palace, and made her stand on the opposite side of herself. She had the opportunity to let Mo King Chang marry Qin Wentian. At that time she couldn't imagine how glorious Danwon Palace would be today. All of this was ruined by her. Her arrogance and conceit ruined everything. She was a sinner of Danwon Palace. She was sorry for her disciple, the girl with a stunning face in Daxia. Okay. Luohi's expression darkened, and suddenly laughed. Luohi. Upon hearing this, Dan Wang looked at Luohi, only to see Luohi smiling at her father Dan Wang and saying, I, Luohi, really have no face to live. As she spoke, her palm contained terrible destructive power, and endless blazing flames burned up. Then she slapped it hard and blasted it directly into her body. In an instant, the destructive power burned itself in her body. Luohi spat out a mouthful of blood, still smiling at Qin Wentian, and said, I did something wrong, but I think I have fulfilled the responsibility of a master. Becoming a useless person is more terrible to me than death. Luohi smiled and then fell down. She could only repent with her own life. Luohi. Dan Wang looked pale and furious. A ray of terrifying flames fell from the sky and killed Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian's body moved at this time, rushing forward like a stream of light, the sword energy tearing the sky and earth. As if there was a rain of swords falling from the sky, he slapped his palm, and a loud rumbling sound was heard, and all the figures in front were destroyed. Where are you going? An extremely huge flaming palm print fell from the sky and grabbed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his hand and struck. The dazzling huaguang was extremely terrifying. With a loud rumbling sound, the palm print collapsed. Qin Wentian continued to move forward like a big rock. Just a short moment, he appeared in front of the demon sword inserted in the Danwon Palace. I'm back. Qin Wentian looked at the demon sword, stretched out his hand, and his fingers crossed the sword body. Blood dripped on the sword. In an instant, the demon sword was shining with a monstrous light. You hate the sky for being too low. I will take you to break through the sky and fight against the immortals and demons in the 9 heavens, Qin Wentian murmured, raised his head, and his body soared into the sky. Blood streaked across every part of the sword. He arrived at a height of 1,000 meters, holding the hilt of the magic sword in his hand. Chapter 670, Danwon Palace is destroyed. Qin Wentian's finger slid across the blade of the demon sword. Blood continued to flow from his fingertips, lingering on the blade of the demon sword. At this moment, 100 feet of blood light bloomed on the blade of the demon sword, and the demonic energy rushed straight into the sky. The terrifying blood-colored aura made people feel shocked from afar. A sigh seemed to come from the demon sword, followed by a monstrous sword roar. The swords might dance with a blood-colored aura. A few years ago, this young man in white turned into a big rock and chopped the Danwon Palace with his sword, but the demon sword remained here, but no one could pull it out. Now, he has returned again, feeding the sword with blood, as if to wake it up. This scene was shocking to the crowd watching from afar in the Danwon Palace. Shu Ruanayu stared blankly at the scene happening in the Danwon Palace, and a storm was set off in her heart. Without witnessing it with her own eyes, she could never imagine that the young man was so crazy. Stop him! Dan Wang shouted, and he and another Xiangxiang realm expert in Danwang Palace, an old antique figure in Danwang Palace, rushed to the direction where Qin Wentian was. They were very afraid of Qin Wentian. No one had experienced what happened a few years ago like Danwang Palace, and no one else knew that there might be a terrible force behind Qin Wentian in the dark. If it weren't for Zheng Yu's return, they really didn't want to provoke Qin Wentian, so they apologized publicly and even offered to pay any price to resolve the grievances with Qin Wentian. Unfortunately, Qin Wentian didn't accept it at all. Dan Wang was of course afraid. A few years ago, Qin Wentian had to transform into Big Rock to show the might of the peak of Xiangang and fight against them with a demon sword, but now Qin Wentian's own combat power is comparable to that of a Xiangxiang expert. If he pulls out the demon sword again, Dan Wang really dare not think about the consequences. 2 pieces of starry sky hung in the sky, bright and dazzling. Dan Wang's starry sky contained 9-color fire, full of terrible destructive power. The sky of the old antique strongman in the Dan King Palace was deep and dark, with black flames flickering. In the flames that kept falling, the breath that permeated from it was the breath of death. Kill! Dan King shouted angrily, and 9-colored light bloomed in the sky, turning into a terrible 9-colored fire, falling towards Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian seemed not to see it. The blood-stained 1,000-meter demon sword, at this moment he felt the humming of the demon sword, the sharp roar of the demon sword, and the pride of the demon sword. Rise! Qin Wentian's expression was solemn, and the sword trembled endlessly. The 1,000-meter giant sword pulled out a strand from the ground. In an instant, the blood-colored halo swept everything, an array of terrifying sword power soared into the sky and hit the 9-colored flames that fell towards Qin Wentian. With a bang, the flames exploded and burst into gorgeous flames. What a terrible sword energy! Dan King looked pale. The demon sword was still the same demon sword as before, but Qin Wentian was even more powerful. Kill! Qin Wentian's expression swept through, and the steps of the powerful men of the Dangwon Palace who were approaching this side suddenly stopped. The monstrous sword power directly penetrated through them, and one after another fell down, like grass. In my eyes, your cultivation is the same as theirs. How can you be qualified to fight the 9 heavens immortals and demons? A voice came into Qin Wentian's ears. It was the voice of the demon sword. Back then, the demon god sacrifice was irreversible. It was the demon sword that transmitted the message to Qin Wentian, telling him that the demon god sacrifice was reversible. Teach him the immortal destroying sword technique. The great way begins in the humble. How can immortals and demons be born? You hate the low sky and sink here, why don't you dance with me? Qin Wentian's voice was solemn, and another palm print full of destruction came towards him. On this palm print, it seemed that the flames of death were engraved, with a terrifying death pressure, rolling towards Qin Wentian. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped into the void, his clothes torn, and brilliant light flowed around his body, as if he was wearing immortal and demon armor. His body expanded, as if he had transformed into an immortal and demon. He looked up to the sky and roared, raising his hand and blasting out, sweeping away everything with the force of thunder and lightning. Bang! The destructive palm print exploded in the void, and the crowd looked at the figure that seemed to have transformed into an immortal and demon in shock. Their hearts were numb. Even without the magic sword, his attack power was enough to shake the attack of the celestial figure of the Dan King Palace. How strong was he? The Dan King and the old antique strongman looked livid, staring at the body that looked like an immortal and demon. The brilliance flowing on his body seemed indestructible. The two stood on the left and right of Qin Wentian. In the celestial phenomenon, 9 colored flames and black flames kept whistling out and kept falling towards the sky below. With Qin Wentian as the center, the whole world was filled with destructive airflow. You got the immortal method again. The demon sword saw the momentum blooming on Qin Wentian, and the voice came in. Then, his tone became arrogant again, and he said coldly, I hate the sky for being too low and unwilling to fly. Even if you really become an immortal or demon, what can you do? There was arrogance in this voice, as if the immortals and demons could not control it, and would only humiliate it. It seems that I overestimated you. Qin Wentian loosened his hand holding the handle of the demon sword, looked up at the destructive flames that were madly rushing towards him, and said proudly, even if I don't need to rely on your power, I can still kill the Dangwon Palace. It's just that we met by fate. You hate that the sky is too low. I want to soar into the sky to fight the immortals and demons in the sky. When we met, we should fight to break this world. It's ridiculous that you are unwilling to face it. If one day I soar into the sky, why should I take you to dance? After the voice fell, the blood in Qin Wentian's body burst out crazily and danced wildly. Behind him, it seemed that a terrifying phantom of a demon appeared. Summon. Star Soul appeared. Qin Wentian looked up at the sky, and in an instant, endless divine brilliance seemed to fall from the sky. The brilliance on his body was even more brilliant, and there were terrifying Star War beasts that seemed to fall from the sky, revealing an invincible power. Kill them. Qin Wentian said, and the monsters trampled on the world and killed the masters of the Dangwon Palace. A wisp of Lingshan sword energy appeared on his body. He raised his palm and blasted towards the void. At this moment, every part of the sky seemed to have a destructive pressure. The flames of destruction collapsed at the same moment, as if they were shattered by the nothingness of the sword energy. The masters of the Danwang Palace certainly heard Qin Wentian's arrogant voice, and they also knew that these words were not for them, but for the demon sword. The demon sword, like a demon, actually had life and talked to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian boasted that he didn't need the magic sword, and he could fight the masters of the Danwang Palace alone. The magic sword refused to dance with him, so why would he need to dance with a magic sword when he surpassed the 9 heavens one day? As soon as he said this, the sword energy on the magic sword became more terrifying, and the whistling sound was piercing, as if the magic sword was also angry. The Dan King and the old antiques of the Danwang Palace all looked ugly. Qin Wentian's attack power was so strong that it was frightening. If he could achieve the celestial phenomenon, it would be extremely terrifying. Seal of life and death, seal life and death. When the old antique saw Qin Wentian break away from the magic sword, he pressed Qin Wentian with a direct attack for the first time. The brilliance of death enveloped the world, and an ancient seal penetrated the void and bombarded Qin Wentian. The ancient seal seemed to carry the power of the stars, leaving a stream of death in the void. Qin Wentian's palm seemed to no longer be his own, but a palm print filled with destructive aura. He roared, stepped on the heaven and earth, suppressed the immortals and demons, and transformed into many figures. At the same time, he rushed out violently, and the seal of life and death was directly crushed. Endless star-picking palm prints bloomed with virtual demon power and rushed towards the old antique strong man of the Danwang Palace. Qin Wentian's strength not only came from his true meaning fusion and application, but also from his own advantages in star power, bloodline, and skills. It was reflected in any aspect and finally presented in his combat attack. The real power was monstrous. Ordinary people at the peak of Xianggang could not reach the momentum he could achieve. Even if the strong men in the Xiangxiang realm condensed the stars and celestial phenomena, they were not much stronger than him. The old antique warrior of Danwang Palace faced the endless attack. The power of the celestial phenomena gathered, and he slapped his palms wildly to counter Qin Wentian's attack. However, Qin Wentian's body was like a phantom. With a grab of his palm, the space seemed to have turned into dream space. The old antique warrior of Danwang Palace saw Qin Wentian holding the red devil halberd and killing him. Many phantoms appeared again. The old antique warrior of Danwang Palace turned pale. He was no longer able to withstand such a blow. Buzz! His figure wanted to escape, but he saw that the endless brilliance had already killed him. With a puffing sound, his body exploded directly and turned into nothingness. The fatal blow was so fast that it was unbelievable. Danwang wanted to help, but when he saw his death, Danwang's body stopped abruptly. He took a deep breath. Although his strength was much stronger than that of the old antique warrior, Qin Wentian's strength seemed to have completely shocked him. He swept his eyes down to the sky, and those star beasts had already begun to kill and trample. Blood dyed the Danwang Palace red, and the sunset in the sky seemed to be dyed red by blood. Everything was just like the last time he left. The day he returned would be the day of the Danwang Palace's judgment. Qin Wentian's body slowly fell down and landed on the demon sword. He slowly said, "Have you thought it through? If you follow me, I will not humiliate you." The sound of the sword whistled loudly, and the huge demon sword trembled wildly. The earth continued to crack, and the despairing storm that destroyed the world began to rage, and the entire Danwang Palace presented a doomsday scene. Swish! Deep cracks appeared in the Danwang Palace, and endless sword energy began to sweep. The strong men below continued to perish. The vast and majestic Danwang Palace, which stretched for hundreds of miles, began to collapse and be torn apart. Buzz! Danwang's face was pale, and his figure actually broke through the air directly. A sail of nothingness appeared under his feet, with an incredibly fast speed. It was a speed magic weapon exchanged by Danwang, so he could escape even if he couldn't fight. Since you are so arrogant, I will bear witness for you. If you cannot be proud of the 9 heavens one day, I will kill you with my own hands. An equally arrogant voice entered Qin Wentian's ears. The figure of the Dan King seemed to have disappeared, but a beam of light that broke through the sky descended, as if it cut the void into 2 pieces. The figure of the Dan King suddenly appeared in the distance, and his body was directly torn into 2 pieces and fell into the void. Just like now. The voice of the demon sword appeared again. Qin Wentian still stood proudly on the hilt with a calm expression. However, countless strong men outside the Dan King Palace looked at the fallen Dan King's body, and then looked at the cracked Dan King Palace. Their bodies trembled constantly. From now on, there will be no Dan King Palace in Daxia. P.S. Thank you Pao Pao and Mu Fang for rewarding Feng's alliance leader! Exclamation mark. Chapter 671 Threat. Qin Wentian looked forward. This demon sword was arrogant. He had known this for a long time. When he drew the sword from the sword worship city, he would not have drawn the demon sword without blood sacrifice. This demon sword was more arrogant than a person. Qin Wentian had never seen such an arrogant person, let alone a sword. This sword is extraordinary. It must have an amazing origin. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. If it had no amazing origin, how dare he say that he hated the sky too much? Don't worry, I will not disgrace your name, but do you plan to follow me like this? Qin Wentian said lightly. The demon sword has a body of thousands of meters. How to control it? Although I am willing to bear witness for you, I will not take the initiative to lend my power to help you. I want to see how you can realize your crazy words today. The sword energy on the demon sword seemed to break through the 9 heavens. It whistled fiercely. In an instant, a terrifying storm of destruction tore the earth. The endless figures in the Danyuan Palace looked up and looked at the strangling storm in despair, with only despair in their eyes. A strong light pierced through the void of heaven and earth, and Qin Wentian suddenly discovered that the 1,000-meter giant sword turned into a 3-foot green blade, shining white light into the sky, filled with endless demonic aura, like an evil sword. This sword was extremely evil, and it whistled towards the distance. It was seen directly inserted into the towering hall of the Dan King Palace, and continued to pierce into it. Wherever it passed, everything turned into ruins. When the sword was inserted into the Dan King Palace, the ancient palace had disappeared, and the entire Dan King Palace was completely destroyed and turned into dust. Sand and gravel flew in the void. Only the white demon sword with a bloody glow was inserted in the endless flying sand, showing its sharpness. Qin Wentian glanced at the demonic sword, a strange smile flashed across his lips, and then he walked out and stepped towards the place where the Pale King fell in the distance. Everyone retreated wherever he passed. The sail of nothingness fell to the ground, containing a ray of nothingness. The Pale King had already prepared a way out. With this sail of nothingness, if it weren't for the demonic sword's power, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep the Pale King. Qin Wentian put away the sail of nothingness and took off the Pale King's ring. No one dared to touch these things. Qin Wentian even destroyed the Pale King's palace. Who dared to take his spoils? Unless they thought their lives were too long. Back to the Pale King's palace, Qin Wentian walked to the demonic sword in the dust. The light of the evil sword converged, and there was no brilliance at all, as if it was just an ordinary sword, dim and lightless, standing there quietly. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and drew out the sword. Then he looked up at the void. With one step, his figure soared into the sky and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Gone. The crowd looked up and looked at the disappearing figure. Their hearts, which had been in turmoil, gradually calmed down. However, they could not help but twitch in their hearts when they looked at the Danyuan Palace that had turned into dust. When they returned again, it would be the day of the Danyuan Palace's judgment. Now, the day of judgment has come. The Danyuan Palace, another overlord-level force in Daxia, was razed to the ground. The 2 powerful celestial beings died in the battle. There were almost no living people in the entire Danyuan Palace, which was destroyed by the demon sword. When this sword was born and was controlled by Qin Wentian, I wonder how much blood and gore it will cause. Danyuan Palace, destroyed, has it become history? Even at this moment, some people still did not believe what they saw, as if it was unreal. Danyuan Palace had stood in Wangzhou City for too many years, and it just disappeared without a trace. Ruanyu, you already knew he was Qin Wentian. Shu Ruanyu's friend's voice trembled. No wonder Shu Ruanyu had been staring at him before. It turned out that he was the young man who had kidnapped Shu Ruanyu and was famous in Daxia. Shu Ruanyu smiled bitterly and could only sigh in her heart that things are unpredictable. If she had known that he would be so charming today, what would she have done when she was kidnapped by him? More and more people gathered in front of the Dan King Palace. Seeing that the majestic ancient palace that once stood in front of them had turned into dust, and there was no trace of it, they were speechless for a long time. The news of the destruction of the Dan King Palace soon shocked Daxia. The overlord-level forces became uneasy again. They felt a strong threat from Qin Wentian. It is hard for the major overlords not to be afraid of the man who can destroy the Yang family, the Denwang Palace, and the Kangwang Palace in a blink of an eye. The strong men from all forces are running around more actively. Since the last time the strong men gathered in the Kangwang Palace, there is a strong alliance force that wants to step into the Kangwang Palace again and negotiate with Qin Wentian. Sure enough, a voice was transmitted to the Kangwang Palace. 3 days later, the overlords of Daxia will visit the Kangwang Palace and talk to the palace master of Kangwang Palace, Qin Wentian. It is hoped that the palace master Qin will do his duty and not break the appointment. Suddenly, the situation in Daxia became delicate. There was a tendency for the overlords to form an alliance to counter Qin Wentian. This made everyone deeply sigh at Qin Wentian's strength and deterrence. For thousands of years, only he could force the forces to be so afraid. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Outside the Kangwang Palace, the overlords descended from the sky and came to the door. This time, the lineup was stronger than the last time. This time, Qin Wentian did not hide. Feeling the aura of the masters, he led Fairy King Yi and others to the steps of the Kang Palace, looking at the figures of the overlords in front of him. The young man in white stood with his hands behind his back, carrying an ancient sword sheath, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. The overlords stared at Qin Wentian carefully, and their hearts were not calm. He was really as young as he was heard, but he turned the summer upside down. The hero is young, and the talent of Palace Master Qin makes us ashamed. A voice came. Qin Wentian looked at the masters, his expression was calm, and he said lightly, "Why did you come to my Kang Palace? Qin Wentian, you have disturbed the peace of Daxia recently. The 3 celestial phenomena of the Yang family have fallen, the Denwang Palace has been destroyed, and the Kang Palace has surrendered. What do you want to do?" The ancestor of the Wang family looked at Qin Wentian with a sharp look. Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned and fell on him, saying, "What does it have to do with you?" The Wang family ancestor's expression froze, and he snorted coldly, "You are indeed young and frivolous. The land of Daxia will not tolerate you to act so wildly anymore." Qin Wentian showed an evil sneer at the corner of his mouth, looked at the Wang family ancestor sarcastically, and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? You." The Wang family ancestor's expression froze. He didn't expect that Qin Wentian would still be so arrogant when all the powerful people came to visit him today. "Qin Wentian." The Shi family ancestor shouted and said slowly, "The overlord-level forces in the Daxia dynasty have always been at peace. You have gone too far. Too far." Qin Wentian glanced at the other party, "So I should forget what the Danwang Palace did to me back then? You are really shameless." Fairy King Yi couldn't help but sneer. The Daxia dynasty was a place where the weak were the prey of the strong. Which of these big forces didn't swallow up countless forces? Now they actually said that Qin Wentian disturbed the peace of Daxia. If they had the strength, they would probably do more cruel than Qin Wentian. Moreover, Qin Wentian has not touched the interests of the irrelevant people until now. Whether it is the Danwang Palace, the Ouyang family or the Kangwang Palace, they have deep grievances with him. Before the interests of these people in front of him were touched, they began to come together. Let's get to the point. What do you want? Qin Wentian asked coldly. The land of Daxia cannot have such a turmoil again. Qin Wentian, with your talent, why do you want to stay in Daxia? The ancestor of the Shi family said. Where should I stay? Do I need your consent? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The ancestor of the Shi family shook his head. That's not my intention, but this time we came to discuss with you. The land of the Daxia dynasty cannot be destroyed by overlord-level forces. I know that some forces offended you in the past, and they are willing to pay compensation. When you can bully, bully. When you can't bully, pay compensation. The master of Xuanyang Palace sneered. This is already our concession. The ancestor of the Shi family said again. What if I don't agree? Qin Wentian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. Humph, if my information is correct, you should be from the Chu state, which is under the jurisdiction of King Guyan Pavilion. You came back this time to marry Mo King Cheng. The land of Chu is your hometown, where you have relatives and friends. The cold voice of the ancestor of the Wang family came out. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent storm suddenly broke out from Qin Wentian's body. A terrifying demonic aura rushed straight into the sky, and then rolled towards the ancestor of the Wang family. His eyes were full of demonic and murderous aura. The overlords cursed the ancestor of the Wang family in their hearts. This remark might be bad news. The ancestor of the Wang family suddenly felt the demonic aura rising to the sky. Qin Wentian's eyes shut at him, and his heart trembled slightly. However, he quickly stabilized his mind, snorted coldly, and looked at Qin Wentian. The Yang family forced my brother's wife to marry someone else. I only killed the 3 main culprits. I barely touched the rest of the Yang family. I didn't kill anyone in the Kangwang Palace, and no blood was shed. Only the Dangwang Palace and I had a deep blood feud, and it was just destroyed. The Wang family hunted me down many times in the past, and I haven't settled the feud with the Wang family yet. You said you came to apologize and make amends, but now you threaten my family. Qin Wentian's voice was filled with cold murderous intent. Even if he wanted to unify Daxia, he didn't think of killing people wantonly. He just wanted the overlord-level forces to submit, just like Daxia back then. The Daxia dynasty ruled the land of Daxia and never thought of bloodshed. But now, he hasn't settled the accounts of what the Wang family did in the past, and the ancestor of the Wang family threatened his entire family. No matter what I say, if there is trouble in Daxia again, you will bear the consequences. The ancestor of the Wang family spoke coldly. Send the guests out. Qin Wentian glanced at everyone and spoke coldly. Please go ahead. Fairy Queen Mei looked at everyone coldly. Since the ancestor of the Wang family had found out about Qin Wentian's family, it was obvious that he was not the only one who had this idea. Qin Wentian, are you sure you want to do this? The sword of Yan's House Sword Master whistled past with an icy aura. Qin Wentian walked away without turning around, which made Yan Zhao Sword Master look extremely cold and said, everyone, others don't give us any face at all. Let's go. The overlords had murderous intent in their eyes, and then stepped away. No one really dared to act rashly. If they failed to kill Qin Wentian, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 672 Golem Cliff. The overlords of Daxia gathered at the Kangwang Palace to threaten Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian got involved in the overlord-level forces of Daxia again, they would join forces to deal with Qin Wentian. When this news came out, Daxia trembled, and everyone wanted to see how the arrogant peerless Xianjiao would respond. However, Qin Wentian did not respond at all, nor did he destroy any forces. But a big thing happened in Qin's House City. Because of the appearance of the Imperial Mausoleum, the forces still deployed troops around the ancient palace of the former Daxia Ancient Palace. Although the people who stepped into the Imperial Mausoleum could not walk out alive, they still kept close surveillance. Now, during their surveillance, a force moved into the ancient palace openly, drove away the troops, and at the same time spent a huge price to invite many skilled craftsmen to appear in the ancient dynasty to rebuild the ancient dynasty. This matter instantly attracted great attention. The powerful men of the major forces who were monitoring came, and then they got the news that the Kangwang Palace in Kangzhou City would be relocated, and the place of relocation was the ancient palace of Daxia. Sure enough, not long after the news came out, the strong men of the Kang Palace came to the ancient palace one after another, commanding the reconstruction of the ancient palace, day and night. This news instantly boiled over, sweeping the world. The Kang Palace moved to the Great Xia Ancient Dynasty. For thousands of years, this ancient palace has not been touched by any overlord-level forces. The implication of the Kang Palace as doing so is already obvious, and the whole of Daxia seems to have heard the voice from the Kang Palace. Move to the Great Xia Ancient Palace, want to be the king of Daxia again, and the 9 states come to pay homage. Is this Qin Wentian's most powerful counterattack against the overlords who came to the Kang Palace? After that day, Qin Wentian seemed to disappear, and did not respond directly to the various forces of Daxia, but this move made the whole of Daxia see his determination. I want to dominate Daxia, who dares to touch the Kang Palace? I am afraid that at this moment, the overlord-level forces can't sleep well. Because of the appearance of Qin Wentian, the exchanges between the various forces in Daxia are more frequent than in the past few hundred years. The construction of the Great Xia Ancient Palace was so grand that no one dared to stop it. No force took the lead to deal with the Kang Palace to hinder the reconstruction of the ancient dynasty. They had gone to the Kang Palace and told Qin Wentian not to touch any Great Xia forces, but they did not tell Qin Wentian not to rebuild the ancient palace. Now, Qin Wentian did not take the initiative to cause trouble, but just moved to the Great Xia Palace. If they stopped the killing, would Qin Wentian be completely enraged? No one knew. In the Great Xia Ancient Palace, all the skilled craftsmen were busy day and night. In the void outside the ancient palace, there was a sail of nothingness, and a figure in white stood on it, watching all this happen. In addition to Qin Wentian, Yun Mengai was also on the sail of nothingness. The Great Xia will be unified and will not be renamed. Your wish will be fulfilled. When will you tell me what I want to know? Qin Wentian asked Yun Mengai. I won't say anything. Yun Mengai had a smile between her eyebrows. Her autumn water eyes stared at Qin Wentian, and her hands were placed on Qin Wentian's arms, as if they were very intimate, unless, one day I become your woman. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, and with a swipe of his sleeve, he moved Yun Mengai's arm away. Go down. Qin Wentian said indifferently. Yun Mengai was stunned, and her face returned to normal. With a cold look, she walked down the sail of nothingness and looked at Qin Wentian and said, Am I so unattractive? I treat you as a friend. Qin Wentian said indifferently, and then he turned around. The sail of nothingness passed by a stream of light and disappeared in front of Yun Mengai in an instant. In the western region of Daxia, there is a desolate mountain area. There are several chaotic cities around this area, and it is sparsely populated. In this territory, there is a desolate area that is even more sparsely populated. It is a Jedi secret place in Daxia. The Great Xia dynasty existed since ancient times, with endless cities and prosperity, and Jiuzhou City was the most prosperous. However, in the vast Great Xia, there are also secret places that no one has discovered. Countless strong men have set foot in these places, but once they step into them, it is difficult to get out, no matter how strong they are. These places are called Jedi. Golem Cliff is a Jedi in Great Xia. It is rumored that Golem Cliff is a holy place of magic, and powerful demons have walked out of it. Great Xia has an ancient legend about Golem Cliff. In the past, a great war between immortals and demons took place here, and the immortals and demons fell here. The powerful demons suppressed the immortals and suppressed them with the golems of the peerless demons, forming the current Golem Cliff. There have always been some people in Great Xia who have stepped into the Golem Cliff, but they only stepped into the edge and hurried out, not knowing the secrets in the depths. As for those who have stepped into the depths of the Golem Cliff, few people have walked out, and even if they come out, they have become crazy and unconscious. Qin Wentian, at this moment, came to the Golem Cliff, and his calm eyes flashed with a touch of longing. Qing girl disappeared at the Golem Cliff. This girl was too brave to come here with Feng Li and others to make a living, and even got stuck in it. There is no news about her until now. For Qin Wentian, Bai Qing is like his own sister. That silly girl didn't hesitate to put a knife on her neck to let him leave the Bai mansion, so she broke up with her father and sister and ran away from home. Whenever Qin Wentian thought of Bai Qing, he would feel a little heartache. Only Bai Qing girl could make Qin Wentian feel deep pity. Qing girl. Looking at the statues that seemed to be towering in front of him, Qin Wentian took a deep breath. With his wedding coming up, Qin Wentian shouldn't have taken risks, especially since the Golem Cliff was the last resort of Daxia, and he shouldn't have taken risks. However, he returned to Daxia this time, first to complete the wedding with King Cheng, second to find Kinger, and third to solve the Daxia issue. If he cannot be sure of Bai Qing's safety, he will be uneasy. Back then, that girl practiced a Chaos Heaven demon art, and still did not forget to protect him. She also protected him everywhere on the battle stage of the Destiny ranking and fought for him. Even when he injured her, she still cried and called Brother Wentian. These memories are vivid. How can I forget this feeling? The Golem Cliff is extremely vast, radiating hundreds of miles, and all of them are terrible golems. Qin Wentian looked forward, and a very tenacious meaning flashed in his eyes. Then he walked out and stepped into the Golem Cliff. A golem as high as a kilometer stood in front of him, as if it was an ancient demon, guarding the door of the Golem Cliff. The wind flashed by, and Qin Wentian in white entered with his sword on his back. The moment he walked into the golem, a wisp of terrifying demonic energy filled the air. In an instant, he seemed to have entered the world of demons. Golems were guarding various locations, staring at Qin Wentian, which made people tremble. There are so many entrances. Is each entrance to a different world? Qin Wentian looked at the entrances of the golems in front of him. His body rushed out without any hesitation, not going deep into the Golem Cliff. Soon, when Qin Wentian looked up, the 8 sides of the ground and the void above were all golems. Now, he couldn't tell the direction and couldn't find the exit. Buzz, boom, buzz. Suddenly, there seemed to be endless sound waves between heaven and earth, and the devil's voice was lingering. A terrifying devil's might was reviving. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt his heart tremble. He looked forward. There was an extremely huge devil statue. This devil statue seemed to have turned into an illusion, as if it could move. It was lingering with devil's energy and spewing devil's voice. It penetrated the void and penetrated into Qin Wentian's ears. The pair of eyes full of devil's intent looked at Qin Wentian. Just one glance made the star force in Qin Wentian's body go crazy. It seemed that a terrifying devil's will rushed into his mind. Endless power came over, and a terrible rumbling sound came out. Qin Wentian only felt that there was a monstrous power suppressing him. At this moment, he seemed to have an illusion that there were supreme devils coming directly towards him to kill and suppress him, covering the sky and the sun. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and in an instant a terrifying sword energy storm swept across the world. With a loud bang, a devil who came to suppress was destroyed. After 2 steps, the ground trembled, and the rumbling sound continued. The chaotic demon head tore through the sky crazily. After 3 steps, the storm of destruction swept across the whole world. However, the devil sound lingered, and the demon heads were endless, constantly coming to suppress and kill, never stopping. Nothing gives birth to anything, all are devil thoughts, there are devil obstacles in the heart, and the demon heads are endless. If the mind is clear, the demons will not suppress me. When Qin Wentian took the 7th step, a sword will soared into the sky. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the demon statue in front of him. He walked forward step by step, allowing the powerful demon heads to suppress him, but they could not descend on him. Countless demon heads madly suppressed and pounced on him, but there seemed to be a supreme brilliance in front of Qin Wentian, which was the meaning of clarity. The mind was clear and the demon obstacles could not affect his heart. Qin Wentian continued to move forward, and he did not stop even if there were endless demon heads to suppress him. He stepped into the entrance below the tall demon head and continued to move forward, going deep into the demon cave. No matter how dangerous and mysterious the golem cliff is, if Bai Qing is trapped in it, he will take Bai Qing out. If Bai Qing dies in the golem cliff, no matter whose territory the golem cliff belongs to, he will destroy it at all costs. Entering another space, Qin Wentian did not get relief, but was in even greater danger. The vast space was full of golems, suppressing all directions, and the dark demonic energy was dancing wildly. The demon head seemed to be staring at Qin Wentian with their eyes open, and the terrifying aura was pressing on Qin Wentian's body. Boom! I saw a golem moving, stepping directly from the towering cliff, and the huge body rushed straight to Qin Wentian. I saw him punch out, transforming into a huge demon head and crushing past. Qin Wentian's palm was shining, and he raised his hand and punched out. With a loud bang, the fist light shattered, and his arm grabbed the void and slammed on the golem, and the golem exploded. Boom! The earth shook, and the golems on both sides of the cliffs all trembled, and then rose from the ground, and endless demonic power swept over. All the golems rushed towards Qin Wentian, endless. If you are demons, today I will become a demon. Qin Wentian's body became violent, and the demonic energy rushed into the sky. He stepped on the ground and soared into the sky. Thousands of figures seemed to appear at the same time, and endless divine brilliance flashed between heaven and earth, lighting up the sky. Countless palm prints suppressed and passed by, and the void was annihilated, and everything was destroyed. Qin Wentian took a big step and rushed forward. He wanted to see how mysterious and terrifying this golem cliff was. Chapter 673, 10,000 Demons Pay Homage. Qin Wentian wandered around the golem cliff. The golems revived and suppressed them madly. Qin Wentian swept all the way and went madly deep into the golem cliff. He came to a closed valley. The 8 sides of this place were still guarded by golems. There was no sky above, no magic, only a golem stood there, inserted into the sky, as if suppressing the sky. Boom! Qin Wentian's heart was beating, and the lingering demonic energy was even more terrifying, making people want to collapse. Suddenly, endless sound waves came from the golem cliff and penetrated into Qin Wentian's ears. In the mountain wall in front, a figure walked out, with blood-colored demonic light all over his body. This was a terrible demonic figure. His eyes stared at Qin Wentian, as if he wanted Qin Wentian to fall into it. The moment this figure walked out, a gap seemed to appear in the closed ancient times. Only from there could he continue to move forward. The sound waves were still there, and endless magic light shone on the golem. Then the golem stepped out and rushed towards Qin Wentian, so fast that it looked like a magic light. A simple and unadorned punch was thrown out, as if it shook the past and the present, and penetrated the void. This punch was filled with supreme magic energy, suppressing the void of heaven and earth, and breaking all laws. The starlight on Qin Wentian's body was flowing wildly. He roared, His body became huge, his clothes were torn and shattered, he trampled on the earth, swept out, and thousands of phantoms appeared, smashing the stars, the sun and the moon with his palms, and suppressed them wildly. The terrifying explosion shook the world, and the golem's fist was still blasting forward, and it was impossible not to break. Qin Wentian's body was flowing with brilliant light, and he collided with the opponent's fist. At this moment, he felt that there was a monstrous magic in the opponent's fist, trying to destroy his internal organs, as if infinite magic power had penetrated into his body. Boom! With a loud noise, the golem's footsteps crossed the ground, making a hissing sound. Qin Wentian was shocked and vomited blood. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, put his palm on the hilt of the sword behind him, and a ray of brilliant light shone. The sword was unsheathed 1 foot, and Qin Wentian's fingers crossed the blade. The blood dyed the demon's sword red, and the sword whistled non-stop. Buzz! The terrifying sword storm swept across the world. The sword was unsheathed and transformed into a 1,000-meter demon sword. The sound of the sword's chant cut through the void and swept madly over the surrounding golems on the cliff. Qin Wentian held the giant sword and walked forward. Endless sword intent fell from the sky and blasted the golem in front. The golem's body swelled in the demon sound, but Qin Wentian roared, and the giant sword chopped out. In an instant, endless force suppressed it and chopped it in front. The golem raised its huge hand to resist, and the demon sword swept across, directly cutting the golem off and turning it into powder. Qin Wentian walked forward step by step, looking at the gap that opened. There was a heart-throbbing demonic power inside, which made his heart beat non-stop. The statue on the golem cliff was like a real person with a real face, as if it had experienced thousands of years of weathering and became a statue on the golem cliff. The demon sword became smaller, and Qin Wentian walked through the gap with the demon sword in his hand and came to another space. At this moment, his eyes were fixed there, and his heart was shaking violently. Endless demonic sounds resounded between heaven and earth, shaking in the soul. The monstrous dark demonic light and the bloody light were mixed together. In the center of this extremely vast golem cliff, there were tens of millions of demons around, and they all had strong demonic light on them and went towards the altar in the center. 10,000 demons are paying homage to the Lord. Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently. 10,000 demons are paying homage to the Lord, as if they were paying homage to the devil. In the central area, the bloody light went straight to the sky, as if there was a demonic light from the sky outside, falling here, and landing on the altar in the middle. The altar was shrouded in blood light, and there seemed to be a demon sculpture inside. The figure could not be seen clearly, but around the altar, there were blood-red demon heads. They stood there and chanted, as if playing the devil's triumphant song. At this time, a figure turned around. This figure looked like an unreal demon shadow. He just glanced at Qin Wentian, just a glance, and Qin Wentian felt that his whole body was out of his control. The terrifying demon power rushed directly into his mind. Buzz! The demon shadow appeared in front of him in an instant. Qin Wentian seemed to be trapped in a demon barrier. This was a blood-red space, a space without vitality, only with demonic intent. The terrifying blood-red palm print came and slammed into Qin Wentian's body, shaking him to vomit blood. Isn't this also a starry sky phenomenon? Qin Wentian murmured. He felt a sense of powerlessness. There was such a terrible power in this demon cliff. There was a demon head offering sacrifices here. Qin Wentian was lying on the ground, looking at the magic light in the void. It was faintly glowing with the light of stars, like a starry sky. A blood-colored magic knife appeared from it and directly suppressed and killed it. The magic knife could cut through the heaven and earth. Qin Wentian was a little desperate. He could not escape the attack of the magic knife at all. Puff! The magic knife pierced into the body, and the blood stained the ground red. Qin Wentian's face was pale. He thought he could do a lot of things, find Bai Qing, and avenge Qinger. However, at this moment, he found sadly that he was not as strong as he imagined. In this world, there are too many forces that he cannot resist, which are too strong. Qin Wentian's heart burned with a stronger flame, but this wish can only be placed on Jiutian. The blood dyed the red ground even redder. Qin Wentian's consciousness was a little fuzzy. The blood flowing on the ground had not dried up for a long time. Instead, it was filled with a strong breath, which slowly flowed back into Qin Wentian's body, nourishing his heart, as if maintaining a ray of Qin Wentian's vitality. Why, haven't you died yet? In his fuzzy consciousness, Qin Wentian felt as if he had not died. The white heart fire appeared again, as if it could protect his life. Even if his heart was attacked, It could protect his heart veins and keep him alive. But this time the injury was different. The magic knife was still inserted into his body. The terrifying power in the magic knife corroded his heart and wanted to take his life. The two forces seemed to be in conflict. This confrontation lasted for a long time, but no one on the altar seemed to pay attention to him. The magic sound still lingered between heaven and earth, as if an ancient ritual was being performed. After many days, Qin Wentian felt that the magic sound seemed to have disappeared. There was no sound. He could feel that he was not dead. He even felt that someone had pulled out the magic knife inserted in his heart. He tried hard to restore his fuzzy consciousness so that he could see everything clearly, but he only felt a vague figure. It was a figure wearing black magic armor, surrounded by a terrible temperament. Her face seemed familiar, clear and beautiful, but it revealed a terrible magic, like the descendant of the devil. Then, Qin Wentian felt a soft body holding him up. The black magic armor seemed to have no weight at all. It could not block the touch of the soft skin, but it still gave people a strong sense of majesty. Then, Qin Wentian felt that he was flying in the air. All this seemed like a dream, a little unreal. When he woke up from the dream, Qin Wentian tried to open his eyes. The sunlight pierced his eyes. Qin Wentian squinted a little unaccustomed, and then opened his eyes again to adapt to the direct sunlight. There were white clouds floating in the sky, and the magic sound had long ceased to surround his ears. There was a whisper next to him, and a laugh came. This guy won't be scared to death before he even stepped into the Golem Cliff. Golem Cliff. Qin Wentian sat up suddenly, his heart trembling violently. He looked at his body, which was covered with a messy shirt, with traces of tearing everywhere. The wound on his heart seemed to have healed. Qin Wentian knew that his terrible blood had super healing ability. Turning his eyes to look at his side, the demon sword lay quietly on the ground beside him, like an ordinary iron sword, without any abnormality. What happened? Qin Wentian said to himself. It was all like a dream, but he knew that he was not dreaming. Everything was real. Who was the vague figure in the dream? Did she save him? Reaching out his hand, Qin Wentian touched his cheek, and there seemed to be crystallized droplets, which dried on his face, leaving a little mark. Qin Wentian picked up the demon sword, stood up, and looked into the distance. Golem Cliff was over there, and he was sent out. The wind blew over the barren land, stirring up the messy clothes on his body. Qin Wentian looked at the white clouds above the Golem Cliff, as if everything was so peaceful, but his heart could not calm down for a long time. He wondered, which sky was the real one? The space and the Golem Cliff, the monstrous magic light, the magic beam that pierced the sky, where did it come from? Qin girl, is that you? Qin Wentian murmured. The soft body and the black magic armor, the tough but gentle eyes, although blurry, were still familiar. Could that be Bai Qing? Qin Wentian could not know the truth. He also knew that he had no ability to enter the Golem Cliff again. He could not resist the demon shadows there, where all the demons were worshipped. You should know what happened. Qin Wentian asked, holding the demon sword in front of him. The demon sword did not respond, and there was still no brilliance. It was completely silent, as if it was fulfilling its promise. It would only be a witness for Qin Wentian. Brother, is this guy a fool? He actually talked to his sword. A young woman not far behind him said to the young man next to him, looking at Qin Wentian strangely. Maybe he was scared silly. The young man laughed. A group of young men and women looked at Qin Wentian's messy clothes and dementia, and thought Qin Wentian was a fool. Qin Wentian seemed not to hear anything. Suddenly, a terrifying light rose from his body and instantly submerged his body. Then he took out a clean piece of clothing and put it on. He still looked at the Golem Cliff in front of him, sighing in his heart, hoping that Kinger would be okay. The sail of nothingness appeared, and Qin Wentian walked up. A bright light shone, and Qin Wentian's figure broke through the air and disappeared. The people behind him looked at the departing figure and the terrifying bright light just now. They swallowed their saliva, their faces were slightly pale, and their bodies felt wet, all covered with cold sweat. At that moment just now, they felt that as long as the other party was angry and pinched them to death, it would be easy. Chapter 674 King Wentian Supreme. In the ancient palace of Daxia, many ruins have risen from the ground again. All the skilled craftsmen obeyed Yun Mengai's instructions to build this palace. After a period of sleepless work, the palace of Daxia once again showed the grand momentum of the past. What is different from the ancient palace of the past is that the palace of Daxia today is full of vitality, as if witnessing the rise of a new dynasty. Daxia is playing a new legend. The overlord-level forces of the Daxia dynasty did not come to make trouble. When Qin Wentian moved to the ancient palace to respond to them, the forces were surprisingly silent. Behind this silence, people feel that one day these overlords will suddenly rise up. At that time, no one can predict whether the future situation of Daxia will be the rise of legends or the same as Emperor Kang in the past. In the past few days, a gray-robed figure appeared outside the Great Xia dynasty from time to time. He was like an ordinary old man, passing by the majestic palace that rose from the ground. After many days, the figure disappeared and never appeared again. Qin Wentian didn't know about this. Qin Wentian's eyes were left in the ancient palace of Great Xia. He left a Star War beast there. He knew what happened in the palace of Great Xia. The same was true for the state of Chu. In the past few days, the state of Chu was extremely restless. The reason was naturally because of Qin Wentian's return and the wedding that was getting closer and closer. More and more people flocked to the imperial city of the state of Chu to prepare for the grand wedding of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen. The king of the state of Chu, Chu Wuwei, had already ordered a banquet to be held in the whole city. Who wouldn't want to see how graceful the young man who killed the master of the Qinghai Empire with one blow was? During this period of time, Mo Feng and Mo Yu were very impressive. Every day, many friends came to them to ask about Qin Wentian. The news of the restaurant that day was widely spread. After Qin Wentian said that he wanted the Lord of the Empire to come to see him, countless young people regarded Qin Wentian as an idol. Mo Yu girl accepted everyone who came and praised him to the sky, but Mo Feng was a little unhappy. He preferred to take Ling Yu to play around. On this day, Mo Feng and Ling Yu walked hand in hand in the imperial city. The two had officially confirmed their relationship and stuck together every day, which made Mo Feng very happy. Mo Feng, when you marry me in the future, will you make me as impressive as Sister Qingchen? Ling Yu smiled lightly and joked with Mo Feng. Mo Feng scratched his head and said dejectedly, Ling Yu, although I will try my best to give you a satisfactory wedding, it may be difficult to surpass your brother-in-law and make you as majestic as Sister Qingchen. After all, your brother-in-law is too powerful. Ling Yu took Mo Feng's hand and faced him, smiling softly. I'm just kidding you, as long as you always treat me well, that's enough. My brother-in-law must have experienced many hardships and crises to achieve what he has today. Although I also hope that you will be strong, I don't want you to encounter so many dangers. I will be happiest if you can spend more time with me. Mo Feng, am I being selfish? I hope you can be strong and marry me in a grand manner, but I say this at the same time. No, it's because you like me. Mo Feng smiled foolishly, looking at Ling Yu's shy face. She rolled her eyes at Mo Feng and said, Who likes you? After saying that, she turned and trotted forward, and Mo Feng hurriedly caught up. Miss. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Ling Yu's way. Ling Yu looked at the figures that appeared in front of her one after another, opened her mouth, and her eyes dimmed. Has my father come to Chu? Ling Yu asked. The master wants to see you. The person in front nodded. Ling Yu said oh, then turned around and looked at Mo Feng, smiled bitterly and said, Mo Feng, you go back. Ling Yu. Mo Feng said reluctantly. Don't worry, I'll go talk to my father. Ling Yu smiled. The master said that Master Mo Feng should go as well. The figure in front spoke, which made Ling Yu and Mo Feng stunned. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of nervousness in Ling Yu's beautiful eyes, but Mo Feng said, Okay, Ling Yu, I'll go with you to see your uncle. Ling Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently and said, Okay. Let's go, miss, the master is in the drunken restaurant. The figure in front led the way, which made Ling Yu and Mo Feng a little strange. It was actually in the drunken restaurant, where the last disturbance happened. Today's drunken restaurant is more lively than before, with many guests coming and going, but today the third floor is particularly quiet, without any sound. Mo Feng and Ling Yu were a little nervous when they walked up together. When they stepped into a private room, Ling Yu's beautiful eyes immediately froze there. She naturally saw her father, but her father was not the only one here. Her grandfather was also there, and even her grandfather and father were still standing there, accompanied by a figure in black. The black-clothed figure sat there, with a sense of majesty, sharp eyes, and a fascinating light that penetrated people's hearts. Ling Yu seemed a little nervous. She bowed to the black-clothed figure and shouted, Ling Yu greets the Supreme. As a member of Qinghai Pavilion, Ling Yu knew who was in front of her. It was the Qinghai Supreme who rose from Qinghai Pavilion and forced the old man Qinghai away. The King Giant Supreme was not as peaceful as Qin Wentian. He was a very strict and majestic person. Those who obeyed him would prosper. His methods were extremely cruel. Ling Yu was a little afraid of him, but she usually had no chance to meet the King Giant Supreme. She didn't expect that he would come to Chu today. Mo Feng's body trembled slightly. Supreme, is this the King Giant Supreme from King Giant Pavilion? Yes. King Giant Supreme nodded. He was always stern, but he rarely smiled at this moment, but his smile still carried a majestic aura. King Giant Supreme's eyes fell on Mo Feng and said, "Are you Mo Qingchang's younger brother Mo Feng?" "Yes." Mo Feng nodded in response, also a little nervous. "Yes, he is quite a match for Ling Yu." King Giant Supreme said with a smile, which made Mo Feng secretly relieved and said, "Thank you, Supreme. It doesn't matter. I came to Chu to meet your brother-in-law. Can you help me pass a message to him?" King Giant Supreme asked. Mo Feng was stunned. Qin Wentian killed the Lord of King Giant Empire very forcefully and asked others to go back and report to King Giant Supreme. Later, no one from King Giant Pavilion came to retaliate. The matter seemed to be over, but now, King Giant Supreme appeared here, but it seemed that he did not come for revenge. "My brother-in-law is not in Chu, and I can't notify him," Mo Feng said. "Okay, go back and tell your sister first. If your brother-in-law hasn't come back in 3 days, I'll go visit your sister." King Giant Supreme still smiled, which made Mo Feng a little confused about what he meant. "Okay, I'll tell my sister." Mo Feng nodded. "Go ahead, Ling Yu will stay to accompany her father," King Giant Supreme said casually. Mo Feng glanced at Ling Yu and saw that she nodded, so he left the restaurant. After Mo Feng went back, he told Mo Qingchang about this and then left. In the courtyard where Mo Qingchang was, a trace of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes, looking at the silver rock beside her. This silver rock was Qin Wentian's summoned beast. The summoned beast can exist until the star energy is exhausted. Through this summoned beast, Qin Wentian can know everything here, so he also learned the words that King Giant Supreme asked Mo Feng to bring. This made Qin Wentian confused. Perhaps King Giant Supreme knew that Mo Qingchang must have a way to contact him, so he asked Mo Feng to bring a message to Mo Qingchang, but he didn't know what his purpose was. With the status of Supreme King Giant, of course he would know what happened in the Great Xia dynasty. But I don't know whether Supreme King Giant has also had contact with the ancestors of the Shi family and the Wang family. No matter what, since the Supreme King Giant appeared in Chu, Qin Wentian must come back to see him. Apart from him, no one in Chu could suppress the Supreme King Giant. 2 days later, Qin Wentian returned to Chu. The Mo mansion naturally became lively again. The little girl Mo Yu began to pester Qin Wentian, and it was not easy to deal with the girl. In the courtyard, only Qin Wentian, Mo Qingchang, and the little bastard were left. "The Supreme King Giant has been waiting for you. I don't know what he is thinking," Mo Qingchang said. "Whatever he means, you will know when you go," Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Be careful." Mo Qingchang always felt that the Supreme King Giant had bad intentions. "It doesn't matter. No matter how strong the Supreme King Giant is, it is impossible to keep me." Qin Wentian still had some confidence. Besides, the Supreme King Giant was not that strong. At most, there were other overlords of the Great Xia dynasty, but he could at least retreat unscathed. As long as he didn't die, the overlords of the Great Xia dynasty would not dare to mess around. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and flew directly into the air. When he was far away from the drunken restaurant, Qin Wentian's strong perception enveloped the drunken restaurant. Even the entire area was within Qin Wentian's perception. The drunken restaurant was very lively, and people were constantly coming and going in this area. However, the third floor of the restaurant seemed very quiet. Qin Wentian sensed the presence of a man in black. This man in black was the strongest person here, at the celestial realm. Except for the man in black, the cultivation of any other person could be easily seen through. Could it be that King Giant Supreme is not here for revenge? Qin Wentian thought to himself. At this time, King Giant Supreme's eyes suddenly opened, and his sharpness flashed. From the third floor of the restaurant, his eyes directly penetrated the void and looked in the direction of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian knew that the other party had already known his existence. He took a step forward, and in a blink of an eye, his figure landed on the third floor of the drunken restaurant. He saw King Giant Supreme and his group, and also saw Ling Yu and others behind him. "Brother-in-law," Ling Yu called out, and Qin Wentian nodded gently, then looked at King Giant Supreme and said, "Why do you want to see me?" "Actually, It's not that I want to see you," King Wentian Supreme said with a smile. While he was speaking, an old man who was sweeping the floor outside the restaurant suddenly put down his broom and raised his head. His clothes were extremely ordinary, and the whole person had no breath, just like an ordinary old man who had entered his 70s, but at this moment, his eyes were so terrifying. In an instant, the sky was shining with stars, and a terrifying celestial phenomenon appeared, covering the entire restaurant. Passers-by all looked up, looking at this sudden scene, and their hearts trembled violently. They looked at this celestial phenomenon, as if they saw an ancient star tree with extremely huge vines covering the void. The huge vines were like countless tentacles, rolling directly towards the entire restaurant, and instantly wrapped the restaurant inside. Chapter 675 Bloodline Protection. Qin Wentian certainly discovered this situation. The moment the celestial phenomena outside erupted, he felt a powerful and terrifying aura. His eyes were fixed on King Wentian Supreme, and there was a terrible murderous intent in his eyes. It was obvious that King Wentian Supreme had colluded with a very powerful strong man. This strong man had the ability to conceal his aura, and it was a very powerful ability to conceal his aura. Qin Wentian's perception was already very powerful, but he actually overlooked that the old man who looked like an ordinary person was so scary. Qin Wentian saw the cold smile on King Wentian Supreme's thin lips, as sharp as a knife. His deep eyes were filled with a sarcastic smile, and he looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at a clown. Killing his King Wentian Pavilion's people? Don't take King Wentian Supreme seriously? Very good, then he will die. Even though he is now famous in Daxia and has the power to kill celestial phenomena, this time, he will still die. Brother-in-law. Ling Yu exclaimed, her face turned pale instantly. There was a powerful attack waiting for Qin Wentian here. She didn't know all this, but Qin Wentian's appearance was related to her and her family. This made Ling Yu feel extremely uncomfortable and guilty, as if she had betrayed Qin Wentian. In fact, Ling Yu thought too much. King Wentian Supreme appeared in Chu state, and Qin Wentian had to see him. King Wentian Supreme also knew this very well, because in Chu state, only Qin Wentian could shock King Wentian Supreme. If the other party chose to kill his relatives, could he not show up? King Wentian Supreme chose such a peaceful way, firstly to avoid attracting his attention, and secondly to not dare to act rashly before Qin Wentian fell into the trap. It has nothing to do with you, Qin Wentian said, and at this time the whole restaurant trembled wildly. The ancient vines tied the restaurant tightly, and sharp tentacles pierced directly into the restaurant, and blood bloomed wildly. Ah! Save me! Screams continued to be heard from below the restaurant. The tentacles that had invaded the restaurant ruthlessly took the lives of the people in the restaurant, and then rolled towards Qin Wentian, like a bloody mouth, trying to swallow Qin Wentian. This was a big net that had blocked the road. Qin Wentian's face instantly turned pale. He could clearly feel that the innocent people in the restaurant were killed alive. The sharp vines directly pierced through their bodies. Many corpses were even hanging by the vines. It was shocking. The old man was so cruel and killed people without hesitation. In his eyes, life was so cheap. Buzz! The red demon halberd appeared in his palm. Qin Wentian held the red demon halberd and suddenly attacked forward. The brilliant virtual demon power was integrated into the attack, and it twisted towards the vines that were devouring it. With a loud bang, the vines that were rolled up were directly shattered. The King Wentian Supreme and the people of King Wentian Pavilion in front of him had disappeared. In the whole restaurant, except for the dead, only Qin Wentian was left. He was trapped in the starry sky. Qin Wentian looked up at the void. The restaurant had been shattered by the attack of the vines. There was a starry sky above his head. This starry sky looked like a giant vine that covered the sky and the sun, with countless vine tentacles, extending downwards and wrapping this space inside. Who are you? Qin Wentian said coldly. The overlord of the various forces in Daxia should not be this person. Above the sky, the starlight was flowing, and under the vines and starry sky, another starry sky appeared. Double constellations. The cold light in Qin Wentian's eyes became brighter. He looked at the constellations and saw the figure of the old man wandering in the constellations, as if he had disappeared. There were many ghostly figures in the constellations. The two constellations gradually overlapped, as if they had merged into one. Qin Wentian felt a strong sense of crisis. The opponent in front of him was much more terrifying than Yang Mushin and the celestial beings of the Dangwon Palace. Qin Wentian's perception was released to the extreme, but he still could not sense the existence of the old man. The second kind of star and celestial phenomena that the other party had comprehended obviously had the ability to make the original body hidden. With the help of the celestial phenomena, he could not detect where the other party's true body was. Those vine tentacles that had been wriggling finally moved and launched an attack at the same moment. The speed was so fast that a terrible roar was heard in the void, and all of them were hit hard, so that Qin Wentian did not know which direction to attack. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped into the air, demonic energy rushed into the sky, and his body became huge, as if he had transformed into an immortal demon. There was a dazzling virtual demonic power flowing on his body, as if he was wearing a terrifying armor. Illusion! Qin Wentian shouted, and many phantoms appeared at the same time, holding long spears and stabbing wildly. At this moment, it seemed that countless Qin Wentians attacked violently, and the vines that rolled over exploded and shattered wildly. However, the vines were connected to the sky in the void, as if there was no end, and they killed wildly, but Qin Wentian's attack could only exist in that moment. Qin Wentian's Yuanfu roared wildly, and the divine essence burst out. In an instant, his body was full of monstrous sword energy, sweeping out in all directions, colliding with those sharp and terrifying vines, but even so, it seemed that he still couldn't resist the super strong attack. After all, the opponent was attacking the starry sky. This was not Yang Mushin's starry sky. If the attack in front of him hid him, it could destroy him. We must rush out. Qin Wentian looked into the void, and soared into the sky with a mighty sword. His body trembled, and the magic sword was unsheathed. His left palm slashed across the magic sword, and blood dyed the sword red. The strange bloodlight shone brightly, and the sword of the heavens chanted, destroying everything. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted, holding the red demon halberd in his right hand and the magic sword in his left hand. He was filled with a terrible killing aura. He seemed to be wrapped in the sword aura, so he could continue to rush into the void. In the sky, the vines were endless, attacking like crazy, and the same was true in other directions. Qin Wentian rushed up with great difficulty. If it weren't for the sword aura tearing everything apart, he wouldn't even be able to move an inch. Too powerful, this celestial being who came to assassinate him might be able to kill the damn king in seconds. Buzz! Suddenly, Qin Wentian saw a pair of eyes appear in the sky. They were breathtaking eyes, which made him feel cold all over. The demon sword slashed out angrily, and the terrifying sword light cut a gap in the endless vines in the sky, but the eyes suddenly disappeared. The terrifying ancient vines on the right side rolled towards Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's right-hand red demon halberd hit out violently, destroying the ancient vines, but then he saw the pair of cold eyes again, eyes that could make people feel cold in the soul. Buzz! A gray figure came out holding a black spear. He was carried by the vines. The speed was incredibly fast, and it was at the moment when Qin Wentian's red demon halberd's power was unloaded. The timing was very accurate. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt as if his nerves were slowed down, and the blood flow slowed down. The cold feeling swept through his body, and his movement seemed to slow down. The terrifying spear pierced the red demon halberd, and Qin Wentian's hand trembled. The cold feeling and the terrible shock force made the red demon halberd slip out of his hand. Then the spear pierced his head. Qin Wentian instantly felt that his brain could not function, and he felt cold. The dark power contained in the spear was extremely terrifying. All this happened in a flash, so fast that Qin Wentian had no time to think. Such a powerful assassin was too terrifying. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to be left with only despair. However, at this time, a terrifying blood-red light burst out from Qin Wentian's body. It was the roar of blood. A terrifying demon shadow appeared. This demon shadow seemed to be a terrifying humanoid demon beast, which was forcibly peeled out of Qin Wentian's body, and raised its palm print to slap the opponent. Puff! The spear with terrible black power pierced into the palm of the demon shadow and even pierced into the body, but the palm print of the demon shadow also slapped the opponent's body. The blood-colored palm print was the star-picking palm print, which shook the sun, moon and stars. The power was overwhelming. The body of the gray-robed old man was slapped away and coughed up blood. Obviously, he did not expect Qin Wentian to have such a sudden attack. What is that? The old man stared at the demon shadow that appeared. This demon shadow seemed to be based on Qin Wentian, but it was more violent. The cold eyes had no emotions and would not die. The terrible attack just now pierced into his body, but did not kill him. The demon shadow and Qin Wentian's body overlapped, and the demon sword swept out, cutting off the endless vines attacking from all around. His eyes were extremely cold, staring at the old man opposite him. Bloodline protection. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the gray-robed old man, and he was a little shocked. This boy's bloodline was so terrible that it gave birth to bloodline protection. Bloodline protection. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard of bloodline protection. The demon shadow just now was indeed born from the power of bloodline. The last time he understood the true meaning of demons, his bloodline became manic and gave birth to this ability. It was the second ability derived from his bloodline power. The first power could make him stronger. He could cross the border directly before, but now he was stuck by the celestial phenomenon. The gray-robed old man was very shocked. Bloodline protection is a kind of bloodline magic secret technique. People who have bloodline magic secret techniques are all people with very powerful bloodlines. So, Qin Wentian's ancestors must have people with powerful bloodlines. It would be hard to find a second person like this in the entire royal sacred domain. At least so far, he has only seen Qin Wentian. If he had not lived for so many years and read countless ancient books, he would not have known what happened just now. Who is this boy? He must be killed. The gray-robed old man's heart was cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes as dark as the netherworld was even stronger. The overlords of Daksha will ask you to kill me. Qin Wentian's voice was cold. The opponent in front of him was extremely dangerous. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.